Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Captured by Her Demon Wolves by Tara West. Narrated by Stephanie Rose. Prologue. Hell. Present day. The witch had forgotten her name. She'd had one once, and she'd known it, but her head was too crammed with thoughts from the others. She lowered herself onto the embankment and rested her feet in the shallow stream. The water was cool, refreshing, awaking a distant magic and soothing her charred feet, a sharp contrast to the stifling heat that baked her flesh. She squinted up at the crimson sky clouded by gray dust. She didn't remember how she'd come to be here or why. They forced you. They stole your powers. She didn't know who that voice belonged to, or why it sometimes spoke to her, telling her to fight, telling her to dissent. She vaguely remembered 4 sets of wide, golden eyes that shifted to a red as bright as hell's fiery embers, black fur sprouting on their faces as they ran toward her. "Mother!" they called, hands outstretched. "Don't!" Why was she always seeing them in her dreams? Who were they? Who was she? "You were a gifted sorceress," the voice told her, "and a doting mother." Then what happened? She dared ask. "They come," the voice warned, then went silent. "Sister," a sibilant voice hissed, not from behind or above, but inside her skull. Her spine went rigid. She dug brittle nails into the dry earth. "Why did you leave us?" Another voice, this one a decrepit wail, like wind blowing through a rusty pipe. She looked down at her feet, gray like the ashy sky, the parched soil. Charred bits of flesh broke off from her soles, floating downstream with the current. "I needed to soothe my feet," she answered, though she couldn't recall how she'd burned them. "She is trying to rebel," a third voice, the ominous rumble of a dark demon. "She can't," another voice cooed, a triumphant ring in her words. The witch finally turned toward her tormentors. There were 5 of them, all with ashen skin and milky eyes, their red robes billowing behind them like swaths of blood. One of them carried a matching robe, though dirty and torn, in her long, bony fingers. "You dropped this, sister." The witch's lips did not move as she spoke. She recoiled from the robe, fearing its power over her. It was more than a robe. It was her ball and chain, her shackles. But when 10 greedy hands reached out for her, she didn't have the strength to fight. They clasped the robe around her neck, and she grabbed the tight collar, struggling to speak, to breathe. It wrapped around her throat like a beast's talons. Those voices in her head coalesced into one, and she was them, and they were her. She remembered her name now. She was the decider of fates and the ruler of hell. She was Vindictus. Chapter 1. Hell, over 2,000 years ago. Sweat matted Dragomir's fur and clung to his back, and his legs felt weighted with stones as he trudged across the parched earth toward the sound of rushing water. The only source of water in this cursed wasteland, the Crux River, flowed along the outer perimeter and disappeared beneath the mountains they called home. It was here where he and his brothers had tracked their quarry after hunting the tricky demon for nearly a week. "Brothers!" Cyrus whimpered, his voice ricocheting in Dragomir's skull as he communicated through thought, an ability Dragomir shared with his pack. "I miss my soft furs and warm hearth. Let's return home." Dragomir frowned down at his brother as his tail dragged the ground. While Dragomir and Horatu were in protector form, mammoth-horned demons who walked upright on 2 legs. Their younger brothers, Cyrus and Lucian, could only transform into hulking black wolves. The pads of their paws weren't as thick as the ones on Dragomir's big feet. "Not yet," Horatu dragged a hand down his long face as he pushed ahead of them.
"There's one more out there." "We have more than enough souls for the beast,"
Lucian said, tossing a look behind him at the cavern where they'd disoriented and chained their prisoners. Dragomir felt not an ounce of pity for the souls they'd captured. Rapists and warmongers from the mortal world who deserved to spend an eternity in the belly of the beast. And in return for feeding them to the beast, a primordial djinn who lived in the depths of their mountain home, they were granted wishes that made their lives more comfortable, such as salted meats, grains, wine, and whatever goods they desired. Cyrus whimpered.
"My paws are on fire." "Then we'll cool them in the river,"
Horatu answered.
"I think that's how he's been hiding his scent."
Lucian's grumble snaked across Dragomir's senses.
"He's been in the water."
Dragomir nearly stumbled as a jolt went through him. Why hadn't he considered that?
"Clever creature." "Not clever enough."
Horatu flashed a fanged grin as they drew closer to the sound of rushing water.
"Let's go fishing."
Lucian's nostrils flared as he surged ahead of them, then crept the rest of the way toward the top of the ledge that overlooked the river.
"Get down,"
he warned, teeth flashing and ears flattening against his skull. Dragomir and Horatu both shifted into wolves and crept toward Lucian, their tails tucked between their legs. What Dragomir saw made his heart falter, then take off at a gallop. 3 demon witches bathing in the water.
"Blood and bones. It's the Vindictus." "No."
Horatu cocked his head to the side.
"It's their underling witches."
Cyrus let out a low whimper, his gaze focused on the brown robes strewn out along the shoreline.
"The Vindictus wear red robes. Look at the one with the bronze skin."
Lucian's tongue lolled to the side, a string of drool falling to his paws.
"Isn't she pretty?"
As Dragomir watched the bronze beauty playfully splash her friends, water clinging to her dark hair like dew, he fought the urge to slide down the embankment and join her.
"I see her,"
he said, too stunned by her beauty to say anything else. With his wolf-touched senses, he admired her large amber eyes that sparkled like gems, high cheekbones, full mouth, and long, regal neck. And when she surged out of the water, her full breasts heaving with the movement, he was jealous of every drop of water that clung to her smooth skin. He frowned when he saw the chain wrapped around her ankle similar to the ones he and his brothers used on the captured souls. It was attached to a big metal ball resting on the shore. Why was she locked up like a prisoner? Was she a criminal or a slave? "Throw me a sponge," another demon witch, with gills on her neck and a large green head like a toad, said to her. Most demons in hell resembled hybrids of humans and animals, but the bronze witch looked like a human queen. No, a goddess. "Here," the bronze witch answered with a dazzling smile before lifting her hand into the air. A sponge lifted off from the embankment and floated over to the toad witch. "Your magic is getting stronger," the toad said as she took the sponge in her webbed hands. "You need to stop flaunting your powers," another witch purred from atop a boulder she'd perched on that dissected the center of a gently sloping waterfall. She had a human face, but the stripes of a tiger, her long tail wrapped along thick feline legs as she hovered over her ball and chain like she was guarding an egg. Ears twitching, she tossed a glance over her shoulder. "You never know who's watching. The more power you have, the more they'll take." The bronze goddess shrugged a narrow shoulder. "They didn't see." The toad witch let out a low croak. "They see everything." Her big eyes bulged, then narrowed. "And if they ask, I won't lie for you." "Of course you won't, Gorky," the feline snarled. "You're more snitch than witch." The toad, Gorky, let out a sharp croak before taking several gulps of water, her head expanding like a sail. Then she tossed back her head and released a long arc of water, drenching the she-cat. The she-cat roared, arching on all fours like a demon possessed, streams of water dripping off her sodden fur. "Enough, you two," the pretty witch scolded. "We're tortured enough by our masters. We don't need to torment each other, too." That seemed to be enough to settle the she-cat, who sat back on her boulder, purring while licking water off her paws. Dragomir's cock hardened to painful proportions when the pretty witch grabbed another sponge and moved to a shallow section of the river, her chain clanking along the shoreline. When she sat on a flat rock and spread her shapely legs, cleaning the folds of that tempting flower, Dragomir couldn't contain the surge of lust that heated his veins. How badly he wanted to drink in her nectar before sinking into her wet heat. His brothers panted beside him. He jerked back when Cyrus nearly stumbled off the ledge, causing an avalanche of rocks to slide down the embankment. The goddess gasped, slipping back into the water. The tigress arched up on all fours, hissing like a feral cat. A wide parasol expanded from the toad's neck, clacking like the tail of a poisonous serpent. "Who's there?" the goddess yelled.
"What should we do?"
Cyrus groaned.
"We're not running like cowards,"
Horatu grumbled, shifting into a protector. Dragomir shifted back into a protector too, and they all went to the ledge. Before Dragomir could stop him, Cyrus ran over the side, gravel sliding under his paws and tail in a constant spin as he bridged the gap to the muddy embankment. Swearing, Dragomir and his brothers ran after him. Bouncing around on all fours, Cyrus excitedly barked at the witches. The tiger's fangs lengthened as she looked ready to fly off her rock and pounce him. Crossing her arms over her breasts, the pretty witch stood waist-deep in the water, narrowing her eyes. "I know you."
"We don't know you,"
Horatu rumbled, his deep protector voice sounding like rolling thunder.
"But we'd like to,"
Dragomir added, licking his lips while admiring the way the water made her bronze skin shine. His nostrils flared as he inhaled her strange yet familiar scent. He caught the undertones of jasmine and the delicious salt of her skin. Thankfully, he didn't catch the scent of demon burn, a highly contagious venereal disease, making most demon women off-limits to Dragomir and his brothers. She turned up her chin, giving them a haughty look. "I don't fuck beasts." Dragomir instantly shifted into his demon form, much like a human man, but with silvery skin and short, spiked horns.
"Is this better?"
His cock hardened when her gaze dragged up the length of his nude body. Though her cheeks flushed a bright pink, she didn't look away. When her eyes finally met his, he couldn't deny the feeling he was staring at a long-lost lover.
"Mate,"
his beast rumbled. "I've heard tales of you, hunters," she said, her bold gaze sweeping over his nude demon body again. "But I didn't believe them until now."
What tales?"
he rasped, shocked and ashamed by his stutter. She'd reduced him to a bumbling pup. "That two of you can transform into giant monsters that spit fire." Dragomir laughed at that, thrusting his hips forward.
"You got the giant monster part right."
She cocked her head to the side, looking at them as if she was trying to solve a riddle. "Then what is truth, and what is fiction?" Horatu jutted a thumb in his chest.
"Dragomir and I are alphas, so we can transform into both demon wolves and big beasts. We're the protectors of our pack."
Thunderclouds of desire darkened Dragomir's eyes as his voice dropped to a predatory purr.
"We don't spit fire, though we can certainly warm your bed with the fire in our veins."
The toad let out an obnoxious croak. "They're wicked, Deva." Deva licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with lust. "I can tell."
Deva.
Her name dripped off his tongue like warm honey.
A fitting name for such an enchanting goddess.
She lowered her arms to her sides, revealing two beautiful, full breasts with dusky nipples hardened into firm peaks. As his brothers growled their approval, Dragomir didn't think his cock could get any harder.
Our brothers, Lucian and Cyrus, can transform into wolves as big as the demon bears that roam the wilds.
Horatu continued, his gaze boring into Deiva like a predator assessing his prey.
Lucian can scent a soul from hundreds of miles away,
Dragomir added, realizing he was rambling. The witch had certainly cast a spell over his tongue. Not that he was complaining. He'd ramble for centuries if he could get her into their bed. Cyrus shifted into his demon form.
"And I can lick my eyebrows,"
he blurted. Dragomir and his brothers snorted at that. Though it was true, he hadn't expected their shy brother to be so bold, but it was clear he was under Deiva's spell, too. Narrowing her eyes at Cyrus, Deiva crossed her arms. "Prove it." When Cyrus's long tongue swept across his face, the tip barely glancing an eyebrow, all three witches gasped. Deiva looked ready to melt into the water.
"I can do more fun things with my tongue if you'd like a demonstration,"
Cyrus added with a wink. "Deiva, we must return to the others before we're caught," the toad called to her. She ignored her companions. "Tell me your names again," she said, a wicked gleam in her eyes.
"I'm Dragomir,"
he said, in a voice that was surprisingly strained.
"These are my brothers, Horatu, Lucian, and Cyrus."
Lucian shifted into a demon too, flashing a feral grin. She arched a dark brow. "You're the soul hunters."
"We are,"
Horatu rumbled. "The soul you seek dwells in a cove downriver." She nodded toward another set of falls a stone's throw away. Dragomir didn't take his gaze from hers.
"Thank you, but we don't care about that soul right now."
She bit her bottom lip, an undeniable hunger in her eyes. "Then what do you care about?" His gaze tunneled on her until he focused solely on the rise and fall of her chest, the slight parting of her lips.
"You."
"Oh?" Nervous-sounding laughter bubbled up from her throat as she crossed her arms over her chest once more, sinking into the water. "Why is that?" A sharp hiss sounded behind her, and she looked toward the tiger, who sat on her haunches, murder reflecting in her eyes. Dragomir ignored the she-cat.
"Isn't it obvious we're bewitched by your beauty?"
"Such smooth-talking demons." Deiva laughed before giving them a sideways glare. "You should know this rose has thorns." Lucian flashed his fangs.
"We don't mind a little blood. We'd love to have you sink your teeth into us,"
Horatu added. She nodded toward Cyrus. "This one doesn't look like he could withstand the pain." Dragomir frowned down at his youngest brother.
"His feet are badly burned."
Cyrus shifted back into a wolf, whimpering, his tail drooping as he flashed sad eyes and hopped from paw to paw like he was walking across hot coals. He knew how to work his puppy dog charms to his advantage.
"May we bathe with you?"
Lucian blurted. "No," she answered firmly, though her seductive smile said otherwise. She moved through the water toward Cyrus, holding out her hands. She'd just reached the other side of the river when her chain went taut, reminding Dragomir that this beauty was some other witch's prisoner. "Let me see," she gasped, then clucked her tongue when he lifted a bloody paw. When she clasped his paw, a soft golden light spread from her hands to him before encompassing his entire body. It pulsed like a flare before slowly subsiding. When she released him, his paw was crusted with blood, but no longer blackened. "Is that better?" she asked, petting Cyrus's head. He yelped and licked her face, his tail furiously wagging. She laughed, wrapping her arms around his neck while he continued to lather her face in wolf kisses. Dragomir's beast clawed to be set free, jealous of the affection she was giving his brother. How badly he wanted to snatch her from that river and take her to their cavern, where he and his brothers would make love to her day and night.
"We would love to show you what else we can do to your body with our tongues,"
he said, on a throaty purr, his brothers growling their agreement. The High Witches are coming, the Toad Witch croaked. Daiva's eyes widened, and she jerked away from Cyrus as if he was infected with the plague. You have to go. Gone was the sweet, seductive goddess as she splashed their feet, her words clipped. The High Witches are very protective of what is theirs. Dragomir refused to back away, not when every instinct told him to drag Daiva out of that river and take her with them.
We would be too, if you were ours.
A fool's fantasy, she said over her shoulder before emerging on the other side of the river, her beautiful bare back and long legs exposed to them. That ugly chain coiled at her feet like a snake. They'll never let me go, she said, as she shrugged into a brown robe. Flee, before you're caught. Dragomir and his brothers simply stared at her like pathetic pups. Go, you dumb beasts! She shooed them like they were mangy dogs. Dragomir backed up a step when 6 figures in crimson robes appeared from behind a wall of mist. When 6 twisting serpents of black smoke shot toward them, Dragomir and his brothers jumped back with yelps, then shifted into wolves and ran, the dark magic lapping at their heels like they were being chased by the flames of hell. Their chests heaved and their paws ached by the time the smoke stopped chasing them. They'd run across the scorched earth for miles. Cyrus whimpered, picking a rock out of his bloody paw with his teeth.
What do we do? We'll go fishing after the priestesses are gone.
Horatu grumbled.
I don't care about that soul.
The desperation in his voice reverberated in Dragomir's head.
I mean Daiva. We put her out of our minds.
Horatu barked.
She belongs to the Vindictus.
Dragomir couldn't help but join his brothers in whimpering. His raging boner still hadn't gone down. Daiva hadn't just seduced him. She'd bewitched him, and he knew it would be a long while before his lust subsided.
And when we return to the cave, we wish for extra jars of tallow.
Horatu grumbled.
I have a feeling we'll be going through more this week.
Dragomir growled at his brother. How could he joke about this?
We wouldn't need it if we had Daiva. No, we wouldn't.
Horatu looked wistfully in the direction from which they'd fled.
But, like Daiva said, it's a fool's fantasy.
They must have gone mad. That's what Horatu kept telling himself. Why else were he and his brothers here, their fur drenched with sweat, their paws scorched from the long trek across the dry wasteland, to the exact same spot at the river where they'd discovered Daiva almost a year ago. It had taken several months for the Vindictus witches to relax their guard on their pretty apprentice. And in that time, Horatu and his brothers had studied their habits and knew when their guard would be down. Bathing time. He and his brothers were all in wolf form, easier to creep up on the witches unannounced, and also better to make a quick escape if they were caught by the Vindictus. As expected, Daiva emerged from the mist with her 2 companions, their eyes downcast as they made their way to the embankment, each dragging a ball and chain behind them. A bug-like creature hovered behind them, its wings drooping, while it also dragged a ball and chain across the earth. A stab of guilt sliced through Horatu's chest, and he knew he and his brothers were to blame for her misfortune. For Daiva's ball and chain was bigger than before.
We should free them all,
Cyrus's plea echoed in his skull. Gritting his teeth, he looked over at his brother. Cyrus's ears flattened against his skull as he frowned down at the witches.
Our priority is Daiva,
he reminded him. His other brothers growled their agreement. But if they could, they would free the others, because he sensed that's what Daiva would want. The 4 demons made a sorry sight, miserable prisoners to cruel masters. Horatu gritted his teeth, and his brothers gawked when Daiva turned around to disrobe. The bug creature lifted the dull brown robe over her head, revealing a back covered in long, raised, red welts.
What is that?
Cyrus whimpered.
Whiplashes,
Dragomir rumbled. Lucian's roar reverberated in Horatu's skull.
Those fucking demons will pay! We can't go against the Vindictus,
Horatu warned.
their magic is too powerful.
He and his brothers had no special powers other than the ability to shift. How could they fight against choking black magic?
Let's go,
he rumbled as Deiva edged toward the water, dragging that chain behind her. Horatu shifted into a big, furry protector and picked up the handle of his demon-forged sword, Cursebreaker. He had a feeling he'd need it for those chains. They crept down the side of the embankment like night phantoms. Horatu had his gaze trained on Deiva, her eyes widening when she saw them. "What are you doing here?" she hissed, snatching the robe from the bug demon and holding it to her chest. Horatu jutted a heavy foot forward.
"We've come to free you."
Stepping back, she clutched her robe in whitened knuckles, her eyes wide with fear, but he also thought he saw a spark of hope. "You can't." Dragomir shifted, moving toward the edge of the water.
"We can, if you let us."
There was no mistaking the mistrust in her narrowed eyes. Not that Horatu could blame her after the abuse she'd suffered. "And do what with me?" He slowly moved through the river like he was cornering a wild soul, his brothers following his lead.
"Take you back to our den."
Clutching her throat, she shrank back. "As your slave?"
"As our mate,"
all four brothers said in unison, stopping as the cool water lapped at their legs. Her eyes widened with what appeared to be a mixture of fear and disbelief. "Mate?" She breathed out the word, her eyes glossing over as if she'd fallen under a spell.
"Mate,"
Horatu reassured her.
"Ours to love and protect."
The pain reflecting in her eyes was nearly enough to unravel his heart. He moved toward her as if being carried by a cloud, the invisible bond between them feeling stronger as he neared. It was then he wondered if they'd always been connected, if his soul had been searching for hers all this time. One look into his brother's foggy eyes and slackened jaws, and he knew they felt the same way. Deiva was theirs, and they'd do whatever it took to claim her. "Our chains are cursed," she frowned at the weight at her feet. "They are unbreakable."
"My sword is demon-forged."
Horatu held up Cursebreaker and moved deeper into the water as his brothers followed. She vehemently shook her head, backing up again and nearly tripping over her chain. "It won't work." Horatu quickly crossed the other side of the river, water dripping off his fur as his heavy feet sunk into the sandy bank. As he and his brothers bridged the distance between her, she slipped back into her robe. Her two friends flanked her, eyes narrowed. That strange bug creature hovered over her, his wings rapidly buzzing while he wrung spindly claws together, fear radiating off him like a fog. When Horatu was finally upon her, he was momentarily dumbstruck by her beauty. He'd been dreaming of this moment for so long. Though she was dwarfed beneath the shadow of his monster, she didn't balk. Turning up her chin, she gave him a challenging look.
"It will work,"
Horatu answered, as he heaved the ball into his hand and draped the chain over a rock. Curse the Vindictus. The ball was heavy, even for him in his protector form. How had she been able to drag it behind her? Lifting his sword above his head, he slammed it down across the chain and was rewarded with the violent crack of metal. He dropped the sword with a hiss when a bolt of lightning shot out the tip and flames raced up the hilt. She gasped when the metal chain and ball disintegrated in a plume of gray dust and smoke. Even the clasp around her leg had turned to ash. He and his brothers swore when she lifted the hem of her robe, revealing a dark scar circling her ankle. I'm free," she rasped, looking up at him with wide eyes before throwing herself into him and hugging his waist. She quickly pulled back, blinking up at him. "Let's get out of here!" "Deiva, don't!" The toad, Gorky, croaked, her neck expanding like a billowing sail with her breath. "The Vindictus will punish us all!" "Quiet," the she-cat hissed, surprising Horatu. Was she on their side now? Gorky's eyes bulged. "You're not my master, Tigress!" Tigress held up her claws, her striped fur standing on end. "No, but I will be your worst nightmare if you ruin Daiva's chance." She jutted her chin toward Horatu, her eyes narrowing to something beyond his shoulder. "Their power only extends to the start of the wasteland. They won't risk venturing beyond that." He arched a brow.
You sure?
Why was she helping them? "Yes," she purred. "They can't separate, and they won't leave their tower unguarded."
Do you think she's lying?
Cyrus asked them.
No,
Lucian answered tersely.
I'd sense it.
Horatu searched her eyes, seeing no malice in them.
Thank you,
he said on an exhale, and meant it. Hell was not the place to make allies, but he was sure glad for the few he and his brothers had. He held out a hand to Daiva, offering her a fanged grin.
Come, Daiva, you'll be safe with us.
Shaking her head, she took a big step back. "I can't leave my friends." "You will. We're leaving too." Tigress groaned while heaving her chain into her arms, giving Horatu an expectant look. He draped a length of her chain across a boulder and smashed it with his sword, this time immediately dropping the hilt before the fire hit him. Like before, the chain disintegrated, leaving nothing but ash. The feline bent over and rubbed her ankle, purring her delight and offering him a fanged grin while her tail swished across the sand. The toad waved him off when he went for her. "I'm not leaving!" Tigress jumped up on her hind legs, snarling at the amphibian demon. "Then stay if you enjoy being whipped." Daiva visibly swallowed, waving toward the insect demon protectively hovering above her. "Don't forget Bug. They'll torture him." Horatu broke the bug's chains too, then shielded his ears when the creature let out an ear-piercing squeal of delight. The toad demon backed up several steps, her neck expanding as she sucked in a breath. Horatu tensed, fearing the demon was about to sound the alarm. She loosed a breath, a croak resonating from her that sounded like the battle cry of a deep horn. Tigress pounced on the toad, knocking her back and slicing her sharp claws across the demon's neck. The toad fell onto her back, writhing in the sand, while green goo spewed out of her mouth and down her neck. "Traitor!" She spat on the toad's body. The tiger demon turned to them, a crazed look in her eyes as they glowed as red as the flames of hell. "Run!" Horatu didn't need to be told twice. He snatched up his sword and waved everyone forward.
Let's go.
Daiva pointed to her bare feet, frowning. "I won't make it across the desert." Without waiting for permission, Dragomir scooped Daiva into his arms, a firestorm swirling in his eyes.
I got you.
When Daiva sighed, placing a hand on his chest, Horatu's nostrils flared, the scent of her desire twining around his senses. Damn, he couldn't wait to get her home. They raced back across the river, his younger brothers, Tigress and Bug, following at their heels. When they reached the ridge, Horatu made the mistake of looking over his shoulder and saw the 6 cloaked figures that gravitated toward them, black smoke shooting out of their fingers. "Fuck," he swore, slicing through a tendril of the choking magic with his sword.
"Run faster!"
Chapter 2. 1 year. That's how long Daiva had been mourning them. Since that first meeting at the river. The moment she'd seen them, scented them, she'd known they were her destiny. Or perhaps they'd been part of the past she no longer remembered. She'd felt it in the marrow of her bones. These brothers had belonged to her, and she to them. But then the Vindictus had chased them off, and she'd no idea when or if she'd ever see them again. That first week, Gorky had caught her pining over them and had told their masters. She still bore the scars across her back from their whips of dark magic. The High Witches had said the Shifter brothers had bewitched her, that they were cruel demons and would be her downfall. They'd even threatened to erase memories of them from her mind. So she'd mourned them in secret after that, Each passing day another stone piled on the tomb where she'd hidden away her heart, afraid the Vindictus would hear her sighs of regret or spy the longing in her eyes. Concealing her sorrow had been the hardest thing she'd ever done, harder than watching her spirit slip away bit by bit while her masters siphoned away her power. Now her shifters were here and had freed her from the Vindictus. They'd not forgotten about her after all. Did this mean they felt the pull of her soul too? They'd called her their mate. Could it be true? Or were the High Witches right? Were they going to be her downfall? Had she simply traded one set of cruel masters for another? Deiva warily watched the shifters as Dragomir set her down. The brothers' chests heaved, tongues lolling, while they caught their breath, even though the Vindictus's choking black magic no longer darkened the skies. They'd continued running for several hours across a parched wasteland that looked like the dried bed of an ancient lake. She observed Horatu as he laid his sword across a boulder and came up to her with a water bladder. She waved him away, motioning toward his panting brothers. He flashed a fanged grin and passed the bladder around to them. They each shifted into tall, naked, horned demons with silvery, tattooed skin, took a drink, then shifted back into their other forms while eyeing the skies. Reality slowly set in at what she'd done. She'd run off with 4 complete strangers, all for the promise of a better life. But would it be better? The fact that Horatu had offered the bladder to her first, and then his brothers, before finally taking a drink, was a good sign. Deiva hadn't remembered being placed first above anyone's needs in a long time. Possibly ever. She hoped Horatu's concern wasn't all for show, and that he and his brothers didn't turn out to be cruel like her former masters. She didn't think life could get any worse than her bleak existence as an underling witch, tortured and ridiculed by her keepers. But what if she'd made a mistake? Or worse, what if the Vindictus found a way to punish her brave shifters for rescuing her? She'd never forgive herself. She took a moment to study the beasts who'd offered her a hope of freedom. While Dragomir and Horatu were big demons with thick black fur, horns curling around the tops of their heads, and tusks extending upward from their jaws, their other brothers were in wolf form with matching dark fur and eyes that glowed like hell's fiery embers. The 4 of them looked truly frightening, yet she somehow felt at ease in their presence, as if she'd known them for decades. Tigress bound up to her, having trailed behind them for most of the journey, with Bug flying behind her. Deiva still hadn't fully absorbed that Tigress had killed Gorky. Not that she blamed the feline. The toad demon had been asking for it for a long time. She'd been a two-faced snitch, getting Tigress and Deiva into trouble more times than she could count. Standing on her hind legs, Tigress clung to Deiva's arm, retracting her sharp nails just enough so they didn't pierce her skin. Bug hovered above them, wringing his claws. She could practically feel the fear radiating off his rapidly buzzing wings as his multifaceted eyes darted toward the skies before sweeping the rest of the landscape. In front of them, a massive mountain loomed, the imposing monolith casting a gloomy shadow over them, shielding them from some of the interminable heat radiating from the glowing fires at their backs. They weren't far from the embankment of another river, only this one was made of molten lava snaking through the expanse of cracked soil like an old crone's busted, bloody vein. Tigress crawled up to the river on all 4s, sniffing the steam that wafted from the boiling sludge. "This looks like as good a spot as any to die." Horatu shook his head as he came up beside them, offering them water again.
"We can help you get across."
Tigress waved him away with a flick of her tail. "I don't want to get across." She turned to Deiva, a distant look in her eyes as they filled with unshed tears. "Deiva, I wish you an eternity of happiness with your soul hunters." Wait, what was she talking about? "Tigress, you don't have to go." She understood her friend didn't want to be a third wheel, but jumping into a river of fire was extreme. I don't belong here." She frowned. her tail wrapping around her paws. I had my own pack, my own mates, until hunters took me from them and brought me through a portal to this level. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my pack. The hunters sold me to the Vindictus. I've been trying to get back for decades." What little moisture Deiva had left in her mouth evaporated as realization set in. Her friend was leaving her.
"Where were you taken from?"
Horatu asked. "The dimension below this one." She flashed Deiva an apologetic look. It was common knowledge that hell was made up of many levels, or dimensions. When demons died in one dimension, they were born again in a lower level, a worse hell. Though it was easy to fall down levels, it was impossible for demons to find their way back up, unless they found a rare crystal that could help transport them to different dimensions. Most knew that demons who'd been cursed with magic were usually enslaved by the Vindictus. The Coven of Witches paid demon hunters handsomely for retrieving witches from other dimensions. If Tigress found her mates, they would have to be careful not to get caught this time. They all would have to be more careful. The fur along Tigress's spine stood on edge as she stared longingly at that river. "I've become complacent, cowardly, living in that tower. I'm too afraid to jump." She peered over her shoulder at Horatu. "Would you push me?" Horatu stepped back, holding out his hands.
I...
"You get to have your happy ending?" She blinked up at him with pleading eyes. "Please, help me have mine." Deiva clutched her throat, her heart captive to sorrow's cold grasp. Horatu shared a look with his brothers, before grimly nodding.
"I'll push you."
Tigress's shoulders slumped, and her tail went limp. "Thank you." When Horatu stepped forward, Deiva lunged toward her friend. "Wait!" She knelt beside Tigress, wrapping her arms around her furry neck. She held her tight, struggling to breathe, much less find her words. "I'm going to miss you," she finally choked out. Tigress's low purr warmed her skin. "I doubt you'll have time to miss me with 4 virile shifters demanding your attention." Deiva could practically hear the wicked smile in her voice as she held her friend tighter. "Good luck." She reluctantly pulled away. Tigress blinked back unshed tears. "You too." Tigress exchanged goodbyes with Bug, who sobbed like a baby, his multifaceted eyes drenching her fur with tears. Then her friend went to the edge of the molten river, giving Deiva one last mournful look before turning around, her back stiff, her fur standing on end. Deiva turned away right as Horatu pushed her friend. She clutched Bug tightly, sucking in a sob when Tigress's agonized roar sliced through her veins. When she finally summoned the courage to look back at that river, there was no sign of her feline friend, other than a small scrap of black and gold fur at the edge of the riverbank. As if he'd sensed she'd want it, Horatu scooped it up, shaking it free of embers, then handed it to her.
"I'm sorry,"
he said. She was too choked up to answer as she tucked that scrap of fur inside her robe and silently nodded. She'd cherish this piece of fur always, the last thing she had left of her friend. "I hope you find your happiness," she whispered to the wind, and she swore she felt the phantom scrape of Tigress's claws along her arm. The climb up the side of the mountain took several more hours. Dragomir didn't complain, as he carried her slung across his shoulder so he could use both hands for scaling the treacherous rocks. Deiva had made the mistake of looking down only once. After that, she'd kept her eyes shut. "Don't worry," Bug said as he buzzed beside them. "Bug catch, mistress, if she fall."
"She won't fall."
Dragomir's grumble rattled her bones, tightening her nerve endings like taut bowstrings, and she felt as if a hornet's nest was swarming in her head with each heave upward. By the time he set her down, the nausea was almost unbearable. They stood on a ledge overlooking the vast desert wasteland below. The Vindictus's tower wasn't visible from here, but the glow from the lake of fire surrounding it was, bathing the sky in an eternal swath of pink. Dragomir shifted into a naked demon with smaller spiked horns sprouting from the top of his head and grasped her arm.
"How do you feel?"
She rubbed her brow. "My head's spinning." He frowned.
"I'm sorry."
She forced a smile, doing her best to shake off the nausea, knowing it wasn't the climb, but the fear of retribution that made her ill. "It's not your fault. It's just my nerves." Dragomir led her to a bench just inside the opening of a long, dark tunnel carved into the mountain.
"Stay here a moment,"
he said before joining his brothers on the ledge. They had all shifted into silvery naked males with spiked horns similar to Dragomir's. Horatu, Dragomir, and Cyrus each had long, dark hair that hung to their shoulders in silky waves. Lucian was the only brother with shorn hair. It was cropped close to his head and made his horns look more pronounced. She couldn't help but admire the thick muscles cording their bodies and their tight, round buttocks. Their cocks were like long, fleshy serpents dangling between their legs. She licked her lips at the thought of them buried in her tight sheath. A vision flashed in her mind of her legs wrapped around Dragomir's waist, her heels digging into his firm buttocks. He growled his delight as she stroked his horns while he pumped into her. Whether that vision was one of her forgotten past or the future, she wasn't sure. Of one thing she was certain. Her desire would soon consume her if she didn't get it under control. The brothers huddled into a circle and pulled stones from Horatu's cupped hands. Dragomir and Lucian howled, holding up the largest stones, while Cyrus and Horatu's shoulders slumped, dropping their smaller stones to the ground.
"I'll see you in a few hours,"
Cyrus said to her, giving her a look of longing. Horatu said nothing as he scanned the skies, eyes narrowed for threats. Dragomir and Lucian shared knowing glances before leading her down the tunnel, Bug trailing after them. A knot twisted in her gut when she realized again that she knew nothing of these brothers. One thing she did know: lust clung to them like second skins. She could smell it in the sheen of their sweat. They wanted to fuck, and as their nostrils flared while their hungry gazes devoured her, they knew she wanted it too. But was that the only reason they brought her here? Though she wanted them, she worried their large appendages wouldn't fit. She'd only had one lover, at least one she could remember, and that was Tigris. They'd pleasured each other with their mouths and fingers, mostly out of necessity. But Tigris's fingers were nowhere near as big as the flesh snakes that dangled between her shifter's legs. Would they wait for her to give herself to them, or would they simply take it? She'd fight them if they tried to force her. She tossed a wary glance at Bug, who hovered above her shoulder. For his sake, she hoped these brothers were kind. Bug had suffered enough with the Vindictus, and she knew he'd get hurt trying to defend her. He'd intervened and taken so many of her beatings when the Vindictus witches were in a foul mood. The poor creature deserved a reprieve. To her surprise, they emerged from the tunnel into a large cave with tapestries on the walls and a hearth on the far end. The air was surprisingly cool, nothing like the stifling heat outside or in the confines of the tower. She loosed a breath, then filled her lungs with a refreshing gulp of air. Despite the slight mustiness of the cavern, it was the most delicious air she'd ever inhaled. The feel and taste, like cool, minty leaves, a balm to her senses. The brothers led her to a table with 2 long benches and high-backed wooden chairs at either end. Her mouth watered when she saw the table was laden with bread, meat, cheese, colorful fruit, and jugs of what she hoped was wine.
"Sit,"
Lucian said, pulling out a bench.
"and break your fast."
He poured cloudy liquid into a goblet and handed it to her before pouring one for Dragomir and himself. She drank the liquid down, relishing the sweet, honeyed taste as it cooled her parched throat. "What is this stuff?" she asked Lucian.
"We call it nectar,"
he said with a wink.
"Drink of the gods."
Whatever it was, she realized, it tasted too good to have been born of this world. When Lucian poured her another goblet, she eagerly drank that down too. She went slower with the third glass as Lucian piled flat bread, cured ham, cheese, and fruit onto a tray. The food looked so fresh, so delicious, nothing like the gruel the head witches had forced her to eat. She sat beside Dragomir, who pulled out a chair at the head of the table and helped himself to food.
"Bug,"
Lucian said to her friend.
"Do you wish to eat with us?"
"No, master," Bug answered. "Bug no hungry." Daiva knew he was probably famished, but her friend preferred to eat alone. She suspected he was ashamed of the way he ate, as most of the food never made it to his mouth.
"Can you bring food to my brothers?"
Lucian asked. Daiva saw a flash of fear when Bug's gaze darted to her. She nodded her approval, and Bug quickly piled food on a plate and snatched a jug off the table before buzzing away.
"Do you want a fire?"
Dragomir asked, motioning toward the hearth. Fire. Her fingers itched, and a chill raced down her spine at the thought of 6 long tendrils of choking black smoke twisting and turning from the hearth like deadly serpents before wrapping around her throat. "No," she blurted, then stilled. "Unless you want one." He shrugged, leaning back, his full nakedness on display.
"Nah."
She heaved a sigh of relief, slouching in her chair. She wouldn't mind if the brothers never lit that fire. She'd had more than enough flames in her miserable existence. She vaguely remembered that she'd once been able to summon red and blue fire, her fingertips lighting up like torches. But it had been a long time since she'd been able to access her deep well of magic. Usually, she could only perform simple magical tasks, like moving objects from one side of the room to the other, or healing minor injuries. The Vindictus preferred to leave her drained of most of her power. They'd been siphoning her magic for years, so long that she couldn't remember when or how she'd gone to live with them, only that it had felt like several lifetimes ago. Now that she was free of them, she would get to keep the magic that regenerated. She just needed time to recover. Lucian stood across from her and piled food onto a plate, showing no signs of unease as his long appendage swung between his legs like a pendulum. After he sat across from her, she flashed the 2 brothers a tentative smile and took a bite of the bread, pleased with its mild flavors. She paired it with savory cheese and salted meat, moaning her delight. Though she tried to eat slowly, she ended up devouring a plate of fruit, so sweet and refreshing, nothing like anything she'd ever eaten or seen in hell. She'd heard that these brothers lived in luxury, but she'd had no idea they were able to acquire such delicious food in hell. After they ate, they led her to several layered furs spread around the hearth that looked so comfortable, she fought the urge to fall onto them. She let Dragomir hold her hand while lowering her onto a fur. Then she thanked Lucian when he handed her another goblet of nectar. Dragomir sat in a low chair in front of her, and Lucian sat next to her on the furs, his knee grazing hers and sending a zing up her spine. One sip of her drink, and she realized it wasn't nectar at all this time, but a strong, spiced wine. She eyed him over the rim of her goblet. Were they trying to get her drunk? Bug flew back in, and she'd wondered what had taken him so long. She reached up for him, offering a warm smile and squeezing his skeletal hand. "Bug scan mountain for threats, mistress," he said. "Bug no see Vindictus." He always had a way of knowing what she was thinking. He released her hand and hovered directly above the table, his eyes shifting from her to Lucian and Dragomir. "Bug would like to make mistress tea."
"Our supply pantry is that way."
Lucian pointed to a narrow, dark doorway in the corner of the cave.
"Help yourself."
Bug flew through the doorway without hesitation. He'd always been so eager to please her.
"What is Bug to you?"
Her gaze shot to Dragomir. He was looking at her coolly, a spark of jealousy in his voice. "He was a slave. We all were, but he was the lowest. When he wasn't forced to wait on all of us, the Vindictus enjoyed torturing him." Lucian set down his goblet on a low table, digging long nails into the furs.
"Like they tortured you?"
She cast her gaze to the furs beneath her, the memories of Bug's agonized screams piercing her heart. Every month, they'd find new ways to torture him, to experiment. They'd sliced off his wings, then each limb, using magic to slowly grow them back. She never understood why they tortured him, though the Vindictus didn't need a reason to be cruel. And after they'd grown tired of his screams, they released him back to Daiva and her sisters, forcing him to wait on them. Daiva reserved what little magic the High Witches had left her to soothe some of his pain, though it was never enough to heal the ache in both of their hearts. Now he was finally free of their clutches, and Daiva's only wish was that their new masters would be kinder. Mate. They'd called you their mate, she reminded herself. And demons treat their mates with respect. At least, she sure as hell hoped they would. She willed the rising tide of sorrow to subside. Any masters would be better than the ones they'd left behind. What they did to me was nothing compared to what they did to him. Dragomir's eyes flared.
So, he wasn't your lover?
No, she snorted, then tensed, praying he wouldn't discipline her for laughing. You won't throw him out, will you? The space between them closed in, the cavern walls suddenly feeling stifling as her heartbeat thundered in her ears. He leaned back in his chair, taking a long sip of his drink.
Not if you don't want us to.
I don't want you to, she said on a rush of air, her heart pounding even louder.
Dragomir shrugged. Then we won't.
Thank you. She released a slow breath, though she continued to warily eye him. What if this was a ruse? What if they turned cruel after they grew tired of her? He's a very kind creature, she added.
If he stays with us, he'll have to earn his keep,
Lucian said. She swallowed at that, thinking about what they'd expect her to do to earn her keep. Yes, she wanted them. She'd felt the pull of desire the moment she'd first met them all those months ago. She forced those thoughts from her mind. For now, she would be content just getting to know them. I'm sure he will. He's an excellent cook and nurse. Dragomir gave her a long, puzzled look.
Where did you come from?
I don't know. Flame only knew she'd racked her brain for the same answers, always coming up blank. I think the High Witches erased my memory of where I was before. Though why, she wasn't sure. Gorky and Tigress still had their memories. Lucian drummed his fingers on the floor, wicked curved claws where nails should have been.
I wouldn't doubt it.
She didn't want to think about what life she might have had before the Vindictus. She'd been so focused on survival these past years, nothing else mattered. What about you? Lucian and Dragomir shared a look before Dragomir shrugged.
We've always been here.
Hunting souls for the beast? The High Witches and other demons had whispered about them before, but that's all the soul hunters had ever been to her. Whispers. Now they were flesh and bone, their dark, sensual auras hogging up every inch of space in this roomy cavern.
Yes,
Dragomir said, slanting a smile.
It's not so bad. We deliver souls of the damned, and the beast grants us wishes.
She leaned forward, curiosity piquing her interest. What kind of wishes?
Wine, grains, weapons,
Dragomir answered. Lucian flashed a fanged grin, sparks lighting his eyes.
And silks.
She gaped at him. You have silks? She frowned down at her coarse brown robe, feeling suddenly self-conscious. The underling witches had never been allowed such fine fabric, but the Vindictus had silk undergarments. She'd been privileged enough to have washed them a few times, the material flowing through her fingers like smooth silt.
We wished a few gowns for you.
Lucian jumped up from the floor and retrieved a basket from beside a bench. He set down the basket in front of her with a wide grin.
Look inside.
She gasped when she peered inside and then gingerly touched the soft fabric, pulling back when she saw the grime beneath her nails. This was too good for her. I don't know what to say. She blinked up at them. I've never owned anything so beautiful. Lucian visibly swallowed. looking at her as if she held all of heaven, hell, and in between in her eyes. His claws retracted as he held up a piece of soft golden fabric.
"We'll wish for more if you'd like."
She looked into his eyes, dark with swirls of gold, feeling spellbound by him, too. "You don't have to." Dragomir moved from his chair to sit beside her, eclipsing her hand with his and sending a jolt straight to her toes.
"We want to make you happy."
She swallowed while looking down at their joined hands. The buzzing from his touch continued, a familiar yet foreign hum that curled her toes and made her think all kinds of wicked thoughts. Lucian sat on her other side, his leg pressed against her. She fought the urge to melt against him in a pool of desire while he ran his fingers down her back. "And what do you expect in return?" she asked them. Heat crackled between them like splintering logs on the fire as they both pressed against her.
"To know that you're safe."
A long talon shot out of Dragomir's finger as he reached up and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear.
"You'll never wear chains or be whipped again, as long as you're with us, Daiva."
She could lose herself in his mesmerizing eyes, in the fire from his touch. She could find herself, too. She leaned into him with a moan, her eyes fluttering when he retracted his claw, drawing his finger gently down the curve of her face. "Mate," a distant voice echoed in her skull. "Home," that voice said again. Heat pooled between her thighs when he gingerly stroked her shoulder, the fire in his eyes burning into her soul. "What if I enjoy being whipped?" she rasped, that wicked heat turning to molten fire. The air pressed around her shoulders when the brothers stilled. She looked from one to the other as they both gaped at her like love-struck pups. "Blood and bones!" Laughter rang in her words. "Has magic captured your tongues?"
"We want to mate with you, Daiva,"
Lucian blurted, pressing possessively against her lower back.
"We've wanted you since the moment we saw you."
She swallowed at that. Was she dreaming? Did the 4 tempting shifters she'd been longing for truly want to claim her as their mate? "All of you?"
"Yes."
Dragomir chuckled, his shoulders relaxing with ease before shadows crept over his features once more.
"That is, if you want us. And if you can handle 4 lovers,"
Lucian added. She turned to Lucian, cupping his chin in her hand, pleased when he rumbled against her palm, sending a trill of lust racing up her spine. "Of course I can handle 4 lovers. The better question will be if you can handle me." She didn't tell them that she'd only had 1 lover, that she was afraid their cocks wouldn't fit. She wanted them, and damn it all, she'd find a way to make it work. She bent her head toward Dragomir, flashing her teeth when he caressed her neck with his claws. "I warned you, I have thorns." Dragomir's low, deep chuckle snaked through her senses, setting flame to her skin.
"And we've already told you, we're not afraid of a little blood."
She turned into his arms, growling like a predatory cat. "Then prove it." Their gazes locked. A challenge. The fire in his eyes as his fangs lengthened told her he'd accepted. She was vaguely aware of Bug buzzing above her head. "Bug make mistress tea," her loyal servant said. "Would mistress like Bug to make repast?" "Thank you, Bug," she murmured. "I'm not hungry for food right now." Dragomir dragged calloused knuckles down her face, his gaze boring into her as if he was looking into her very soul.
"Your mistress is going to be busy for a while, Bug, but we'll all be hungry in a few hours."
"Bug make lots of food for masters and mistress," her servant squealed. But then the rapid buzzing of his wings and all other sounds faded into the shadows as Daiva got lost in the pools of Dragomir's gold-flecked eyes. The last thing she cared about when she was in her mate's arms was food. Daiva's shifters first showed her to a chamber to relieve herself, a small room with a basin of water and a chair with a hole carved in the center. She didn't want to think about what was down that dark hole. though she was alarmed by the whistling wind that echoed through it. After she returned to them, Dragomir hoisted her in his strong arms, his eyes flashing red, the scent of his lust nearly overpowering her. She clung to him, and Lucian joined them, a hand on her back as they brought her through another tunnel. This one so dark she couldn't see a thing, though the shifters continued walking with confident steps. Then they reached another cave with barely a pinprick of light from a flickering candle illuminating a shimmering pool below. The cavern held its breath, suspended in darkness while Dragomir held her close to his chest. Lucian walked around the edge, lighting more candles, bathing the slate walls in a pleasing yellow glow. Jagged crystals dangled from the ceiling above them, glowing softly as light refracted through them, casting a prism of colors across the pool. When Dragomir gently set her on her feet along the edge, she pressed a palm against his hard chest, firelight dancing across his silver skin. She couldn't tear her gaze from his smoldering eyes if she'd wanted to, trapped like an animal in a snare as he removed her dull brown robe, tossing it to the floor. Her nipples hardened beneath the weight of his predatory stare, and her insides turned to molten lava when he licked his lips, letting out a low growl of approval. He cupped her face, his voice dropping to a soft purr.
"You're every bit as beautiful as I remember."
She swallowed at that, unable to form words, as he took her hand and led her into the water. It was mildly warm and refreshing, a nice contrast to the cool air that blew through the cavern. The ground beneath her bare feet was smooth, unlike the river rocks that chafed her heels. She let him pull her until the water rose to cover her pebbled nipples, and then he led her to a bench carved in the stone wall. She sat in his lap, smiling at Lucian when he approached her with 2 soapy sponges. The brothers cleaned themselves and then took turns lathering her up, gently scrubbing away the day's grime. She sucked in a breath when Lucian poured a bucket of water over her head, then cooed in delight, going boneless in Dragomir's arms when he massaged soap into her scalp. After Lucian rinsed her hair, Dragomir gently nudged her legs open, and they tenderly cleaned her most intimate parts. Dragomir circled each breast with broad strokes of the sponge, but Lucian, he coaxed liquid fire from between her legs, alternating between using the sponge and his thick, skilled fingers. Her need for him built with each slick stroke. Dragomir rolled her nipples between calloused fingers, raking his teeth down her neck, his low growl reverberating along her skin. She writhed in Dragomir's arms, begging them to fuck her, while Lucian continued to tease her weeping flesh. With a predatory rumble, Dragomir lifted her out of the water and laid her on a bed of soft furs beside the pool. She reached for him, dragging her fingers through his long, silky hair. "Fill me," a desperate plea. To hell with the pain. She needed him. He hovered over her, the heat from his large body like her own personal hearth.
"Not yet,"
he growled against her skin.
"I want to taste you."
She writhed beneath him as his fangs skimmed down her shoulder, then across the swell of her breast. His tongue darted out to lick her nipple, fire surging through her and tightening her spine as he suckled the hard peak, his hand pressing against her flat abdomen. He repeated the torture with the other breast before moving lower still. She was vaguely aware of Lucian watching them from the water, patiently waiting his turn. But she was anything but patient as she dug her nails into Dragomir's shoulders, eliciting a chuckle from him when she pushed his head down to that sensitive spot between her thighs.
"Greedy,"
he chuckled, flashing a fanged grin that was nothing short of temptation incarnate, his eyes gleaming with wicked promise. When he coaxed her weeping flesh open with his tongue, her soul practically flew out of her body, pleasure gripping her spine and robbing the breath from her lungs. His tongue wormed its way inside her, his teeth grazing that sensitive bundle of nerves as he speared her deep, then deeper, and deeper still. Fire and flames. How long is his tongue? She practically flew off the floor, hissing and swearing while he pinned her down with one clawed hand on her stomach and the other digging into her thigh. His tongue was like molten fire, and it felt so good. So good. She thrashed like a demon possessed when he unsheathed a long finger, dragging a smooth claw across her slit. She watched with utter fascination as he brought that claw to his mouth, licking off the juices while flashing her a lazy grin. Oh, he was wicked. So very wicked. She ran her nails through his hair, gently skimming the two spiked horns sticking out of his head, smiling to herself when he let out a soft groan of approval. "Fuck me," she spoke through gritted teeth. "Or let Lucian do it." His eyes flashed red. "Is that a threat?" She spread her legs wider for him. "That is a promise," she purred with a sugary smile. "Unless you don't want me." His rumble rattled her bones and heated her skin, and she nearly orgasmed at the feral gleam in his eyes as he crawled up the length of her body, never tearing his molten gaze from hers. He sunk into her with one fluid thrust, his considerable length burying deep inside her, stretching and filling her tight sheath until she felt near to bursting. Fire and flame, he was big. So big. Thank the flame she was so wet for him, easing his passage. He stilled inside her, dragging sharp fangs across her neck. "Is this what you wanted?" She released a shuddering breath, knowing she might never adjust to his size. But despite the pain, it felt good, too. So good. That thrumming between her legs heightened when he was inside her. "More!" She bucked against him, her weeping flesh sliding along his silken length. He pulled out and thrust again, and again, and again. Hard enough that she slid up the furs with each thrust. She sucked in a breath, the frenzy too much, making her forget about the pain as she strained for that pinnacle. The feeling was exquisite, an inferno of flames wrapping around her spine, encompassing her whole body as release beckoned. She clawed at his back with each thrust, calling out his name while he groaned into her mouth. Harder, and then, holy eternal flame! She soared over the edge with him, flying to heaven before spiraling into the flames of wicked pleasure. He roared as he stilled inside her, bathing her womb with his seed, his pounding cock triggering violent shudders within her that went on and on and on until she thought she'd combust. The echo of her heart pounded so violently in her ears, she could scarcely hear herself breathe as he rolled her over, pulling her flush against his sweat-drenched chest. She ran her hands along the flaming tattoos that licked his bulging biceps, then across his broad, hard chest, while he kissed her so deeply, so thoroughly. She knew without a doubt they shared a special connection. This wasn't a kiss of just passion. This was a kiss of a warm embrace after a long day, holding hands beneath the eternal pink sky, his fierce protection in the eyes of danger, of an undying and timeless love. And no matter how thoroughly he kissed her, she knew she would never get enough. A warm hand at her back had her looking over her shoulder at Lucian. Dragomir groaned his displeasure as she slid off his dripping cock. "Tisk, tisk," she gently scolded, a smile in her voice as she kissed the tip of his nose. "Brothers must learn how to share." His claws skimmed at her back as she turned into Lucian's embrace. She smiled at Lucian, running her nails through his shorn hair. "Have you forgotten about me?" he asked. "Never," she said breathlessly, while clutching him tight. "Never," she murmured into his mouth as he lowered his lips to hers. He wrapped a possessive hand around her waist, his claws digging into her skin as he pulled her body flush against his, evidence of his desire pressing against her abdomen. And just to show him how much she hadn't forgotten, She broke the kiss, her lips branding his hard chest as she kissed across his biceps, her tongue licking the flames of each tattoo before she moved even lower and lower. She wrapped a hand around his silken sheath, impressed with his length, but she'd already seen the brothers naked and knew they were each well endowed. He hissed when she licked the creamy essence off the tip, savoring his salty taste before devouring him whole. His beastly growls echoed across the cavern walls as she pinned him to the floor and bent over him. She was vaguely aware of Dragomir's seed dripping down her thighs as she sucked up and down Lucian's shaft. She lathered his heavy balls with spit, massaging them with each downward stroke. She was wanton and wicked for taking him in her mouth, and though she never remembered doing this before, she somehow knew exactly what to do, what he liked, as if she'd been sucking Lucian for centuries. His skin tingled beneath her tongue, his cock swelling even more as his balls tightened beneath her gentle grip. His roar rattled the walls as he flooded her mouth with his seed, and she greedily drank down every last drop, sucking him long after his pulses subsided. Dragomir hovered beside her, nudging her shoulder, and he switched places with his brother. She greedily sucked down Dragomir's huge shaft while Lucian mounted her from behind, relentlessly fucking her through one orgasm and into another. By the time she swallowed down Dragomir's seed and Lucian roared behind her, she was beyond sated and spent. They took her into the bath once more, plying her with tender kisses while cleaning out her dripping sex. It was then she noticed her mates were covered in her nail marks, some of them bleeding. She hadn't remembered scratching them so hard, though they definitely didn't appear to be bothered by it.
"Thank you, Daiva,"
Dragomir whispered against her ear before nibbling on her lobe.
"You were amazing."
"So were you," she breathed, exchanging kisses with both brothers before turning to putty in Lucian's arms. She could get used to this life, a paradise in the bowels of hell with her virile wolf shifters. Never had she been so happy. She only prayed it would last, that dark forces wouldn't pull them apart. She didn't think her heart could withstand it. Chapter 3. That small repast hadn't been enough. Daiva was famished by the time Dragomir and Lucian had finished with her. Not that she was complaining. Lucian had fetched one of her new gowns, shimmery blue silk that pooled at her feet like a cascading waterfall. She'd never seen anything so beautiful. He also gave her sturdy leather sandals, which would help protect her feet from the scorching earth. The Vindictus had never allowed her to have such luxuries, which meant her feet were usually blistered and burned. She and Tigress had reserved what little magic they had left for the worst of the burns, soothing each other's feet and paws, but it had never been enough. She smiled to herself, thinking she wouldn't have to worry about that anymore. She knew her shifters would put her comfort first. Holding their hands, she walked with them toward the cavern they'd called the hearth room, following the scent of those mouth-watering smells. Bug had always cooked delicious food for the head witches. He'd even snuck her a few bites from time to time. She was so fortunate he'd now get to cook for her and her mates. Mates. She still had a hard time believing it. Her mates' eyes widened when they saw the spread of food laid out along the long oak table. Bug buzzed around the feast, fluffing spiced rice and arranging bread in a basket.
"Looks delicious. Thanks, Bug."
Dragomir patted his stomach and then picked up a clay plate.
"We'll eat and then go relieve Horatu and Cyrus."
Bug shook his head, hovering around Dragomir like a mother hen. "Tell brothers come eat. Bug will keep watch." Dragomir and Lucian shared a look before Lucian said,
"Maybe another day, Bug. We don't want to take chances with the Vindictus."
She winced at that. How could she forget they'd made enemies of the most powerful demons in hell? They would seek revenge for losing not just her, but their other slaves. She picked at her food while Dragomir and Lucian ate. Though her mates tossed playful smiles her way, their shoulders and knees constantly grazing hers, Her stomach was still tied in knots as she worried what the Vindictus would do to enact their revenge. When they finally finished, they stood, pushing back the benches. "I'll come with you," she said, jumping from her seat. She couldn't possibly sit and eat while her stomach churned with unease. She followed them through the long, dark tunnel toward the mouth of the cavern. Her heart dropped to her stomach when they reached the cavern opening. Horatu, in beast form, and Cyrus, in wolf form, tossed them grim looks before turning their gazes back toward the ominous black smoke filling the sky. Gasping, she grasped her throat. "The High Witches are angry." When the brothers growled their agreement, she clutched Dragomir's arm. "Do you think they'll come here?" What had they done?
"No,"
he said with a grimace.
"But they'll send others here. Probably hunters like us."
Deep growls echoed off the cavern walls as all four brothers' eyes pulsed red. Lucian balled up his fists by his sides.
"We'll be ready."
She swallowed back her unease. "I'm sorry." Horatu crossed over to her, his big eyes softening as he gently cupped her cheek with a furry hand.
"Why are you sorry?"
She blinked up at him, amazed that she wasn't alarmed that he was as wide as the petrified trees that surrounded the lake of fire. "I've made them your enemies."
"You did nothing wrong,"
he said, his leathery fingers cupping her shoulders.
"We chose to steal you. A decision we don't regret."
A deep voice bellowed behind her. She looked over her shoulder to see Dragomir had shifted into a big beast, too. The two of them could easily crush her between them, yet she'd never felt safer.
"Go, rest, brothers."
Dragomir's rumble rattled her bones.
"We have the watch now."
Horatu and Cyrus both shifted into silvery demons with golden eyes and spiked horns sticking out of their mops of black hair. The look they both gave her as they edged closer said resting was the furthest from their minds. She smiled up at them both, taking their outstretched hands and threading her fingers through theirs. Her legs went boneless at the scent of desire pulsing off their skin and sending zings straight to her palms.
"I hope my brothers have been taking good care of you,"
Horatu murmured as they walked back down the tunnel. She couldn't help but look behind her, that smoke cloud at her back like a gong in her ears. Forcing herself to lose a shuddering breath, she slowly nodded. "Very good care." Her gut churned, and her legs felt like they were made of porridge. What had they done?
"You must be tired."
She was barely aware that they'd stopped, both brothers looking down at her with marred brows. Squaring her shoulders, she did her best to push worrying thoughts of the Vindictus out of her mind. She was their slave no more, yet somehow she was still allowing them to enslave her mind. "Not yet." She looked into their eyes, allowing her lips to curve in a slow smile. "But I will be." Desire coiled low in her belly at the thought of being impaled by them, her brave shifters who took first watch without complaint. She bit her lip at the flush of red beneath their silver faces, at the pulse of lust radiating off their skin as their nostrils flared. Their gait was stiff as they walked the rest of the way to the hearth room, and she saw why when she spied their large cocks lengthening.
You look lovely,"
Cyrus said as he pulled a bench seat out for her before quickly taking a seat next to her, scooting close to the table in what she knew was an effort to hide his desire. "Thank you." She smoothed hands down the creamy silk fabric, such a striking blue that she could never grow tired of looking at it. "I love my new gown."
"There's more where that came from,"
Horatu said with a wink while sitting in a wooden chair at the end of the table, diagonal to her. He scooted in his chair, so near to her that their knees touched, causing a zing to shoot up her leg. Bug hovered around them, refilling her plate with warm food and piling food onto their plates as well. She batted her lashes at them, coyly biting her lip, knowing it would drive them wild. "You spoil me."
"That is all we want, Deiva,"
Cyrus said, clearing his throat while scooting even closer to the edge of the table.
"To make you happy."
The poor pup looked ready to shoot off right there, the scent of his lust so strong she could taste the musky scent on her tongue. Horatu's eyes bulged as he looked down at his plate, acting as if he was seeing the feast for the first time.
What is all this?
Bug make master's repast, Bug said, as he hovered behind Horatu's shoulder. Are masters angry?
No, Bug.
Horatu licked his lips.
It looks amazing. Thank you.
Bug is an excellent cook. She winked up at her friend, who offered her a gummy grin. Cyrus clutched a wooden spoon, an eager look in his eyes.
We can't wait to try it.
She realized they were waiting for her to take the first bite, so she ate a spoonful of seasoned vegetables, smiling at them when they dug into their food. Horatu's eyes practically rolled into the back of his skull.
Bug, I've never had such delicious food.
Bug let out a little squeal. Does that mean Bug can stay? Horatu shared a look with Cyrus before grinning up at her loyal friend.
Of course.
He squealed again, this time so loud she had to shield her ears. He flew around the room in a blur. Bug's so happy! Thank you. She squeezed Horatu's arm, the warmth from his skin seeping into her bones and heating her blood. Darkness. She could combust touching him. She feared she'd be overwhelmed by his raw power if they made love. The thought made her tremble with anticipation. Something primal spoke to her as one word solidified in her mind. Alpha. Here was their pack leader. Though he didn't announce his status, he didn't need to. She could sense it in the way he held back his shoulders, in the deep timbre of his voice, how he took charge of her rescue, breaking those chains. She pulled away before the fire in his eyes was her undoing. He shrugged, his golden eyes continuing to sear into her.
It's no hardship, as long as he continues to cook like this.
He won't disappoint you. She tried not to sound breathless when she spoke to him, and hoped that he didn't laugh at the adoration she knew was reflecting in her eyes. He's been a loyal servant and friend to me.
For that reason alone, he can stay here.
His gaze was so intense, it was as if he was seeing into her soul.
We mean it when we say we want to make you happy, Daiva.
Darkness. This demon took her breath away. You already do, she rasped, her shoulders caving inward with the admission. Damn him for making it too easy to love him when the threat of the Vindictus still loomed. Looking down at the half-eaten food on her plate, she worried her bottom lip, pulled back into the darkness that so easily claimed her thoughts. What if she finally found her soulmates, only to have them taken from her?
But I still sense doubt in your eyes.
Her gaze shot to his. I'm just afraid it will all be taken away. He took her hand in his, warmth pulsing through her.
We won't let them come between us.
She swallowed at that. How desperately she wanted to believe him. I've seen the force of their wrath. They'll seek revenge. He leveled her with an unwavering look.
And we'll be waiting. Even if we only get a few stolen moments together,
Cyrus said as he clasped her other hand.
It was worth it.
Her throat tightened with emotion when she looked into Cyrus's eyes. She leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. Thank you. She sighed when he kissed her forehead in response. Horatu squeezed her hand.
We'll have more than a few stolen moments. We aren't on Vindictus lands anymore. This is Fangborn territory. They wouldn't dare attack us here.
She sat up, swallowing back her trepidation. You sound so sure.
I am.
His voice was steady, unfaltering. How could he be so sure? What if they find us and blast us with their magic? He released her hand, cupping her chin.
Then we'll find you in the next life.
Oh, Horatu! She jumped from her bench and threw her arms around him, moisture leaking out of the corners of her eyes when he took her in his lap and held her close, murmuring sweet words into her ear. Her heart felt like it was swelling and bursting all at once. How desperately she needed to believe him. She barely knew her new mates, but already she couldn't imagine parting from them. Just the thought threatened to cleave her soul in two. How could she have formed an attachment so quickly? Her need for them was too fierce to be new love. Again, she wondered if their paths had crossed before, and they'd been separated by the Vindictus. The thought was more terrifying than she cared to admit. She finished eating her meal on his lap, sharing food off his plate, desire spiraling through her when he licked crumbs off her fingers. Cyrus ate so fast, she feared he'd end up with indigestion, as Bug refilled his plate 2 more times. She ate more at this meal than at the last one, forcing back her unease as hunger finally took over. She focused on finishing so that she could get them alone. After their plates were clean, Horatu burped into his fist and then helped her stand. He leaned against the table, completely unabashed by his own nakedness.
"Excuse us, Deiva,"
he said.
"You must forgive us for coming to the table so filthy, but we were famished."
She waved off his concern, pleased to see he had some modesty. "I understand." Cyrus stood too, following his brother's lead, his cheeks flushing as he looked down at the crumbs on his chest and the grime under his nails.
"We'll be right back. Please, make yourself comfortable, Deiva,"
Horatu said with a wink, motioning to the pile of furs beside the hearth.
"You may rest there if you'd like."
She thought of herself laid out on those furs while waiting for her shifters, knowing full well they'd do little talking when they returned.
"How about another drink?"
Cyrus poured a goblet of red wine with a wide grin.
"This is my favorite wine."
"Thank you," she said, kissing his cheek when he leaned over her to set the glass down. He blushed, touching his fingertips to his cheek.
"You're welcome."
The flames on his cheeks turned even redder.
"Anything to make you happy."
She couldn't help but smile at his boyish charm. Out of all the brothers, he had the sweetest disposition. She was suddenly struck by an image of her pouring her heart out to him over a glass of wine while he rubbed her feet. In the vision, they'd been sitting on a woven blanket beside the shoreline of a vast lake, which made no sense. There were no lakes in hell. She'd only read of them in one of the many books the Vindictus kept in their library. Wondering where that vision had come from, she thoughtfully sipped her wine, pleased by the mild, fruity flavor. When Cyrus took her hand, she let him lead her to the furs. After he helped lower her onto the floor, he set her goblet down on a low table beside the hearth. She smoothed her hand over the rich, brown fur beneath her. It was soft and supple, with enough cushion to cradle her when her mates settled between her legs, thrusting into her. The thought caused a shudder to steal down her spine.
"Do you want us to light a fire?"
Horatu asked, his brows drawn as he looked down at her. "No," she said, choosing to wrap herself in a warm fur instead. "I don't want any fire. Not after." She trailed off, feeling suddenly foolish for her fears. Cyrus knelt beside her, kissing her brow.
"I understand,"
he murmured against her skin. Leaning into his kiss, she released a breath, then missed his touch when he and his brother left in the direction of the bathing room. She hoped they'd hurry, for she didn't like being left alone with her troubling thoughts. "Why Mistress sad?" She blinked up at Bug, who eyed her curiously, like a cat with a new toy. "I'm sorry, Bug. I have a lot on my mind." "Mistress, no worry." He drew a circle in the air as he fluttered around her. "Mates take care of you now." How much she loved his optimism, but she refused to live in ignorance. "How can you be sure, Bug?" "Mates love Deiva." He slowly lowered himself onto the fur rug next to her, clasping his claws to his chest. "Bug can see their hearts." He'd always been a good judge of character. It was Bug who'd warned her to be wary of Gorky. Could he have been right about her mates, too? She certainly hoped so, though it mattered little if the Vindictus destroyed them all in their wrath. But what of the Vindictus? She cringed, fearing that speaking the words aloud would make them come true. What will happen when they seek revenge? "The 5 fight with the 1. What? Her voice cracked with fear. 5 witches have black hearts." He frowned, and she could have sworn his eyes clouded with choking black smoke. One has pure heart. Pure heart will not let the 5 seek revenge. Not now while her will is still strong. She sucked in a sharp breath. Did she dare hope he was right? How can you be sure? Bug has seen their hearts. Bug sees many things. Bug knows mates will be kind to Daiva and Bug. He flashes a wide grin, revealing pale gums and no teeth. We are safe now. Holy darkness. She thought about their time together as slaves. His intuition had always been right. Always. She lurched forward, clasping his claws that felt more like bands of iron. You have no idea what your words mean to me. His smile widened. Mistress need to drink wine. She laughed while leaning back. Are you trying to get me drunk, Bug? He shook his head while snatching up her goblet. Bug trying to get Mistress happy. She tipped her head to him when he handed her the goblet. Thank you. You're a good friend. He fluttered in front of her, his curious gaze locking on her eyes. So is Mistress.
Then we'll find you in the next life.
Though Horatu could hardly believe what he'd said to Daiva, he'd meant every word. She belonged to them, and they to her. She was more than a pretty witch, more than a lover. He felt the truth of it in the marrow of his bones. She was their mate, their destiny. He and his brothers didn't remember their childhoods or any time before they were the keepers of the beast, but he wondered if perhaps they had an existence before this one. Perhaps another time, another dimension. And perhaps Daiva had belonged to them then. He made quick work of washing up, painfully aware of the heaviness of his tight nutsack. He needed release. He needed Daiva. He stole a glance at his brother. The pup whistled while sponging grime off his body, the scent of lust spilling out of his pores.
Only a few more minutes,
he reassured him, before dipping his soapy head in the water.
If she lets us, she will.
Horatu reassured him, the lingering scent of her musky heat still clinging to the insides of his nostrils. After they washed, they quickly dried off. Horatu briefly thought about wrapping a robe around himself, but he decided against it. Daiva would have to get used to their nudity soon enough. He and his brothers preferred not to wear clothes, for they never knew when they'd need to shift. Though other demons were rarely stupid enough to challenge them, in the wilds of hell, they had to be prepared for attacks. Now that they'd made enemies of the Vindictus, they'd need to be more alert. The strain of clothes could delay their shifts even a second, and seconds counted when fighting tricky adversaries. They found Daiva where they'd left her, a fog of lust dimming her eyes as she smiled at them from behind the rim of her goblet. Her loyal servant hovered behind her, his eyes darting from Horatu to his brother. Cyrus quickly crossed over to the side table and grabbed a jug of wine. He topped off her goblet and then poured drinks for Horatu and himself. Clutching his goblet in a too-tight grip, Horatu lowered himself onto the furs beside Daiva, her crisp, warm scent wrapping around his spine and sinking into his skin.
Bug, leave us for a while,
he said to the servant, never taking his eyes off Daiva. Yes, master. Air from Bug's wings ruffled his hair before the creature flew off. Horatu brushed a strand of her long, dark hair off her brow. She shuddered when he grazed her cheek with the back of his hand, his balls tightening when the smell of her arousal hit him like a rock to the skull. He handed his goblet off to his brother.
Daiva,
he whispered hoarsely, feeling like a smitten pup while taking her goblet from her and handing it to Cyrus. His brother looked as if he was in a trance, unable to pull his gaze from Daiva as he set the goblet down behind him. Horatu scooted closer to Daiva so that their knees pressed together. The feel of her skin against his was like splashing fire on molten ore. Her touch magnified his desire for her, and he knew he'd never get enough of her as his fingers skimmed along the inside of her thigh.
Your skin is so soft,
he whispered in her ear when she leaned into him.
As smooth as butter.
nothing like the rough calluses on his palms. He imagined her pussy would feel even softer, like liquid silk. "Horatu," she murmured, her long lashes fanning across her golden skin when her eyelids fluttered shut. When her lips parted, he took it as his cue to kiss her. Gently at first, just a tentative exploration of her supple, soft lips. Nothing too fierce, though Darkness knew it took every scrap of his willpower not to throw her across the rugs and plow into her. He moaned in delight when she ran her fingers through his hair, scraping his scalp with nails that were as sharp as claws. He didn't mind a little pain, though. She'd already warned him of her thorns, and he was glad for it. The pain only heightened the pleasure. He pushed her onto the furs, settling between her legs. She tasted of honeyed wine and sage and something else, a subtle yet familiar taste of rich oak that was all her own, a taste that jarred his memory, and for a moment he found himself floating with her to another time, another place. Their sweaty, naked bodies clinging to each other while he thrust into her, waves lapping at their feet as his knees dug into soft sand. His hands were all over her, squeezing her breasts, wrapped around her slender throat, sliding down between her legs to tease that one spot while he thrust and thrust. When she bit down on his lip and the taste of his own blood pooled in his mouth, he woke up as if from a trance. It was then he realized her clothes were still on, and he wasn't inside her. Not yet. But his cock was as hard as iron, rubbing against the smooth silk of her gown, moisture from his slit smearing across her belly. "Horatu, please," she begged.
"Please, what?"
His beast took over as he raked his fangs across her neck. She scraped her nails down his back. "Fuck me." He didn't waste any time ripping off her dress. "The silk!" she cried.
"I'll get you more,"
he rumbled, shredding that gown from one end to the other with his claws, revealing ripe, soft breasts, a slender waist, flared hips, and a pussy dripping with desire. A feast all for him. He lavished each breast with kisses, his beast growling approval while Deiva writhed beneath him, begging him to impale her. When Cyrus knelt beside her and he threaded his fingers through her hair, she twisted toward him, greedily slurping his cock. He roared while she sucked him, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. Horatu hadn't planned on sharing, but since she was so hungry for cock, he'd give her more. He flipped her over, and she landed on all fours with the dexterity of a cat. Her mouth wrapped around Cyrus again as she sucked him like the fate of her soul depended on it. Cyrus fell onto his back, gaping up at the ceiling like he was on the verge of a seizure. Horatu dragged a talon down her wet slit, so ripe and ready for plunging, the strong scent of her nearly enough to make him shoot off prematurely. She whimpered through a mouthful of cock while angling her ass higher, shaking it for him in an urgent command.
"Whatever you desire, my goddess,"
he purred, sliding inside her welcoming, warm sheath, like plowing through soft tallow. "Fuck," he gritted his teeth, steeling himself against the pleasure that threatened to shatter him. And then he moved into her with rough, jarring thrusts, knowing that was exactly what she needed, what they both needed. Cyrus roared while spasming against her mouth as she swallowed his release, sucking and sucking like a demon possessed. Horatu's balls tightened and his cock strained for that pinnacle. The sounds of her cries were muffled by the cock in her mouth as her sheath tightened and spasmed against him, releasing a flood of juices. Her release triggered his own. He stilled with a yell, her tight pussy milking each surge as he spilled himself into her. He'd never known a more magnificent, soul-shattering feeling than marking his mate, claiming her as his. He'd die for her, again and again. He'd sell his soul for her. Deiva. His Deiva. He swore his heart stopped beating then, only to beat anew in time to hers, as if it knew he now belonged to her and would do anything to please his goddess. After Cyrus shot off into her mouth again, Horatu took her in his arms, this time making love to her slowly. Though he didn't mind sharing with his brothers, he also needed time alone with his goddess so he could worship her properly. By the time he and Cyrus had finished thoroughly loving their goddess, making her come until she whimpered for a reprieve, he knew their time with her was almost over. They'd have to go relieve Dragomir and Lucian soon, though the thought of leaving behind his mate was like a knife twisting in his heart. How had he fallen for her so quickly, so completely? His goddess had bewitched him, but he wasn't complaining. He'd gladly fall under her spell for an eternity. And if their souls should part, he knew without a doubt his soul wouldn't stop searching until he found her again. Perhaps their souls already had found one another after being apart, because he swore he'd known her in another life, another time. He'd never felt so complete than when he held her in his arms. Chapter 4. Hell, Present Day. Tori flung sweat from her brow as she followed her mates into the mouth of a strange cave, her wolf-touched eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. This cave wasn't like the cool, comfortable cavern she shared with her mates. It was still as hot as Hades in here, no doubt because it was closer to the lake of fire, the conflagration painting the outside sky in swaths of orange and wisps of black smoke. After nearly 2 years living in hell, she would have thought she'd be used to the heat, but with each passing day, she became less tolerant. Or maybe it was getting hotter, if that was at all possible. The ground was softer here, like mulch, sticking to the soles of her boots, like she was walking across a layer of chewed gum.
"Stay close to me,"
her alpha mate Dragomir rumbled in his deep protector voice, eclipsing her hand in his big, meaty paw and helping her along as she fought to keep her shoes from sticking to the floor. He clutched the ancient sword he'd lovingly called Cursebreaker in his other paw, though he didn't need it while in protector form. He stood almost 12 feet tall with huge tusks jutting up from his jaw and twin curled horns on top of his head. He could easily gouge his victims with either tusks or horns, or else just snap off their heads with his powerful grip. Her other alpha, Benjamin, who now preferred to be called Horatu after discovering 2 years ago that he was the reincarnated spirit of the ancient demon by the same name, walked on her other side, the fur on his neck standing on end, his sharpened eyes scanning the darkness for threats as he clutched a burlap sack in one hand. Lucian led their party in his wolf form, his nose alternating between sniffing the ground and the air for threats. Cyrus brought up the rear, stalking after them in his wolf form, ready to pounce on any demons foolish enough to cross them. Though Cursebreaker's handle was worn, the metal still gleamed beneath the glow of the overhead sconces, a beacon as they descended deeper into the cave. And there at the bottom of the tunnel was what Tori could only describe as the slums of hell. Though there was a hearth at the far end of the cavern, much like the hearth in the cave Tori shared with her mates, that was where the similarities ended. Instead of warm furs and comfy chairs surrounding this hearth, there was a mud pit where a demon with a pig snout wallowed around, his curly tail twitching while he slurped up something that looked like a long spaghetti noodle from the mud. At least, Tori hoped it was a noodle. 7 straw sleeping pallets with threadbare furs and blankets lined the walls. In the center of the room, a few huge boulders were fashioned into a rudimentary table and chairs. Laid out on the table were rotting fruits and the picked carcass of some feathered beast she didn't recognize. She shouldn't have been surprised by the squalor. This was what she'd imagined living in hell to have been like. What she and her mates shared was unique, and she'd never been more grateful than at that moment. A demon with a human torso who walked upright on 2 horse legs, unchained a strange bird-like creature from the wall, dragging it toward them. The creature looked like a human-sized pterodactyl as it walked with a hunch while relying on the elbows of its bat-like wings for support. It was bald, like a plucked chicken, save for a few shredded feathers. Its wings were so tattered, like two mangled cates after a windstorm. Tori doubted it could fly. It let out a pitiful squawk, looking at Tori with wide, watery eyes when the horse demon yanked on it harder, ordering it to hurry. Tori was almost compelled to pity the creature. Almost. How could she after all that demon had done to her family? She looked away from its piercing stare, refusing to satisfy its need for attention. The horse demon stopped, snarling at Tori and her mates as it was flanked by 3 other strange, animal-like demons. Tori fought the urge to plug her nose when their foul stench hit her, like rotting corpses. Dragomir had warned her their demon burn was severe, rotting away their intimate parts. Ouch. Horse demon kicked up mud beneath its hoof like a bull preparing to charge.
Payment first.
Horatu set the burlap sack down on the table with a clank.
2 bottles of demon brew. 10 pounds of bacon.
Horatu paused when the pig demon stopped wallowing in the mud to let out an ear-piercing squeal.
And 7 jars of antibiotic ointment.
Horatu continued, growling at the pig demon until his squeals subsided to whimpers. Tori resisted the urge to cringe when a beaver demon the size of a child climbed on top of the table and dumped the contents, his large flat tail slapping the slab. These demons had no idea what these wishes had cost her pack. With each passing month, their hunts had become less fruitful. A few years ago, and a 4-day hunt would have provided them with enough rapists and murderers to keep the beast sated for weeks. Now, Tori and her mates were forced to hunt twice as much, and they were still short on souls. The beast was growing restless, rattling the cave walls and even the mountain itself while it impatiently waited for its meals. Less souls also meant less provisions for her pack. They now had to ration food and toiletries, and she feared it would only get worse. That was why she'd begged her mates to hold off on seeking vengeance on her behalf, at least until they'd discovered the cause of the missing souls. But after the tricky demon had been evading them for 2 years, they weren't about to pass up the chance when word had reached them that it had been captured. They'd said avenging her family was far more important than bags of grains. She loved her mates for defending her family, but she was still worried, guilt gnawing a hole in her gut at what this exchange had cost them. The beaver demon's brows crossed as it counted the 7 antibiotic jars several times. "It's all here," he finally said to the horse demon. The horse demon shoved the pterodactyl creature, laughing when it stumbled forward, its long maw planting in the soft ground. Dragomir hauled the creature up by latching onto a massive bat wing. He turned toward Tori and her other mates.
"Let's go,"
he rumbled, dragging the pterodactyl behind him. Relief sagged Tori's shoulders after they escaped the den of demon burn. Never again would she complain of the sulfuric heat of the outside air. Dragomir dragged the creature for at least a mile, wearing it down as it tried in vain to break free of its chains and fly away. Not that it would be able to fly with those shredded wings. Once they reached the great expanse of land that resembled a dry lake bed, Tori shifted into wolf form and ran with Cyrus and Lucian, while Horatu and Dragomir remained in their protector forms, dragging their prisoner between them. Sweat drenched her fur by the time they'd made it to the other side several hours later, and she collapsed beneath the shade of a large boulder, shifting into human form to escape her stifling fur. A cool wind tickled her skin and blew back her hair. She looked up to see Lucian standing on a boulder above them in his demon form, which resembled a human with shimmery skin and spiked horns sticking out of his cropped black hair. His fingers pointed down as he channeled a magical breeze right toward her. Lucian's wind power had been gifted to him by Deiva over 2,000 years ago, shortly after they'd mated. Deiva had gifted all her mates with magical powers. Then, her soul had been taken, wandering for 2,000 years before she reincarnated as Tori and had stumbled into hell with Benjamin, who was now Horatu. Grateful for Lucian's wind power, she thanked him by blowing him a kiss, and he flashed a lopsided grin while pretending to catch it. She leaned back with a groan, letting the breeze tickle her bare breasts and the long column of her throat, very aware that her other mates were watching her like they were starving wolves, and she was a rack of lamb.
"I'll blow you if you blow me."
Lucian's wicked thought popped into her mind. She laughed at that. It's a deal. She loved hearing her mates' voices in her head. Shortly after agreeing to bond with the demon wolves, she'd completed the blood ritual with them, bonding them in mind and spirit. Though their telepathic connection was supposed to be a means for them to safely communicate during times of danger, her mates mostly used it to talk dirty to her. Not that she minded. Cyrus dug up their supply kit from beneath a boulder, his large canine paws as efficient as shovels. Then he shifted into human form and tossed her a pair of jeans, a shirt, and climbing boots. She thanked him with a kiss on the cheek and quickly dressed. She sat up on her knees when Horatu handed her a canteen, wishing she could drink the entire bottle. Mindful of her mates, she took 4 large swallows and then passed it around. They ignored the demon who squawked like a chicken, begging for a sip.
"We'll rest here for a bit before making our ascent,"
Dragomir said, mopping sweat from his heavy brow, then mouthing thanks to Lucian when a breeze blew his way. Her spine stiffened when Dragomir, still in his protector form, marched over toward the creature and hauled it up by one shredded wing. He spoke from between clenched teeth.
"Tell me about those shifters you killed in the living realm."
Tori flinched, her stomach churning with unease. Though she loved her mates for seeking vengeance on her behalf, she'd also been dreading this day, reliving that awful tragedy so many years ago. Sensing her unease, Cyrus sat beside her, grazing her shoulder after he slipped into a pair of shorts and climbing boots. She leaned into him while watching Dragomir and Horatu interrogate the demon. What shifters?" the demon sputtered. Dragomir's features turned as hard as granite.
"Don't play dumb, Balban. You killed 2 shifters, a she-wolf and her mate."
Balban's gaze darted from Dragomir to her, looking at her as if she'd step in and save the miserable beast. "I've killed a lot of mortals." Horatu balled up his fists while hovering behind Balban.
"These were shifters. Why?"
Dragomir shook Balban's wing, snarling.
"Why them?"
"Why do you care about the Amaraki?" The creature pulled back its leathery gums, revealing a mouthful of rotting fangs. "They stole your mate and brother." Dragomir rattled the creature hard. Dread sliced up Tori's spine when Balban's wing tore in an audible rip. The demon let out an ear-piercing shriek, sagging in Dragomir's grip.
"I'm not going to ask you again."
Dragomir seethed. Balban whimpered, tears streaming down its snout and evaporating in the parched soil beneath its clawed feet. "They were at the wrong place at the wrong time." Horatu raised a meaty fist, looking ready to pummel the demon.
"Who helped you?"
"Why?" the creature cried, shielding its face with its one free wing.
"Citri?"
Dragomir demanded. Balban vehemently shook its head. "He was in hell." Horatu's eyes narrowed to slits.
"Then explain to me how you and he captured 2 she-wolves from the Romanian tribe."
"That was over a decade later." The creature's voice shook as it looked up at Dragomir like a mouse caught in a cat's paws. "He wasn't with me when the Texas wolves were killed."
"Then who helped you?"
Dragomir growled.
"Eosoth?"
The creature shrank back as if Dragomir had slapped it. "You know him?"
There's talk he's been looking for you. Says he has a score to settle.
Dragomir's grin was a feral, wicked promise of pain and retribution.
Shall I bring you to him?
No! The demon howled. Please! Dragomir shook the demon again.
Who helped you, Balban?
It was him! The demon's shoulders sagged as its voice deflated. We were running drugs and slaves across the border, and the wolves got in the way. It squinted up at Dragomir, flashing a fanged grin. You should be happy after what the Amaraki did to your family.
The Amaraki are our family. Our mate and brother have been reincarnated, and their souls returned to us. This is Tori.
Dragomir motioned her forward.
You knew her as Daiva.
Tori's feet felt weighted with bricks as she bridged the short distance between them. Cyrus walked at her side like her personal shadow, growling at the demon in Dragomir's grip. Daiva! The creature gasped, looking at her like a love-struck puppy. Thank the flame! I prefer to go by Tori, she spat. Not that it mattered to Balban, who'd soon be a meal for the beast. She resisted the urge to cringe at the putrid smell wafting from the creature as she went to Horatu, slipping her small hand into his big paw. This close, she could make out the charred remains of feathers all over its black, puckered skin, and with such a long snout, she realized it was some sort of miniature dragon. Magic tickled her palms, just in case she needed to throw out a shield if this thing tried to unleash fire. Fortunately, Lucian had been training with her these past 2 years, and her shields were now nearly impenetrable. The creature's squeal was like nails raking across her mind. How wonderful you've finally returned to your pack! She worked hard to unclench her jaw as she glared at the demon who'd killed her mother and father and had maimed her oldest brother. I was reincarnated as an Amaraki. Turning up her chin, she swallowed back her rage, thankful that Cyrus grasped her free hand while Horatu gave her other hand a gentle squeeze. Those wolves you killed were my parents. Oh, the creature's jaw fell open, realization dawning before tears pooled in its crimson eyes. It was an accident. She wasn't buying it. Was selling slaves and drugs an accident? A succubus has got to make a living. Balban's oily smile was nearly enough to make Tori retch.
So do we.
Dragomir snarled as he hauled the creature up by its chains.
Time to go feed the beast.
With help from Lucian's wind, Dragomir and his pack scaled the mountain in a matter of minutes, hauling their whimpering captive with them. His brothers were in their demon forms, the ascent easier on 2 legs. Horatu and Dragomir remained as monolithic, horned giants. They needed their protector strength in case Balban tried to escape its chains. He scowled down at the creature. It had a putrid case of demon burn, rotting its stinky crotch from the inside out. He still wasn't entirely sure the beast would want to eat their captive, but he was willing to give it a try. Anything to avenge the injustice done to his mate's parents. As soon as they were all safely on the ledge of their cavern, overlooking the scorched earth hundreds of feet below, he tightened his hold on his prisoner's chains.
Come on, the beast is hungry.
The creature let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground, a dead weight at Dragomir's feet. With a low growl, he dragged its chains.
You're only making this harder on yourself, Balban. I don't care. I'll drag your ass across the rocks.
Please don't feed me to the beast. The creature tugged on its chain, angling its head toward Tori, the wind whistling through its nostrils, while the plea in its voice intensified. Mistress, Daiva, I can tell you about the before, about your sister. A cloak of cool rage clung to Tori like a second skin as she scowled down at the beast. What about my sister? Tori was very protective of her teenage sister, Phoenix, a demon shifter who lived in the mortal realm with the other Amaraki wolves. Dragomir stepped away from Balban, not wanting to be in Tori's line of fire if the foolish creature threatened Phoenix. Balbin sat on its bony knees, its shredded wings hanging limply down its back as it clasped its claws in a prayer pose. "Save me, and I'll tell you."
"Don't listen to it, Tori,"
Horatu rumbled, wedging himself between their mate and the demon. Balbin batted its eyes at Dragomir and his protector brother. "I can tell you about your mother, about your cousins." Dragomir blinked at the creature.
"We have no other family."
"You do!" Balbin's crimson eyes pinched as it looked at Dragomir with a cross between a sneer and a smile. "The Vindictus erased your memories when they captured your mother." All moisture evaporated from Dragomir's mouth. His brother's gasps echoed around him, and then silence as Dragomir's vision tunneled on the demon.
"You lie."
But as he said the words, instinct told him Balbin was telling the truth. He and his brothers didn't remember their childhoods. They assumed it was because they were eternal, with no beginning or end, a concept that was too hard for them to try to grasp without getting headaches. "I don't lie," the creature said, the sound of evil curling up in his serpentine voice, like a snake ready to strike. "Tell me, do you remember your childhoods?" When Dragomir and his brothers didn't answer, the demon continued. "I'll tell you everything. Just don't feed me to the beast." The demon nodded toward Tori. "The Vindictus will come back for you now that Daiva's back." Dragomir felt as if the ledge had fallen out from beneath his feet. They wouldn't dare harm his mate. Balbin rubbed its claws together. "My knowledge can save you." Dragomir squeezed Balbin's chains so hard, he felt the metal warp beneath his grasp.
"Talk. We'll sense if you're lying."
A greasy, fanged smile. "First, you must promise not to feed me to the beast." Dragomir looked to Tori. It would be her call. He owed her that much, after what Balbin had done to her Amaraki family, even though he was sorely tempted to make an offering to the beast. The primordial djinn who lived in the bowels of their mountain home was perpetually hungry, and finding souls to feed it had been getting increasingly harder over the months. Tori gave him a curt nod. "We promise." Dragomir released a slow exhale, a mixture of disappointment and relief. Though he wanted to feed the djinn, he hadn't realized until that moment how very much he wanted to know about his past. "Very well," the demon said, shoulders falling and wings caving inward. 3,000 years ago, the demon realm was less hostile, almost a paradise. The creature swept a wing toward the wasteland below. "The wilds were different, a lake teeming with fish, fields of grains, and a prosperous city ruled by 2 powerful witch queens, sisters Hecate and Elria. Your mother and aunt." Dragomir gave a start at that. Somewhere in the back of his mind, he recognized those names, and he saw a flash of their faces, golden eyes like his, and kind smiles. "The Vindictus was nothing more than a fringe coven of witches who lived on the edge of civilization," Balbin continued. "They'd been deemed cruel by Hecate and Elria and cast out centuries earlier." Balbin coughed into its wing, a dry hack, before turning to Dragomir with pleading eyes. "Water," it rasped. "I can't finish without water." With a grumble, Horatu thrust the canteen in the creature's face, scowling as the demon poured the remains of the water into its long snout. Dragomir shared looks with his brothers.
"Do you believe this demon?"
Lucian's nostrils flared.
"I don't sense any deceit." "Neither do I,"
Cyrus said, eyeing the demon like a hawk preparing to strike a mouse. Dragomir gritted his teeth.
"That's what I was afraid of."
The creature drained the last of the water, then handed the empty canteen back to Horatu, its gray tongue licking drops off its snout before it let out a smoky belch. Then Balbin draped a wing across its forehead. "I will need sustenance before I go on." Dragomir nudged it with a heavy foot.
"You get nothing else from us, you rotting pile of waste. Finish the damn story before I snap your scraggly neck."
Balbin gasped, arching away from Dragomir with wide, frightened eyes. Dragomir wasn't falling for its pitiful display. When it turned its doe-eyed gaze to Tori, Dragomir gave the creature a good kick in the buttocks. It squealed, then rubbed its behind, while giving Dragomir an accusatory look. "Finish the damn story," Tori hissed, "and look elsewhere if you're expecting pity." Dragomir smiled at his mate, while Cyrus held her hand. The creature pouted before sucking in a breath.
"Hecate and Elria, the former rulers of Hell, each conceived 4 sons from magic, powerful shifters who enforced the city's laws."
Turning its gaze away from Tori, Balbin spoke through a pout. "Daiva and her sister Bennu were among the many apprentice witches to your mother and aunt.
Though their powers were strengthening, they still had much to learn. But some said they'd one day be as powerful as Hecate and Elria."
Balbin gave Dragomir a curt nod. "You and your brothers were betrothed to Daiva. Your cousins were betrothed to Bennu." Dragomir and his brothers swore, and Tori sucked in a sharp breath. No wonder they'd felt a connection to Daiva that first time they'd taken her from the Vindictus. They'd already been betrothed in a past life. He knew he wouldn't like how this story ended. "Each year our city prospered and grew," the creature continued. "A mecca where all kinds of demons could live in peace. The beast belonged to the citizens. It lived in a well in the center of town, and any demon who fed its souls was rewarded with wishes. With wars waging in the human dimension, there were always plenty of fallen souls to feed it." Balbin licked its lips, as if recalling a delicious memory. "The human realm was the real hell, and this hell was a sanctuary. For demons, of course, not the damned." Dragomir had a hard time imagining a world like that, where demons lived in peace and prosperity. "Little did we know, the fringe coven of 5 witches was growing in power." Balbin frowned, wrapping its wings around itself.
"Though individually they weren't as strong as Hecate or Elria, they learned how to fuse their magic, so that together they were stronger."
The blood in Dragomir's veins turned to sludge, for he feared what Balbin was about to tell them. "They struck when the city was sleeping and turned Elria to ash," Balbin continued in a watery voice. "They burned the city, tortured its citizens. Your mother helped many of her apprentices escape through a portal to the mortal realm. They hid themselves in enchanted lamps. Today we call them jinns, named for the beast that was trapped in the city's well." Dragomir shared looks of shock with his brothers and mate. This story had to have been a lie, a figment of the demon's imagination. "Daiva and Bennu refused to go with them. They stayed with you and your cousins and fought." The demon hung its head, sniffling, though Dragomir saw no signs of tears. "The Vindictus turned Bennu to ash and banished your cousins to the dimension below this one. Then they took you and your brothers and Daiva hostage. Your mother was forced to negotiate. They agreed to spare her sons if she joined with them. She thought she'd be able to overpower them, to destroy them from within, but they erased everyone's memories, including hers. She did win one small victory before she'd lost her memory. Her sons were given control of the beast." A violent shudder claimed the demon, rippling through its shredded wings. "Such a powerful jinn under their control would have been even more devastating. They separated you and your brothers from Daiva, broke the mating bond, and forced her to become their apprentice witch, where they siphoned her power." A jolt of anger shot through Dragomir, tension coiling around his neck as his gaze shot to Tori.
"They broke our bond."
Tori went to him, clasping his hand and flashing a subtle smile. "They won't this time. I won't let them." He wanted to roar to the sky and toss boulders into the air. The demon cleared its throat. "After centuries of Vindictus rule, this realm was turned into a wasteland, and demons have been trying to escape ever since. That's why I was in the human realm." Sitting on its knees, Balbin clasped its clawed hands in a prayer pose. "I know it's no excuse for killing your father and mother,
I know I've committed many crimes I must atone for. Many of us demons lost our way after our queens and city were taken from us."
When the demon hung its head, Dragomir shared a knowing look with his brothers and Tori, then with Lucian, who had the best instincts out of the pack.
"Is it true, Lucian?"
he asked. Lucian shook his head.
"I believe its story, but not its false remorse."
"Me neither," Tori answered. Dragomir was growing ever tired of this demon, and he and his pack had a lot to process.
"Which one of the Vindictus is our mother?"
he demanded, his tone coming out clipped as he hovered over the demon. I don't know." Balbin shrank back. "They all look the same now." Horatu stood shoulder to shoulder with Dragomir, his long shadow falling across the demon.
"How do we defeat them?"
"You can't!" The creature's shrill whine whistled through its snout. "They're too powerful." Dragomir refused to be deterred. He crossed his arms, his eyes narrowing to slits.
"How do we get our aunt back, Daiva's sister?"
The creature shook its head, its eyes widening with alarm. "I'm not sure, and I wouldn't dare to try." Cyrus snarled at the demon.
"You said the Vindictus turned them to ash. Just their bodies, or their souls, too?"
Out of all his brothers, Cyrus was the best with spells. If anyone could bring back their aunt and Daiva's sister, it was him. "Souls are much harder to destroy than bodies." Balbin licked its leathery lips, a gleam in its eyes. "I would assume their souls resurrected either in this dimension or another. They could be living among the Amaraki wolves as we speak." "Or the humans?" Tori asked. Balbin shook its head. "Doubtful, unless they found a coven of witches. Magic calls to magic, and the Amaraki possess it in abundance." Cyrus thoughtfully rubbed his chin.
"They could have lived several lives over, like Tori and Horatu."
"If any souls could do it, they could," Balbin said, the wind whistling through its nostrils. "Names hold significant meaning in hell. Elria meant gifted witch in the old tongue, and Bennu meant rebirth of the ashes." "Rebirth of the ashes?" Tori clutched her throat, the color draining from her face. "Like a firebird?" Balbin eagerly nodded. "Mortals refer to it as a phoenix." "Well, fuck." Tori made a gasping sound. "Phoenix!" He gave her a warning look.
"Don't let the demon know about your sister."
She visibly swallowed and nodded.
"How can we tell if this phoenix is Daiva's soul sister?"
He pressed. Balbin's eyes narrowed on Tori, assessing, calculating. "Daiva and Bennu shared a special love for one another. You will know when you find her." Tori was wise enough to steal her features, giving away nothing to the demon.
"What about Phoenix's, Bennu's mates?"
Horatu asked.
"Our cousins. How do we bring them to this dimension?"
"There are crystals that can be activated to help travel from dimension to dimension. Citri had found the last one that I knew of. The rest are kept by the Vindictus and their witch hunters."
"Witch hunters?"
Horatu looked to him, confusion in his eyes. Though many of his memories had come back, he probably didn't know about the hunters that worked for the Vindictus. Why would he? They hadn't bothered the Fangborn pack before, though Dragomir feared they'd be bringing them trouble soon enough.
"They hunt for witches in other dimensions and bring them to the Vindictus,"
Dragomir rumbled. Cyrus wrapped an arm around Tori's shoulder, as if he expected the hunters to swoop into their cavern and take her.
"And they use them to siphon their power."
Balbin flashed a wicked grin. "Only a few are lucky enough to be used as siphons." "And what of the rest?" "The weaker witches?" Balbin said, a smile in its voice, as if it delighted in the torment of others. "They are given to their oracle."
"For what?"
Dragomir asked, then tensed, fearing the answer. The demon visibly shivered, what little feathers it had left rattling with the movement. "I can't speak of it."
"Why?"
Dragomir pressed. "Because the thought fills my veins with dread. I'd rather be fed to the beast than spend one moment in the oracle's grasp." It shuddered again, but there was no mistaking the gleam in its eyes, as if the foul creature would gladly trade places with the oracle. Dragomir wished they hadn't promised not to feed the demon to the beast. Such evil needed to be erased from this dimension.
"Tell us,"
Dragomir demanded, raising his meaty fists. "Please don't make me!" The demon let out a wail, shielding its face from Dragomir's wrath. When Tori's face paled, Dragomir decided not to press the demon for more information. Clearing his throat, Dragomir nudged the demon with his big toe.
"Look at me, Balban."
The creature looked like a drowned rat as it looked up at him. Had Dragomir not known the evil it was capable of, he might have felt sorry for it.
"Do you swear everything you've told us is the truth?"
Balban clasped a clawed hand to its chest. "On my soul!" Rubbing his chin, Dragomir gave the pathetic demon a long look.
"Very well."
"Then I'm free to go?" Balban stumbled to its feet, chains rattling with the movement. Dragomir shared a look with his brothers before nodding toward Lucian.
"Wait for my signal." "No."
"What?" It threw up its shredded wings, crimson flares flashing in its eyes. "You promised!" Folding his arms across his chest, Dragomir flashed a smug smile.
"That we wouldn't feed you to the beast, and we won't. We never said we wouldn't punish you for what you did to Tori's mother and father."
The demon's lower lip trembled, its eyes glossing over with moisture. "After all I've told you?" Dragomir wasn't buying Balban's false tantrum.
"You've kept those secrets for centuries,"
he roared, shaking a fist down at the creature.
"We had to threaten you with the beast for you to tell us."
Balban fell back onto its knees, tears streaming down its snout. "You don't understand the wrath of the Vindictus."
"Oh, believe me, we do,"
Dragomir chuckled.
"And now it's time they felt our wrath."
He nodded toward Lucian. With a flick of the wrist, Lucian used his wind to push the creature toward the ledge. Dragomir followed when the demon dug its claws into the dirt, trying to stall the inevitable. The beast let out a wail. "Please, please," it begged.
"Say hello to our cousins."
Dragomir kicked it in the chest. Balban whimpered, curling into itself like a dying spider. Dragomir nodded toward Lucian, who blew it back again. Dragomir followed, watching as the demon tumbled head over tail over the side of the cliff, its chains weighing it down as it tried in vain to flap its shredded wings. With his wolf-touched eyes, he watched as the creature hit the river of fire below, its screams of terror swallowed by the bubbling lava as it sunk beneath the current. With this death, Balban had been banished to an even worse hell than this one. The demon would not find its way back to this realm without help, and Balban had made enough enemies during its miserable existence that it would probably be knocked down more levels by other vengeful demons. Turning on his heel, Dragomir resolved to put Balban out of his mind. That demon wasn't worth any more of his energy or thoughts. He was shocked to see Tori pressing her forehead against Cyrus's shoulder, tightly clutching his shoulders. He went to her, stroking her hair, as his other brothers did the same.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. "For some reason," she said through a sniffle, wiping her nose on the back of her sleeve. "I thought the taste of vengeance would be sweeter, but I just feel empty." Dragomir took her chin in his hand, while Cyrus wrapped an arm around her.
"What can we do?"
She shook her head, looking from Dragomir to his brothers. "You already do so much." She heaved a shaky sigh. "I'll get over it." He swallowed at that, remembering how Daiva always took pity on other demons, even when they deserved no compassion.
"Do you think Phoenix is a resurrection of Bennu?"
he asked, not just to get her mind off Balban, but because they needed to know. She nodded, biting her bottom lip. "I loved her the first moment I met her. Even though we didn't grow up together, I felt as if we'd been sisters for thousands of years."
"And Elria?"
Cyrus pressed.
"Do you have any idea who she could be?"
Horatu and Tori shared a look before he said,
There's a powerful Amaraki witch, Ailea.
Ailea? Dragomir asked, realizing it probably wasn't a coincidence that their names were so similar.
She used to be human,
he said,
but she was turned into a shifter a few years ago. Could it be her?
Lucian asked.
I'm not sure.
Horatu shook his head, again exchanging a look with Tori. They were speaking telepathically and leaving everyone else out. Judging by the way Tori's lips pinched in determination, he knew she would fight him if he tried to summon this Ailea to their dimension. Dragomir's beast let out a rumble of annoyance.
We need to contact her.
Tori's eyes snapped to his. Why? Her tone was clipped, defensive.
We might need her help, bringing down the Vindictus.
She looked at him as if he'd sprouted a dick out of his forehead. No way are we involving Ailea in this.
A very bad idea,
Horatu agreed, his features turning to granite, unrelenting. Dragomir's claws bit into his palms as he struggled to rein in his temper.
The Vindictus will come after us, and when they do, we'll need all the help we can get.
Tori shook her head. Even if Ailea wanted to help, her mates wouldn't let her.
Can they stop her?
He asked. The look of horror Tori gave him would have been comical hadn't their situation been dire. She has young children. I wouldn't ask this of her. Besides, she averted her gaze, we don't know if she's Elria.
Their names are too similar to be a coincidence,
he snapped, his patience wearing thin.
Just like you know Phoenix is the Firebird. Dragomir.
Horatu let out a warning rumble.
We can't involve her.
Spine hardening to iron, he prepared for a battle.
We don't have a choice. We will need help from every witch, including Phoenix, to defeat them.
No, Tori spoke on a rush of air. Not my sister.
Dragomir.
Horatu growled, flashing his teeth.
Drop it.
He jutted a foot toward Horatu, his face nearly a breath from his brother's, as he matched his snarl with one of his own.
You heard what happened when the Vindictus struck us the last time. What do you think will happen this time?
Dragomir knew the evil witch council wouldn't be content to let their souls scatter on the wind. They would obliterate them until they were not even a whisper, as if they'd never existed. Chapter 5. Tori shot up from bed when the rumble hit. The entire cavern shook as if the mountain itself had heaved a shuddering breath. She threw up a shield, a wide, translucent umbrella, to protect herself from the debris that fell from the ceiling. Her heart leapt in her throat when she didn't see her mates in bed beside her. Then she remembered Horatu and Lucian had gone hunting with their loyal servant Bug. They were too far for her to call through thought, for they'd gone into a ravine below the mountain where Bug had spied 2 souls. She prayed that Lucian's wind had saved them and they hadn't been buried beneath an avalanche of debris. Cyrus and Dragomir were taking turns guarding the tunnel entrance. Her veins turned to sludge, slowing her heart to a painful thud at the thought of either of them toppling over the ledge. "Dragomir!" she called through thought. "Cyrus!"
"Tori,"
Dragomir answered.
"Are you okay?"
"Fine. You?" she asked.
"Under a table,"
he answered.
"You?"
"Under a shield." She sucked in a breath as the shield held strong and steady above her, thanks to Lucian's lessons. Why hadn't Cyrus answered? "Cyrus!" she called again. Still no answer.
"Fuck."
Dragomir's thought resonated in her head as the earth continued to shake.
"Stay where you are."
She wanted to run to the tunnel, but she hadn't mastered moving with her shield and feared it would pop before she reached Cyrus. So her palms burned with magic, her shoulders and arms aching as she held the shield above her head. The quakes only lasted a few more seconds, though it felt like a lifetime. As soon as the debris stopped falling, she threw off her covers and launched from the bed. Her heart hammered in her ears, and her legs felt like dead weights as she ran through the hearth room and into the long tunnel that led to the exit. The tunnel was darker than usual, dimly lit, with only one flickering wall sconce, the rest having been snuffed out in the quake. The air was thicker, too, not just from the dust that hung in the air and coated her lungs, but a heaviness that pressed on her chest. When she reached the end of the tunnel, her thudding heart came to a slow, grinding halt. A cascade of rocks had sealed off the tunnel, save for a small opening, a window to the outside world that was too small to crawl through. Though none of that mattered. All she cared about was the whimpering wolf lying on the ground beside Dragomir, his bloody black fur turned ashy with dust, one side of his skull crushed, his back legs and tail buried beneath the avalanche. Dragomir shifted into a big, hulking protector. With arms the size of tree trunks, he easily swept away the debris that trapped Cyrus. She fell to her knees, placing a hand on Cyrus's skull, summoning her healing powers, though she wasn't sure she could save him. She and Lucian had been so caught up in defensive spells, they hadn't focused on her healing strength. Not when both Horatu and Cyrus were powerful healers. Closing her eyes, Tori decided to pray. Not to the ancients. She no longer believed them to be gods, just mortal barbarians who'd stolen power from her demon pack. She had no gods now, only the soothing darkness that came to her when she dove deep into her endless chasm of power. The magic that coated her body and soul like a well of black ink spilling over parchment. "Darkness, help me save him," she breathed, and then released her magic, letting it move through her into him, pulsing like sonar as the magic flowed and flowed. "Heal him! Save him!" she commanded her magic, shaping it, imagining it like a ball of clay that yielded to her. Darkness covered Cyrus like a cloak, seeping into his skin, snapping broken bones back in place, stretching his crushed skull, healing cuts and bruises. By the time the darkness faded to a dull gray and then a sparkling white, she was nearly out of breath and so bone-tired. She breathed out a sigh of relief when she saw Cyrus's skull once again whole, his chest softly rising and falling in gentle slumber. She was vaguely aware of Dragomir massaging her shoulders and kissing the back of her head before she slumped over Cyrus, fatigue overwhelming her. Tori's eyes slowly opened to a fog of crimson. It took her a few moments to realize she was staring up at the canopy over the large bed she shared with her mates, though the 5 of them never slept together at once. No, one was always watching the entrance while 2 were always hunting, as souls became harder to find. That was their existence now, focusing on surviving, not on reconnecting and discovering each other after 2,000 years apart. But where were her mates now? Why was the cavern so quiet? She turned her head to see the spot beside her empty. Slowly, memories from earlier began to filter through her mind. The quake. "Cyrus!" She shot up with a gasp. "Cyrus!" she called, dismayed when she didn't get an answer. Why wasn't he beside her on the bed?
"Hey."
She blinked at Dragomir as he stood in the threshold to the sleeping chamber. He was in his demon form, a mortal's body, though his skin was a shimmery silver and he had twin spiked horns jutting from the top of his head. He'd changed into a fresh pair of pants, water dripping from his long, dark hair and across the swirls of ink along his muscular, bare chest. But it wasn't his rugged, masculine beauty that left her breathless. It was the shadows darkening his eyes and drawing down his mouth, the dark pall she could feel radiating from his soul. "Cyrus?" she rasped.
"Fine,"
he answered as he crossed over to her.
"Still sleeping by the hearth."
Emotion constricted her throat, and tears pricked the backs of her eyes as her shoulders sagged in relief. "What about the others?"
"Bug flew back an hour ago to tell us they were well. He's guarding the entrance now. Horatu and Lucian are still tracking those souls."
He sat on the edge of the bed, slowly cupping her knee while eyeing her as if she'd slap him away.
"How are you?"
She rubbed the sleep from her eyes. "A little groggy?"
"You did an amazing job healing him."
He squeezed her knee. a ghost of a smile cracking the hard angles of his face.
Your powers are getting stronger every day.
She nodded at that, trying to block the image of Cyrus's motionless wolf body trapped beneath the rubble, blood and dust coating his fur. I don't know what I would have done if I couldn't. Unable to finish, she bit down on her knuckles, looking away.
But you did. He's fine.
He wrapped an arm around her waist, his voice dropping to a soothing whisper, as if he was trying to comfort a child.
We're fine.
But were they? For she feared this earthquake was one of many more to come. Looking into his eyes, she settled a hand against his chest. Was it the beast? He visibly swallowed.
Yes.
Has he ever done it this bad before? She didn't know how to articulate her question, especially not when her brain was so muddled. But she knew he knew what she meant. His features solidified, his eyes burning with rage.
No.
She wrapped her arms around herself. That's what I was afraid of. He cupped her cheek, his features softening.
Tori, I swear I'll do whatever it takes to keep you safe.
Didn't he understand it wasn't her soul she cared about? It was theirs. It was being separated from her mates again for another 2,000 years, or possibly forever. She was about to tell him when she saw the trickle of blood along the side of his neck. You're cut. She wiped the blood, then parted his hair, dismayed to find a big gash at the base of his neck. He shrugged, pushing her hand away.
A rock slipped when I was clearing out the tunnel.
She scowled, slapping his hand when he tried to push her away. It's all clear? She asked, pressing her fingertips against the gash. A cut this small would only take a little of her healing magic.
Mostly. The opening is a little narrower.
He pulled back, giving her a wary look when magic buzzed her fingertips.
Don't waste your energy.
Why was he like this? Taking care of you is never a waste, Dragomir. He said nothing else as she continued. It only took a few seconds, and the gash had closed up, leaving nothing left but clotted blood on the side of his neck. The expelled energy made her surprisingly tired. She stifled a yawn and leaned back against the pillows. Perhaps she'd stay in bed a little longer. He pulled back, frowning down at her.
Are you still angry with me?
She blinked up at him. No, I'm not angry. She knew what he was talking about. His reckless idea to bring Phoenix and Ailea into their fight with the Vindictus. He gave her a long look.
You sure?
She reached for his hand, giving his fingers a tight squeeze. I know you're trying to protect us. And in his quest to protect them, he'd been driving himself, and her, mad. His obsession to keep her safe was also connected to his temper, and one would easily set off the other, which meant she'd been angry with him a lot lately. She hated when they fought, though she certainly enjoyed the making up part. They hadn't fought like this the first year she and Horatiu had been reunited with their pack, but that was because that first year they had plenty of souls to feed the beast, and they hadn't thought twice about the Vindictus. This past year, though, everything started going to shit. Shadows fell across his face as he stared down at their joined hands.
I've failed you, Tori. Twice already.
Her throat constricted as she nuzzled his neck. You didn't fail me.
I did.
The emotion in his watery voice was more than she could bear. She crawled into his lap, clasping his face in her hands. You're a good protector.
I don't know what to do to keep you safe.
He hung his head, a solitary tear sliding down his cheek and onto her palm, as his voice dropped to a near whisper.
I don't know what to do.
She swore she felt her heart crack at the hopelessness in his downcast eyes. Then we'll figure it out together. Lifting his face, she brushed her lips across his. He let out a shuddering breath, burying his face against her neck.
I don't deserve your love.
She swore that crack in her heart widened. Too bad. She ran her hands across his hard chest, his broad shoulders. You've got it. Fatigue forgotten, she kissed him again, this time more urgently, as she forced him to part his lips for her. That kiss was an expression of her love for him. Even if he didn't think he deserved it, he wouldn't deny her love. She swirled her tongue with his, drinking him in. He tasted like sweet nectar and fire and brimstone, and she wouldn't let him forget he was hers, all hers. Her nipples hardened to fine peaks, straining against the silk of her gown as she pressed against him. With a low growl, he cupped her ass, hiking up her gown, much to her delight. His fingers wasted no time exploring her most intimate area between her thighs, stroking, probing, readying her for him. She fell against the bed, arching her back so he could slip her gown over her head. He let out a predatory rumble when she was exposed to him, her legs spread wide, an invitation to feast. And feast he did, hungrily devouring each breast while he ground his hard length between her legs, his thick head poking over the top of his pants. She raked her nails across his back, hissing while he continued to torture her nipples, sucking and nipping, scraping his fangs across the sensitive peaks. She never knew she'd love pain mixed with her pleasure. Never. Until she'd fallen for her demon wolves. Now, she couldn't get enough of their fangs, their thick cocks plowing into her, the taste of their blood when she bit into them, marking them as hers. "Fuck me, please," she begged, dragging her nails back up his back.
"I don't think I can be gentle,"
he rumbled, raking his fangs up her neck. "Good," she rasped. He ripped off his pants and fell back on top of her. She eagerly and submissively wrapped her legs around his waist, surrendering her body to him. He plowed into her with one fluid thrust, her silken sheath already so wet and inviting, cradling him like a glove. She dragged her fingers through his hair, toying with the tips of his horns, stroking them while he hissed into her mouth, thrusting, harder, harder. Her low moans and his feral grunts rose above the sound of their bodies slapping together. She raised her legs higher, opening to him, letting him claim every inch of her tight sheath as he continued to relentlessly thrust. Her orgasm barreled through her like a freight train, slamming into her so hard it stole the air from her lungs. He stilled with a roar, spilling his seed into her, filling her fully and marking her as his. He fell on top of her, cradling her in his arms, whispering words of love into her ear. She didn't balk when he crushed her against his chest, his hold on her tightening, as if he feared she'd somehow slip from his grasp, because she couldn't shake the growing fear that maybe one day she would. Tori carefully extricated herself from her sleeping mate's arms. She knew he was beyond exhausted when she replaced her sore ribcage with a pillow. He squeezed the feathers out of the pillow, mumbling her name while burying his face in the sheets. She slid into her robe and quietly tiptoed out of the cavern. Despite her fatigue, she couldn't sleep, not with so much worry pressing down on her shoulders. She had to find a way to stop the Vindictus. She went to the hearth, mindful of Cyrus sleeping on a low pallet of furs off to the side, his back to her as he gently snored. She grabbed the can of dried sage off the mantel and tossed a handful onto the dying embers inside the hearth. Closing her eyes, she cleared her throat. "Spirits of the underworld, I call on you to summon a demon home. Jezebeth, daughter of Abera, return to your maker. Flesh and bone to ash and smoke, enter through our portal. I mean you no harm." A flash of magic appeared in the hearth, and Tori quickly scooted back. The djinn appeared in a long wisp of smoke, like steam from a kettle, her form slightly translucent, revealing the hearthstones behind her. Though she didn't look a day over 25, Jezebeth was at least 2,000 years old, and still so strikingly beautiful with honeyed gold skin, long black hair, and tapered golden eyes. With such generous curves and a full, wicked smile, no wonder she'd been able to seduce her and Phoenix's fathers. "You?" She pointed at Tori, her eyes wide with alarm as she looked around the room.
Where are your mates?
It was no secret the Jinn was terrified of Tori's mates, and for good reason. The Fangborn brothers didn't hide their grudge toward the Jinn after she'd stolen Daiva's and Horatu's souls 2,000 years ago. The only reason they hadn't fed her to the beast was because she was Phoenix's mother. Busy, Tori answered, her gaze darting to Cyrus as he let out another loud snore. A wicked smile split the Jinn's face in two, reminding Tori why she never liked her half-sister's mother.
Have you grown tired of them already?
No. Speaking through frozen features, Tori did her best to cool her rage. I summoned you to ask you a question.
Listen, girl.
The Jinn jutted a hand on her hip, her golden cheeks flushing.
You may be my child's half-sister, but I am not your mother. You don't get to summon me to this miserable pit whenever you like.
The Jinn backed up, as if to disappear into that long ribbon of smoke.
How do we defeat them?
She blurted. Jezebeth eyed her coolly.
Who?
The Vindictus. She threw back her head and let out an obnoxious laugh.
You can't be serious.
How do we defeat them? She repeated, magic tickling her palms as rage threatened to split her skull in two. She reminded herself this bitch was Phoenix's mother, the only reason she kept her burning magic at bay. Jezebeth's smile faded, replaced with something hard and cold.
You don't defeat them, girl. You try, and they will destroy you.
They're going to destroy us anyway. The slightest twinkle of motherly affection reflected in her eyes.
Why do you say that?
Tori shrugged, doing her best to keep her composure. An old grudge? Jezebeth arched a brow.
Against Daiva?
Frustration drove a spike through her skull.
Yes. You are one witch.
Jezebeth's lips pursed as if she'd sucked on a sour lemon.
They are 6.
I know their numbers, she spat, irritation making the magic in her palms swarm like angry nests of hornets.
How do I reduce them? How do I free Hecate from their spell?
She cocked her head.
Hecate? The former queen? My mother told me she is lost to us.
No, the Vindictus forced her into their coven and erased her memories. She eyed the Jinn, wondering if she was toying with her or if she truly didn't know what Balban had told them. She's changed, but not lost. She frowned.
My mother didn't teach me enough about the demon realm.
As you already know, I am Daiva reincarnated, but you may not know Daiva once had a sister in hell, Bennu. They destroyed her. Tori's wolf senses sharpened as she watched the Jinn for her reaction. I believe she's been reincarnated as Phoenix. The Jinn clasped her throat, her eyes going wide.
And Hecate's sister Elria might be reincarnated as Ilea.
She continued. Dragomir wants to use their magic to help us defeat the Vindictus. The Jinn paled.
No!
At least we're in agreement there, she said. I don't want my sister anywhere near the Vindictus. But my mates can still summon her here. She waited a moment for her words to sink in. Jezebeth's apparition blinked in and out like the reception of an old television.
You must stop them.
Her voice turned shrill. This is war, Jezebeth. I'm afraid they won't listen. Jezebeth paced across the room, gliding like she was on skates. I must bind Phoenix in a lamp. Tori coolly eyed the Jinn, knowing she had her cornered. Though she hated to use her sister as a pawn, she had no choice. This was the only way to get the selfish Jinn to help them. She'll never forgive you. She spun around, fear reflecting in her eyes.
What choice do I have?
Is that what you wish for your daughter? She asked. To be bound to a lamp forever? If you think she despises you now... She trailed off, watching as the Jinn continued to pace, panic radiating off her apparition. She knew Jezebeth would do anything to keep from binding Phoenix.
Then what do I do?
Help me find a way to defeat them, Tori pressed. Some sort of spell. Anything. Jezebeth threw up her hands, her voice trembling.
I don't know.
Your mother will know.
No!
Jezebeth's pitch turned shrill.
I can't involve her. She'll bind Phoenix if she finds out she's in danger.
Tori rolled her eyes. Then don't tell her that part. Tori hadn't realized how badly she'd rattled the djinn, but Jezebeth was truly terrified. Tori almost felt bad for her. Almost. Jezebeth snorted, shaking her head.
I'm just supposed to casually ask her how to destroy the rulers of hell?
Help me, Jezebeth, before it's too late for Phoenix. Clasping her hands, Tori looked up at the djinn, a plea in her voice. Before it's too late for all of us. Chapter 6. Horatu shoved his prisoners forward as he eyed Bug buzzing above the cave entrance. Only 2 souls. A paltry hunt. Not long ago, and they would have easily captured a dozen or more souls. Dragomir had said it had been that way for thousands of years. Why now had the souls suddenly dried up? He couldn't deny the timing was suspicious, and he feared the Vindictus had something to do with it. He swore when he thought of that 3rd soul that had escaped. Had all of his brothers been with him, they would have cornered him. But his brothers were too tired. Their resources stretched too thin. They'd gone from hunting twice a month to hunting every single day, 2 at a time, so that the others could rest after trekking through the stifling wastelands of hell. How he hated leaving his pack behind, separating from them, especially from Tori. And then, yesterday, the mountain had shaken so hard that they'd felt it in the ravine far below and would have been crushed hadn't it been for Lucian's wind. Horatu was hot and beyond exhausted, but he didn't care about his own comfort. He just needed to see that his pack was all right, and he needed to hold Tori. A slight tremor shook the ground beneath his feet, changing his focus to feeding the beast. He and Lucian pushed the prisoners onward. Those 2 wouldn't hold off the beast's hunger for long. He was vaguely aware of Cyrus sleeping by the hearth as he pushed the weary souls harder, faster. They scented Dragomir and Tori when they passed their sleeping chamber. He wasn't gentle with his prisoners, 2 rapists who deserved an eternity in the belly of the beast, as they continued their descent to the secret chamber deep in the heart of the mountain. Once they reached the end of the tunnel, his gut churned at the loud whistling of pelting wind, as if a hurricane raged on the other side of that wall. The prisoners trembled and tried to bolt, but Lucian blew them back so hard they struck the wall, then fell to the ground unconscious. Good. The beast didn't care if his victims were conscious or not. Once they heaved open the heavy stone door, he shielded his eyes against debris that pelted his head while dragging the 2 souls. The raised pool of mist that was once the beast's home was now a swirling cyclone of water and debris that reached the top of the darkened ceiling. Horatu threw both souls into the funnel, then quickly backed away.
2 sacks of grain,
he called to the beast, grunting and stumbling back when 2 sacks flew from the funnel, smacking him in the chest. If he'd been in human form, they would have knocked him to the ground. He snatched up the sacks and hurried from the cavern. Only after the wall had been slammed shut behind them did Horatu and Lucian heave groans of relief, slumping against the unforgiving slate. They both jumped back, yelping, when the stone burned their backs, a painful reminder of the peril behind that wall. Lucian swiped sweat from his brow.
We can't keep going on like this.
Horatu grimaced.
I know.
But what choice did they have? Was this to be their new existence? Barely surviving? Barely keeping the beast sated? They had to find out what was happening to their prey. They trudged back up the tunnel, as if walking to the beat of their own funeral procession. Once they reached the hearth room, Horatu dumped the grains on the floor. They needed more than 2 sacks. They also needed meat and toiletries, but the grains lasted the longest, so they'd make do with oat cakes and pancakes for now, and use old rags to clean themselves. They each poured a tall glass of nectar, drinking it down in a few quick swallows. Horatu grimaced when he realized their nectar stores had to be getting low. Then they'd have nothing to drink, save for a few bottles of brandy. Not that they needed food or drink to survive in hell. for they were already dead, but those comforts made their existence bearable, sated their hunger, quenched their thirst. When Lucian reached for the jug to refill his goblet, Horatu grabbed his wrist.
We must ration.
Lucian's features fell.
Fuck, I forgot.
He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand.
Then let's go to bed. I'm exhausted. I am too,
Horatu said, his voice rough, his throat still sore.
But the beast won't be sated with just 2 souls.
Horatu turned at the sound of Dragomir clearing his throat. His brother frowned, his gaze sweeping them from head to toe. Horatu knew they looked rough, both covered in grime and dust. His knees and palms were skinned. He had a gash on the side of his head from a rock that had pelted him before Lucian had blasted the avalanche with his wind.
You just went.
Dragomir glared at that gash on his head.
You need a healer and rest.
His nostrils flared as he fanned his face.
And a bath for darkness' sake.
Horatu shook his head.
The beast doesn't care if we stink.
The earth below them trembled as if in agreement. Horatu grasped Lucian's shoulder, one hand against the wall as they rode out the tremors. Luckily, they were only strong enough to rattle a few dishes. Dragomir swore as the last of the tremors subsided.
You both stay with Tori.
His eyes flashed red.
I'll go hunt. What? No.
Not alone. Never alone. Dragomir needed at least one brother to watch his back. His gaze slipped to Cyrus, who was still sleeping by the hearth. Their trusted servant Bug had flown back with the news that Cyrus had been buried after the big quake, but thanks to Dragomir's strength and Tori's healing skills, he'd been saved. He knew with such injuries it would be days before Cyrus would be recovered enough to hunt.
I'm going with you.
Dragomir shook his head.
You'll be more of a burden if you don't get rest.
Horatu flinched as if Dragomir had struck him. Dragomir waved toward the mirror that hung above the serving table.
Look at yourself.
Horatu didn't need to look. He knew he looked like hell. He didn't care. His pack needed him. I'll go. He gaped at Tori, who stood beneath the threshold to the hearthroom, her narrow shoulders stiff, her chin held high with determination. Though they all knew she was Daiva reincarnated, she still never took on Daiva's demon form. She looked entirely mortal and out of place in this demon world. Her skin wasn't thick, like his demon hide. She could shift into an Amaraki wolf, but she wasn't as big as a demon wolf, wasn't as strong. Yes, her magic was getting stronger every day, but she was still learning. Though he knew Dragomir would sacrifice his soul for her, he couldn't risk her going out there with just one brother. He shook his head.
We can't risk it.
Why not? She threw up her hands. I'm not useless. I know how to hunt.
Dragomir turned to her. Tori, I'm crossing the crux.
She gasped, and Horatu swore.
That river is in Vindictus lands.
He rumbled. Had his brother lost his mind? Dragomir's features turned to stone.
I know.
Tori clutched her throat. They'll attack you if they find you on their lands. Dragomir shrugged.
I know that, too.
She went to him, clasping his hand, blinking up at him with those eyes that turned them all into simpering fools. Then don't go.
What choice do we have?
Dragomir pulled away from her and paced across the worn Persian carpet, once a luxury they could easily replace.
We're out of souls and out of options. There's one more soul out there,
Lucian said, though his voice lacked conviction.
One soul.
Dragomir let out a bitter-sounding laugh.
And how long will that appease the beast? The beast needs to be fed before he brings this whole mountain down,
Horatu said. Tori's eyes lit with determination. I'm going with you.
No,
Dragomir barked, stomping up to her.
You're staying here with Horatu.
She craned her neck to look up at him. Even in his demon form, he was a head taller. Like hell we're staying. Her eyes flashed red as flames raced up her arms.
Calm down, Tori,
Horatu said, slowly approaching her while holding up both hands in a gesture of surrender. Though she still preferred to be called Tori, there was no doubt that she was becoming more like Daiva every day, from that red gleam in her eyes to her spitfire temper. Dragomir was sensible enough to take a big step back from her. "The Vindictus wants you to cross that river." She took another step toward him. "What they want is for us to separate."
"No, Tori."
Dragomir stepped back again. As much as Horatu didn't like the idea of bringing Tori across that river, she had a point.
"And if the beast buries us under the mountain while you're out hunting?"
he asked Dragomir as she stood beside Tori. Dragomir's features fell, and the hopelessness in his eyes was nearly enough to make Horatu relent.
"We can't lose you again,"
Dragomir groaned, dragging a hand down his face.
"We can't."
"Dragomir," Tori pleaded, her voice cracking with emotion. "We're stronger together." Lucian clasped Dragomir's shoulder.
"As much as I don't like it, it will be easier for them to defeat us if we separate." "I agree,"
Horatu said. Dragomir threw back his head and let out an agonized roar, one that pierced the marrow of Horatu's bones, and not from the timber or the force, but the despair that resonated within. He knew. They all knew. The Vindictus planned this. They were hoarding the souls because they wanted to draw them out so they could attack them and steal back what they thought was theirs, so they could shatter their pack once again. Tori shot up from bed, prepared to throw up a shield when the ground began shaking. Luckily, it only lasted a few seconds and just rattled a few pictures on the slate walls. She jumped up and ran to the hearth room. Dragomir and Lucian were organizing their supplies by the hearth. Dragomir didn't bother to smile or say good morning as he looked her over with a scowl. Lucian gave her an apologetic shrug.
"You okay?"
She nodded. "Everyone else?" He nodded.
"Just a little shake. The bigger ones will follow,"
Dragomir grumbled, which meant they had to hurry. She turned to see Cyrus finishing breakfast at the dining table. She was relieved he'd finally woken from restorative slumber. She sat beside him, brushing a strand of his long, dark hair behind his ear. "How do you feel?"
"Better."
He took her hand in his, kissing her palm.
"Thank you for saving me."
A jolt surged through her at that kiss, at the devilish gleam in his eyes. Of course. How she wanted to drag him back to their bedchamber. She grabbed a roll off the table and stuffed it with cheese. Both were stale, but she ate them anyway, knowing she might not get a chance to eat again. "Are you ready?" she asked him in between bites.
"Yeah, but..."
He threw his fork down and dragged his hands through his hair.
"This is a bad idea, Tori. When the Vindictus see us..."
"They won't," she interrupted before he could say more. Her stomach was already queasy. This talk would only make it worse.
"How can you be sure?"
he asked, a tremor in his voice. Heaving a breath, she looked at Lucian and then stood when he nodded. For the past few months, they'd been practicing spells, reinforcing her magic, preparing for this day. They hadn't told the rest of the pack yet because they'd wanted to make sure Tori was ready. But they were out of time. She had no choice but to be ready. Channeling that dark magic deep from within her soul, she breathed in and then out again, and then let it flow out of her fingertips, slowly winding around her arms and body like phantom serpents, until she was looking at her mates as if from behind a mirror of smoke.
"Tori?"
Cyrus gasped, waving his arms in her direction as if he could pass through her. "I'm here," she said, those shadows still swirling around her in whirls of gray and black. Sucking in a breath, she willed the magic to recede. It flowed back into her as swiftly as a raging river. When she reappeared, Cyrus gaped at her.
"How did you do that?"
She turned up her chin, smiling at Lucian. "We've been practicing." Cyrus let out a low whistle.
"That's brilliant."
She risked a glance at Dragomir, then bit her tongue rather than say something she'd regret. He was just staring at her, his face a mask of indifference. Lucian wrapped an arm around her shoulders, squeezing her to him.
Her powers are growing stronger every day.
Cyrus frowned.
But they'll still see the rest of us.
Will they? She summoned her dark magic again, and she and Lucian were both eclipsed by shadow.
Holy darkness!
Cyrus called, waving his hands in front of them.
Lucian!
After she pulled the glamour back, she nuzzled Lucian's shoulder when he held her tightly.
Well, Dragomir,
Lucian gave his brother a smug look.
What do you think now?
He stared at them, working a tick in his jaw before looking at Tori.
I think you underestimate the Vindictus, and you overestimate yourself.
He could have slapped her, and it would have had the same effect. Thanks for the vote of confidence. He stomped up to her, ignoring Lucian when he released a warning growl.
It's not my job to fill you with false hope, Tori.
His voice dropped to a soothing whisper, the pity reflecting in his eyes, filling her with dread, shame, and rage all at once.
It's my job to protect you.
Her spine stiffened as she glared up at him. I can protect myself too, Dragomir. Lucian squeezed her shoulder, his low growl reverberating through her bones. Dragomir continued to ignore his brother's warning as he shook his head.
You have no idea the depth of their power.
So what do you suggest we do then? Her voice turned shrill as she waved toward what was left of their meager breakfast on the table. Let the beast bury us under this mountain? Hell's fires swirled in his eyes.
I didn't say that. No, you didn't.
Lucian snapped, his eyes flashing red, his canines extending.
You haven't offered us a single solution since the souls started disappearing.
Tori tensed as the brothers growled at each other, both puffing up their chests while Lucian dug his nails into her shoulder. The last thing she wanted was for them to start fighting. Dragomir slapped his chest, his voice dropping to a predator's rumble.
I offered to cross the crux by myself. A fool's plan that would get you captured.
Lucian sneered, hair sprouting on his face.
At least we have a chance with our plan. Enough!
Cyrus jumped between them, pushing on their chests.
How can we be expected to take on the Vindictus when we're fighting with each other?
She heaved a sigh of relief when Dragomir stepped back. Dread sliced through her chest at what was happening to her pack, to these brothers who should have been shouldering each other's burdens, not lashing out. With each passing day, Dragomir's mood and temper worsened. She hated that they'd been reduced to this, and she loathed the Vindictus, for she knew they were behind it. Taking Lucian's hand, she tugged him toward the tunnel. Let's go. We're wasting time. That fracture in her heart widened when a violent crack rent the air, and she turned to see Dragomir had shattered a chair against a wall.
Damn him,
Lucian's thought resonated in her head.
He knows we can't replace it.
I'd rather it was the chair than you. She tugged harder on Lucian's hand, holding her breath until they were swallowed by darkness. The tunnel's wall sconces had burned out, and they hadn't enough tallow to relight them. She was starting to prefer the shadows to the light anyway. At least in the shadows it was harder to make out the worry lines on her mate's brows or see the desperation in their eyes. Light illuminated two shadows at the end of the tunnel, a small winged one spinning circles over a much larger one. The larger shadow lengthened as they approached, its curled horns and long talons the stuff of childhood nightmares. But Tori wasn't afraid of Horatu, for he'd always be her Benjamin, her first mate and protector. She smiled at him as they approached, the shadows retreating from his big, furry head. He flashed a fanged grin, though it didn't reach his eyes.
Everything okay?
He asked Lucian.
Just the usual,
Lucian grumbled. Bug's multifaceted eyes widened when he saw her. He buzzed toward her, flying around her head like a hummingbird on crack. Mistress and masters, no go! Bug, she said through a sigh, dreading having this conversation again. We have to. No! He let out an ear-piercing squeal. Bad witches will find you and pluck off your limbs. She cringed at that, for that's what the Vindictus had done to him when he'd been their slave. We'll be careful. Mistress, no! He lunged for her like a hawk diving for prey. He grasped her hands in his spindly claws, tugging her toward the other end of the tunnel. She dug in her heels. "Let go, Bug." She tossed Lucian and Horatu a pleading look. "We'll be back." "No, go," he cried, tears streaming down his green face. "Please." "Bug, look at me." She tugged his claws, desperately searching his eyes. "We have to do this. The beast needs to be fed." Bug fluttered down to her, his wings drooping as he grasped her shoulders. "Feed Bug to beast." "No, Bug, never." Her heart pounded a painful thud in her ears at the thought of Bug enduring an eternity of misery in the beast. Why would he offer himself? Didn't he know the pain of losing him was more than she could bear? "Don't ever say that."
"Your family, Bug,"
Lucian said as he placed a comforting hand on Tori's back.
"We'd never feed you to the beast."
Bug smeared a trail of snot across his face. "Bug would rather be food for beast than masters and mistress, slaves to Vindictus." "It won't come to that, Bug." Bile rose into the back of her throat as tears sprung into her eyes. "It won't." Bug gave her a look that shattered what was left of her cracked heart. "Promise?" I promise," she stammered, dreading that she might have to break that promise. But she wouldn't think on it, wouldn't allow the despair and doubt to win.
"Watch over our home for us, Bug,"
Horatu said, giving the creature a pitying smile.
"When we return, we'll wish for all your favorite things."
Bug's wings drooped and then buzzed again. "Bug favorite things are Bug family." Tori couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Her throat constricted, making it hard to breathe, much less speak. You really know how to make a girl cry. She didn't care about the snot on his face as she hugged her friend tight. He wrapped his wings around her shoulders, and she cradled him as if holding a child. "Don't you dare give yourself to the beast while we're gone," she whispered, "or I swear I'll go in his belly and retrieve you myself." Bug's gasp was reassurance that he'd stay away from the beast. At least, she certainly hoped he would. Darkness. She hated the Vindictus for fracturing her family. She swore on her very soul she'd make them pay for their cruelty. Chapter 7.
"There are all of our fucking souls,"
Dragomir grumbled, narrowing his eyes on the demons below, his wolf-touched senses easily picking up every sight, sound, and smell. 5 of them fanned out in the ditch below, and they were on high alert, the coppery tang of their fear coating the air, as if they were waiting for an attack. They had at least 24 chained souls huddled together while cowering before their masters. Dragomir quickly backed up when one of the hunters lifted his head. He would be easily spotted in his protector form. Though there was no hint of a breeze in the stagnant air, the hunters also had superior smell. Dragomir's pack would need to act fast before they were spotted. They'd crossed the Crux River into Vindictus lands less than an hour ago, easily finding the missing souls. He recognized the hunters who held them. He and his brothers had come across them before. Only then, they'd been hunting witches for the Vindictus and had cared nothing for the souls of the damned. Dragomir knew it wasn't a coincidence that they'd changed course after Deiva had returned to them. "Who are they?" Tori's telepathic question resonated in his head.
"Vindictus hunters."
He released a pent-up breath as he looked over at his mate. She was still in her human form. Horatu, in his protector form, had carried her across the wasteland without complaint, because Tori was a stronger witch than wolf. He still wished they'd both stayed at the cave, for he had a feeling Tori would be targeted out here. Horatu swore.
"I knew it."
Crouched low, Cyrus's paws scraped the ground as he let out a keening whimper.
"What do we do?"
Shadows darkened Dragomir's vision, and he dug his claws into the dry earth as he again focused on his prey.
"We take them all prisoner and feed them to the beast."
Tori gasped. "Even the hunters?"
"Especially the hunters."
Dragomir ground his teeth together. He hated the shell of the demon he'd been reduced to, but he had no choice.
"They can travel between dimensions. If we kill them, They'll come right back.
And hunt for you, he wanted to add. Tori nodded, blinking her eyes. Will the beast eat demons?
Only one way to find out.
His eyes narrowed on Lucian, who was hunched protectively close to Tori, the fur on the back of his neck standing on end.
Hit them with everything you've got.
What about me? Tori asked, looking up at him like a puppy begging for scraps. Dragomir cursed under his breath. He didn't have the patience or energy to fight her.
Tori, these hunters are dangerous.
She rolled her eyes to the sky dusted with gray smoke from the nearby lake of fire. Which is why you need me.
I could use her,
Lucian said.
I'll keep her safe.
Damn. How could Dragomir fight a war on 2 fronts?
You'd better.
He finally relented with a snarl. Tori gave Lucian an apologetic look, which made Dragomir feel lower than dirt. He'd gladly play the cruel master, though, if it kept her safe.
You ready?
He asked his pack. They snarled in unison.
Yes.
He gave the nod, and Lucian sprung up as a naked demon male, hitting the demon hunters with a blast of fiery wind. It took Dragomir a moment to realize the fire was coming from Tori. She pressed into Lucian for support, feeding her magic into his. It was a beautiful sight, one that coiled a knot of jealousy in Dragomir's chest. He hadn't known they'd advanced to blending magic. Daiva and Lucian had just started experimenting with it before she'd been taken from them. The hunters didn't fight when the flames hit them. They fell to their knees, shielding their faces with agonizing cries. Dragomir whistled to Horatu and Cyrus, who jumped into the ravine with him. They easily dodged the fiery wind, which seemed to know not to harm them, as they bound the writhing demons in chains. After the wind settled, leaving behind nothing but smoke and ash rising up from the demons' charred flesh, Dragomir did a headcount of prisoners, unnerved by the ease in which they'd defeated their enemies. 15 souls and 5 demons. The beast would be sated for at least a month. Now all they had to do was haul their bounty back across the river without being caught by the Vindictus.
Thanks for chaining up our prisoners for us, shark face.
Laughter rang in Horatu's words as he leaned over one of the demons, a creature with gills on his gray neck and several rows of razor-sharp teeth sticking out of his pointy skull. Dragomir cringed at Horatu's cocky attitude. They'd no cause to celebrate. Not yet.
If you knew what was good for you,
Sharkface hissed,
you'd let us go. Or we will, eventually,
Horatu drawled with a wink before hauling up his prisoner.
The Vindictus will have your hides for this.
Another demon spat. This one had the forked tongue of a snake and was covered in green scales. Dragomir checked each demon for weapons, his eyes widening when he pulled a translucent triangular crystal out of Sharkface's coat pocket.
Is this the crystal you use to travel between dimensions?
Sharkface answered with a hiss.
I'm going to take that as a yes. Let's go.
He tossed the crystal to Tori. Then he shoved the demon forward and nodded toward his pack when a frigid breeze came from nowhere, making the fur on his neck stand on end.
We need to hurry.
Horatu's shoulders sagged in relief when they reached the Crux River. Tori had hidden them beneath a canopy of dusky smoke that blended in with the thirsty soil. She truly was a gifted witch. All they had to do was cross the river, and they'd be out of Vindictus territory. Their demon prisoners, all chained together, stopped at the edge of the river, snarling at Dragomir.
We're not crossing this damn river,
Sharkface spat, his gills flaring with each word. Shadows darkened Dragomir's features.
You are.
Sharkface turned up his chin.
Make us.
Dragomir whistled to Lucian and Tori, who stood behind the demons, blowing blue fire at their heels. The demons yelped, dragging Sharkface with them as they crossed the river with clumsy movements. On Dragomir's orders, Horatu and Cyrus went with their prisoners, while Dragomir, Tori, and Lucian stayed behind to push them forward. Despite the thick pads on his paws, Horatu's leathery feet ached from being badly burned in the scorching desert. He couldn't deny the cool river water felt good. If he'd had time, he would have sat on one of the big boulders bisecting the river and let the cool threads soothe his aching feet. But they didn't have time, not when the threat of the Vindictus loomed. As he trudged across the river, he kept looking over his shoulder at Tori, worry twisting his gut as he waited for her to cross. When it was finally time, Lucian shifted into a big black wolf and dove into the river with a yelp, his tail slapping the water. Dragomir tried to scoop Tori into his big, furry arms, but she pushed him away. He settled on holding her hand, both of them looking painfully uncomfortable, while he led her through the current. Whatever tension was between them, Horatu hoped they'd resolve it when they got back to the cave. Dragomir had been on edge since the souls started disappearing. They all felt it, especially Tori, who fought him at every turn when he barked harsh orders. Dragomir was only trying to protect her, but after being forced to live with the abusive Albescu pack, Horatu knew Tori viewed every order as a form of punishment. Horatu wasn't bothered that Dragomir took on the role of head alpha. He was still learning how to be an alpha, after all. But lately, Dragomir consulted none of them before making decisions for the whole pack. He couldn't deny he was bothered by that, even though he dreaded the confrontation. When they returned to the cave, he'd have to talk to Dragomir. Dragomir and Tori were halfway through the water when it happened. The funnel appeared around them like water circling a drain. Tori let out an ear-piercing scream. Horatu raced back toward the water, but he hit an invisible wall, his feet stuck in the mud. Dread iced over his veins as he called to Lucian, who hit the wall with his wind. The wind bounced like striking a sheet of glass, knocking Horatu in the mud. He fell with a roar, watching helplessly as the funnel circled around Tori and Dragomir like they were trapped inside a tornado. Dragomir roared and fought to push through, but the cyclone was too powerful. Tori's cry of terror cleaved through Horatu's chest like a blade before they both disappeared in a splash of water. The invisible wall dropped, and Horatu pushed through, crying out while stomping through the water, frantically searching for any signs of his mate and brother. Behind him, Lucian roared, blasting the river with wind and parting it down the middle. There was no sign of Tori and Dragomir, no hole in the muddy riverbed, nothing to prove they existed. He dug through the mud anyway, frantically howling while Cyrus pawed at the wet rocks.
"Tori! Dragomir!"
Lucian cried out, desperation and despair cracking his voice.
"Tori! Dragomir!"
Horatu tried reaching them telepathically. He was met with a hollow, deafening silence.
"I'm losing strength!"
Lucian hollered. Horatu didn't care when Lucian lowered his hands and the water splashed around him. He didn't care about anything other than getting them back. Whimpering, Cyrus swam to shore, looking at him with wide, watery eyes. Lucian stood on the embankment.
Thanks for listening. Before we move ahead, take this peaceful moment to simply be. This free audiobook continues shortly.
Shoulders caved inward, a plea in his eyes. That's when it hit Horatu. He was the only alpha now. They were looking to him for direction, but he had none. None. When sibilant laughter resonated from their prisoners, Horatu spun toward them, rage setting fire to his veins. He stalked toward the pack of 5 chained demons, all huddled on the bank of the river, leering at them through red-eyed slits. Sharkface's pointy maw was pulled back in a predatory grin. his laughter still whistling through his layers of teeth. It took all of Horatu's willpower not to bash in his skull. When Sharkface laughed louder, he raised his fists to strike. The demon turned up his pointy snout, snarling.
Told you. They belong to the Vindictus now.
Lucian and Cyrus flanked him in their wolf forms, teeth snapping while they snarled at the demon. Horatu clenched his fists, claws breaking through his skin.
Where did they go? Where do you think?
Sharkface snapped. Horatu breathed through a wheeze, doing his best to rein in his temper. He'd bash the demon's skull later. For now, he needed to save his mate and brother.
Answer me,
he said with a snarl.
And I won't feed you to the beast.
Sharkface looked at him a long moment, the other demons chained to him hissing like a basket of snakes.
Don't,
one demon snapped.
The Vindictus will strip the flesh from your bones,
another said. Horatu blew out a shaky breath, leaning down until he was eye level with Sharkface.
That torture will be nothing compared to an eternity in the belly of the beast.
He stared down the demon, steam pouring from his snout, his chest rising and falling with each heavy breath, until his adversary finally averted his eyes.
The river is warded with spells that can transport witches who cross it into the tower.
And Horatu had carried Tori across the first time, which might have explained why she hadn't been captured then. Dragomir had probably been sucked down too, because he was near Tori. Damn Tori for not letting Dragomir carry her. The other demon captives howled at their brother.
The tower in the lake of fire?
He asked. Sharkface nodded.
To a holding cell.
Horatu stood, his sore legs cracking with the movement. What would Dragomir do? He asked himself.
We wait, we plan, then we strike.
He didn't like the voice that answered him, whether it was his instinct or something else.
We need to get back to the cave,
he said to his brothers.
Now.
Lucian growled at him.
Don't you want to go after them?
An unnatural calm settled over him. He was in charge now. He would act like an alpha. He had no choice. He gave Lucian a hard stare.
Nu,
he answered in Romanian, then corrected.
No.
Lucian stepped forward, the fur on the back of his neck standing on end.
You'd rather we were cowards?
A warning bark ripped through him.
We can't help them if we're prisoners too.
Cyrus whimpered, nudging Lucian.
Then what do we do?
The plan was already forming in Horatu's mind.
We feed the beast. We wish for weapons. Then we go to this tower and free them.
Lucian shook his furry head, his tail falling limp.
It's not that easy.
Horatu had no time or patience for self-doubt, and he certainly had none for others to question him.
And you think this is a better way? Who knows what power they'll have over us if we're trapped in their cell?
He jutted a foot forward, resolution hardening his features.
We free them on our terms, not theirs. It will take 2 days to go home and come back.
Lucian's lips pulled back in a feral snarl, saliva dripping from his fangs.
2 days that Tori and Dragomir will be their prisoners.
Horatu ignored the ache that sliced through his chest. The thought of what those witches would do to his mate and brother made him want to pull the fur out of his skull and run through that lake of fire to free them. But he knew what would happen if he acted rashly. His eyes narrowed on Lucian.
We'll all be their prisoners for an eternity if we fuck this up.
He pounded his chest like an ape.
You either help me plan their rescue or get the fuck out of the way.
He stalked past him, not bothering to see if Lucian followed as he snatched the end of the demon's chains, jerking them to their feet.
Let's go,
he snarled, back stiff while he refused to look at his brothers.
We're wasting time.
He ignored Sharkface when he demanded to be let go. Horatu had said he wouldn't feed Sharkface to the beast. He never said he'd let the demon go, or that his brothers wouldn't feed the demon to the beast instead. He felt not 1 ounce of guilt, either, for he knew these demons played a part in their brothers' and mates' capture. Tori woke to a familiar face staring down at her, its multifaceted green eyes curiously blinking. Mistress must eat for strength. She slowly sat up, leaning on her elbows, a pounding in her skull so intense she fought the urge to vomit. What had happened to her? Why did her head hurt so much? No thanks, Bug. She waved her friend away. I feel too sick. Dozens of Tori's reflections looked back at her from the prism of Bug's eyes. Her friend didn't say anything as he shoved a tin can of liquid in front of her face. She frowned down at the swirls of pink and blue in the drink. What's this? Bug didn't answer, just continued to push the drink at her. She scowled at him and pushed it away. I'm not drinking it until you answer me. She looked around the room, noticing how bare the stone walls were. This wasn't the cave she shared with her pack. Where was she, and how did she get here? When Bug pushed the drink at her again, she knocked it out of his hands. Bug let out a terrified squeal, fluttering back and looking at her like she was a venomous serpent. What's wrong with you, Bug? She rubbed her skull, that throbbing in her head intensifying. Vindictus say I no can talk to you. Her head snapped up at that. Too fast. Her world tilted, and she felt ready to vomit. Vindictus? No. Steeling herself against the nausea, she swallowed back the rising bile. Where am I? She asked the creature as she slowly sat up, hugging her knees to her chest. Who are you? I not Bug, the creature said, eyeing her like a rabbit frightened of a wolf. I Dracinda. Dracinda? That didn't make any sense, until memories started slowly filtering into her mind, playing back like the reels of an old movie. The hunt, the demons, the funnel. Gasping, she looked down at her bare legs poking out from beneath a coarse, brown robe. What had happened to her pants? Where is he? She barked, her voice turning shrill. Where's Dragomir? The creature let out a panicked cry when she rose from what appeared to be a Spartan cot. Her legs and arms rattled with the movement. She gasped as she looked down at the chains binding her wrists and ankles. Why hadn't she noticed them before? Embedded in each link was a tiny amethyst stone. The amethyst was an Amaraki shifter's one weakness. The powers of the gem were somehow able to bind a shifter's magic. Closing her eyes, she tried to summon her wolf, but felt nothing. She tried to harness her magic, but felt not a trickle in her fingers. Chains enchanted, mistress, the creature who looked like Bug said. They only appear when you try to stand or move too quickly. A lead ball of dread sunk to the bottom of her stomach. She fell back onto the bed, and the chains disappeared. She knew they were somehow still there, though, because she couldn't hear her wolf or summon her magic while sitting. She looked to the winged demon who looked too much like her dear friend. Why would they do this to me? The creature called Dracinda, whom she assumed was female, shook her head. Dracinda don't know, mistress. She took a big step back, bumping into the wall. Dracinda only follow orders. Tori gritted her teeth, then spoke again. Her words clipped. Where is Dragomir? Dracinda just shook her head and flew out of the room with a squeal, a heavy metal door slamming shut behind her. Tears welled in Tori's eyes, desperation cleaving a hole in her heart. What had they done to him? Dragomir! She called out through her mind, hoping, praying her telepathic powers still worked.
I'm here, Tori.
Dragomir's voice resonated in her head. Dragomir! Her hands flew to her mouth. She was so relieved to hear his voice that she couldn't stop the tears from flowing, especially since she wore the amethyst bracelet. She thought it bound all magic, but it didn't stop from being able to telepathically communicate with her mate. Her momentary relief was eclipsed by a deep sense of dread. What would they do to him? Where are you? She asked, her voice frantic.
In a cell. You?
She looked around the room, at the flickering wall sconces along the gray stone walls. There were 2 tiny opposing windows at the top of the room, too small to fit through and too high to reach. A dreadful wind whistled through them, making it sound like the hounds of hell were howling outside. There was no other way out but that solitary metal door with a tiny barred window. I'm in a cell too.
We must not be far apart if we can speak through thought.
True. Their telepathic powers worked a mile away at best. What do they want with us? Desperation rung in her words, for she feared she already knew the answer.
To make you their slave again.
His words were hard, laced with the fire of underlying rage.
To siphon your magic.
She suspected he was right. She remembered from her dreams of her past life, or perhaps they were nightmares, that before she'd been reincarnated as Tori, the Vindictus had imprisoned Daiva, abusing her while stealing her magic. But at least they hadn't banished her to a lower level of hell or turned her to ash. She feared Dragomir wouldn't be so fortunate. She swallowed back her anxiety, forcing out the question. And you?
I don't know.
The sense of defeat in those words was more than she could bear. They will find a way to free us, she said, referring to their pack.
Unless the Vindictus got to them, too.
Don't say that, she snapped, icy shards of rage piercing her skull. Don't!
I'm sorry I failed to protect you, Tori.
The agony in his voice threatened to snap her last thread of sanity. She gritted her teeth, refusing to accept defeat. You didn't fail me, Dragomir. This fight is far from over.
I'm chained to a wall, Tori. I can't access my protector or my persuasive magic.
But we can communicate telepathically, something they may not realize. She looked down at her wrists, feeling the phantom chains digging into them. As long as we have each other, we have hope, Dragomir. Please don't stop fighting for us.
I won't stop, Tori. Whatever fight I have left in me, I won't stop.
She released a slow breath of relief at the confidence in his voice. As long as he kept fighting, they had a chance of defeating the Witch Coven. She'd gladly accept that small shred of hope, rather than accept defeat. We need to come up with a plan.
One that involves us being chained in cells.
There was no mistaking the sarcasm in his tone. One that involves your mother, she said. She's here, Dragomir. We need to figure out which witch is Hecate. If anyone can help us escape, she can.
It's been thousands of years. I doubt she'll remember me.
His voice deflated with each word. Balling up her fists, she pounded the cot beneath her. Then we must make her remember. Chapter 8. Horatu's feet felt weighted with bricks as he trudged across the thirsty soil toward the looming mountain. His heart was heavier, and his chest felt ready to split in two. Sweat drenched his fur and stung his eyes as fatigue made his thick legs feel like two wet noodles. Instinct told him he'd done the right thing in bringing these souls back to the beast and plotting, rather than rushing headfirst into danger. What use would they be if they'd been captured and imprisoned by the Vindictus? He only wished his brothers had agreed with his plan, but they'd grumbled and leered at him the entire way back. He told himself he was used to such treatment after living with the Albescus. He told himself he could handle their anger, their resentment. But the seed of doubt had been planted in his chest. What if they were right? What if they should have gone after them right away? Saliva dripping from his fangs, Lucian drove a soul forward, snapping at its heels, as he and Cyrus corralled the souls into a tight circle beneath the shadow of the mountain, barking and snarling at anyone who put a toe out of line. As Horatu went around the circle of prisoners, checking every soul's chains to ensure no one could escape, he was very aware of Lucian staring daggers into his back. He heaved out a breath of air.
You got something to say, Lucian. Just say it. We left them,
he snapped, the bite in his words as sharp as razors.
We ran like cowards.
The mountain rumbled above them, and Horatu ducked while Lucian shifted and blew the debris that rained down the incline away from them. After the dust settled, he stood to full height, towering over Lucian in his protector form.
I won't have this argument with you again.
He growled and snapped like a rabid dog.
Because you know I'm right. Let's just get these souls to the beast. We're wasting time arguing.
He jerked on the souls' chains, hauling them to their feet.
Dragomir would have called for a vote.
Cyrus's low rumble reverberated in his skull. Horatu was momentarily stunned as he looked across the tops of their prisoners' heads at Cyrus. He glared at Horatu from the top of a boulder, the fur on the back of his neck standing on end. The Gamma had never challenged him. Pulling back his shoulders, Horatu glared right back. He knew he'd lose if he showed an ounce of fear.
Dragomir isn't here. I am.
Not to mention, Dragomir hadn't been including them in his decisions lately. Cyrus's fangs pulled back in a snarl.
You don't know how to be an alpha.
Lucian grumbled his agreement. Ice-cold dread sliced through Horatu's chest. And something else, something deep and dark, as he was suddenly transported back to the Albescu pack, their meaty fists pummeling him as he curled up in a ball, begging them to stop. He'd always known he didn't belong to their pack. He'd thought maybe he'd finally found his true brothers here with the Fangborns. Maybe not. Maybe they were right. Maybe he didn't know how to be an alpha, or any kind of pack member, because he was destined to be alone and rejected. Tori hadn't remembered falling asleep on her threadbare cot, but sometime during her long telepathic discussion with Dragomir, she'd been lulled to sleep by the heavy pounding of her heart and her bone-weary fatigue. She slowly opened her eyes, adjusting to the dim light. She tried to stretch as a yawn escaped her, but she couldn't lift her hands above her head thanks to those invisible chains. She fucking hated those witches. She tried to shift her focus to positive thoughts, anything to keep her mind off those evil witches. She smiled as she thought of her conversation with Dragomir last night. Dragomir had told her many stories about life with his brothers, mostly just to get her mind off her worries. It had worked somewhat. He'd told her about the time Lucian had been pushed off the mountainside by a volatile prisoner, only to be swept back up by his wind, surprising the prisoner, who wet his pants. Then there was the time Cyrus had accidentally sat on a demon with porcupine quills and had to wear a diaper filled with ointment for a week to heal the wounds. She frowned when she realized she hadn't told Dragomir goodnight or that she loved him before falling asleep, especially knowing that every word between them could be their last. "Dragomir?" she called to him through thought. "Is everything okay?"
Someone is outside my door,
he answered. She shot up in bed at the sound of footsteps outside the iron door to her cell. Hooded eyes peeked through the bars. "Someone's at mine."
They'll try to siphon your magic.
Her veins turned to sludge when she heard the rattle of keys. "I'm scared."
Fight them, Tori. Do you understand?
"With what?" She held up her arms as if he could see the invisible chains that bound them. "I can't access my magic."
They'll have to unleash it to siphon it. They're in my room.
Her heart beat a painful staccato in her ears. "Who?" When he didn't answer, she cried out, "Dragomir!" She pushed back against the cold stone wall when a tall, red-robed witch floated into her room, as if she was carried on a cloud. The woman pulled down the hood of her robe to reveal skin as gray as a corpse and large eyes that were two pools of milk. "Who the hell are you?" "We are your master." The witch's voice was as rough as sandpaper, crackling like an old scroll that hadn't been opened in years. She looked over the witch's shoulder to see there were two others flanking her, their hoods pulled low over their eyes. "I have no master," she snapped. The witch's smile was a slash of black and shards for teeth. "You do now." "Dragomir!" she called again, dismayed when he didn't answer. She snarled at the witch. "What have you done to my mate?" "We've done nothing to him yet. You decide his fate." The witch reached for her with long, bony fingers that looked like talons. She slapped her hands away. "Don't touch me, you evil bitch!" She screamed when tendrils of black smoke shot out of the witch's fingers. They wrapped around her throat and filled her nostrils and mouth. She coughed on the sulfuric taste, her head spinning as she clawed at her neck, struggling for breath. "Dragomir!" she called again, wheezing, before she succumbed to darkness. Phoenix shot up in bed, sweat dripping down her brow as she recalled her horrific nightmare. The same demons she'd battled in dreams before, but this time the scenario was different. This time she wasn't backed up against a field of fire, fighting for her life against 5 evil witches, their red robes billowing behind them like swaths of blood. This time, those same witches were torturing her sister, their red cloaks drawn low over their heads, the whites of their pupilless eyes like twin pools of milk as they hit Tori with wave upon wave of choking magic. Sweat pooled on her brow and dipped between her breasts, and her heart raced. Though she wasn't quite 18, she thought she'd lived long enough to know the difference between a nightmare and reality. But that dream had felt too real. She jumped out of bed and shoved her feet into a pair of slippers and a warm robe to stave off the Romanian chill. She'd been staying with the Lupescus, practicing sharpening her magic skills with Ilea for the past several months. Each day, the kind witch taught her a new skill that seemed more like end-of-the-world prep, and now she knew why. Whether Ilea knew it or not, she'd been training Phoenix to battle demons, just like the ones who'd been haunting her nightmares for the past several months. She grabbed her mother's lamp off a nearby shelf, furiously rubbing the dull brass. Her mother escaped in a flurry of smoke and billowing fabric. Her long black braid flew behind her like a banner, and her golden skin and large almond eyes revealed her Persian roots. Those voluptuous curves were enhanced by her low-cut top and pants. Her mom was as beautiful as a goddess. Too bad her inner beauty didn't match her exterior, one reason Phoenix hated releasing her mother from her lamp. Though she knew Jezebeth loved her, Phoenix just couldn't understand why her mother had such a callous attitude toward humans. Her curses had led to the deaths of thousands of innocents. Jezebeth had already promised never to harm innocents again, but Phoenix still hadn't forgiven her, and she doubted she ever could. As soon as Jezebeth saw Phoenix, her eyes lit up like fireworks. "Darling child," she squealed, clasping her hands together. "You've not released me in several days. Are you well?" Phoenix didn't have the time or patience to address her mother's guilt trip designed as an innocent question. She snatched her bra and t-shirt off a nearby dresser and pulled a pair of jeans out of the armoire drawer. "I need to go visit Tori," she said tersely, framing it as a command rather than a request. "Now?" She frowned. "It's not your weekend to visit." And when it was her weekend to visit, her mother found every excuse not to take her. Phoenix knew why. Her sister's dimension had been fraught with peril before, but now she feared it had become too treacherous. "I don't care." Ripping off her gown, she shoved her legs into her jeans. "You know they're probably hunting." She refused to look at her mom as she put on her bra and t-shirt. "Then I'll stay with Bug until they return." "Absolutely not." Her gaze snapped to her mother, to the hard gaze and crossed arms. Though Jezebeth usually loved indulging her, she drew a line when it came to her safety. She'd need a new tactic if she was going to convince her. Luckily, if she'd learned anything from her mother, it was how to use guilt to manipulate. "Mother," she pleaded, forcing her lower lip to slightly tremble as she clasped her hands in a prayer pose. "I have to go see her." "What's wrong?" I don't know, but I have a terrible feeling she's in trouble." The tears that pricked the backs of her eyes were not forced. She was terrified for Tori, that those witches in red robes were really torturing her. Jezebeth cocked a hand on her hip, her eyes boring twin holes into Phoenix's skull. "And you think I'm going to take you anywhere near there?" Fuck. The guilt tactic wasn't working. Time to play her last hand. She'd use it if she had to, even though she was terrified. "You either take me through the lamp, or I go the long way." Jezebeth blinked at her. "What are you talking about?" But Phoenix could see the wheels spinning in her mother's head. "You know exactly what I'm talking about." Crossing her arms, she took the same defensive stance as her mother. "I'll take the way Tori took." Jezebeth's eyes widened, then narrowed. "I'll have Boris lock you up." Phoenix picked up the brass lamp that had fallen on the floor, waving it in front of her mother. "I'll put you back in your lamp before you do that." Her mother clutched her chest, looking as if she was about to have a heart attack. "Are you trying to drive me to despair?" She gritted her teeth. Though she appreciated Jezebeth's concern, she was tired of her theatrics. "I'm trying to save my sister." Jezebeth shook her head, her eyes glazing over. "Maybe I should lock you in a lamp like my mother did to me." "You do, and I'll hate you for an eternity." She stalked up to her mother, glaring up at her. "Take me to her, Mother. Now." Chapter 9. Horatu's fur clung to his skin in wet mats. His legs were so cramped, each step was agonizing, and his blistered feet ached and burned. But that discomfort was nothing compared to the pain in his heart when he saw Bug buzzing outside the cavern, looking at them with wide-eyed panic. He was not looking forward to having this conversation. The demon wrung his claws together, his wings faltering, as he dipped up and down like a hummingbird in a windstorm. "Where Mistress Tori and Master Dragomir?"
Gone,
Horatu grumbled, tugging on his prisoner's chains. Bug's wings faltered and then fluttered again. "Gone where?"
The Vindictus captured them.
He grumbled, then tensed. Bug let out an ear-piercing, unholy shriek, one that rattled his skull and caused Lucian and Cyrus to howl. He kicked a prisoner forward, then held out his hands in a defensive gesture.
Bug, we're going to get them back.
The demon fluttered around his head in dizzying circles. "But Vindictus are tricky witches."
Then we'll have to be smarter.
He pushed the last of the prisoners toward the tunnel entrance, ignoring Sharkface when he snarled at him. "Vindictus have choking black magic," Bug squealed, choking his own neck for emphasis. Horatu heaved a sigh. He refused to look at his brothers, knowing they'd offer him little help.
I know,
he finally said, unable to offer the poor demon any other comfort.
I need you to stay and guard the tunnel while we feed the beast.
The demon chewed on his claws, his eyes glossy with unshed tears. "Bug no like this." Horatu shook his head as he followed behind his brothers. They said not a word to him as they corralled the prisoners down the hall.
None of us do, Bug.
Horatu trudged through the tunnel, not surprised to see more ceiling debris on the floor. The beast had grown more impatient while they'd been away. He surged ahead and yanked the chains of his prisoners, swearing at them when one tripped over another's feet and they tumbled to the ground.
"Get up!"
he barked. He lost his last thread of patience when they tried to dig in their heels. He snatched the chains so hard, he heard the snap of bone.
"Easy,"
Lucian warned, the fur on the back of his neck standing on end. In no mood to be lectured, he answered his brother with a snap of teeth. He didn't wait for his brother's reply as he dragged the prisoners down the long, dark hall toward the hearth room. The air was already much cooler here, smelling slightly damp from the underground pools. Once upon a time, the smell of home was a balm to his soul. Now, nothing could soothe him, not as long as his mate and brother were prisoners to sadistic witches. After they crossed the hearth room, Horatu ignored the food and drink laid out on the table, as well as the gasps from the prisoners. No doubt, they hadn't seen a good meal in a while. Still, he didn't feel sorry for them. They'd lived lives as selfish, evil humans to have ended up as trapped souls in hell. They passed into the long, dark tunnel that would take them to the primordial djinn who'd grant them wishes in exchange for prisoners. The one good thing that had come out of this trip was that they had enough prisoners to sate the beast for a month. Horatu grunted and groaned while pulling back the heavy door that led to the secret chamber. The beast was waiting for them, sitting by the edge of his raised pool. It looked like a giant toad, with a mouth almost as wide as its body. Horatu shoved bodies toward it, his giant maw snuffling out their screams. The demons fought more than the mortal souls, but in the end, they were no match for Horatu's brute strength and his brother's cunning. His brothers shifted into humans, shoving the demons forward and snapping at any who resisted.
"Does your word mean nothing now?"
Sharkface spat at Horatu as Lucian shoved him forward.
"I never said I'd let you go,"
Horatu snapped, the last thread of his sanity about to snap.
I said I wouldn't feed you to the beast.
Lucian chuckled, shoving Sharkface hard.
And I never made you any promises.
You lying filth, Sharkface snarled. I hope the Vindictus turn you all to ash.
Relax,
Lucian said with a malicious smile.
The beast might not like seafood.
Horatu felt a momentary stab of conscience. Lucian should have consulted with him before deciding to feed Sharkface to the beast. Not that he cared for the demon, but he did like to think of himself as a demon who kept his word. Lucian shoved Sharkface toward the beast's maw. They weren't sure if the beast ate demons, but the djinn swallowed Sharkface and the chain of screaming demons attached to him in one giant gulp. The beast held his mouth open, and the brothers worked together, shoving the rest of their prisoners into its maw. Horatu was sweating harder than before by the time they were finished. Now was the time to make wishes. Horatu asked for only the basic food staples and a few candles. The supplies magically appeared at his feet: sacks of grain, slabs of bacon, and candles to replace the others that had worn down to nothing but pools of wax. Then he sucked in a deep breath and prepared to make his next request.
I wish,
he said, doing his best to keep his voice steady,
for a tool to defeat the Vindictus.
The beast looked at him, his bulging eyes narrowing to slits. The room shook, and a booming voice filled the cavern like the roar of a train barreling through a tunnel, though the beast's mouth didn't move.
You've never asked for that before. Why do you wish to defeat them?
Horatu gaped at the beast and then at his brothers.
I didn't know it talked,
he said to them.
We didn't either,
Lucian answered.
In all the thousands of years you've been feeding it, it's never spoken?
Lucian and Cyrus exchanged surprised looks.
Never,
they said in unison. Clearing his throat, he looked at the beast, surprised by the knowing look in its eyes. All this time, he'd thought it was a simple creature. Could he have been wrong?
They stole our mate and brother,
he finally said.
They captured our mother and erased our memories,
Lucian added, his voice splintering like old wood. The beast leaned back, resting stubby hands on its many rolls of fat.
Ah, so you remember now?
Horatu exchanged looks with his brothers.
We were told this by a succubus. The Vindictus witches bound my tongue so that I couldn't tell you your origins or speak to you at all. But now that you know, I suspect the curse has been lifted,
the djinn said, his massive mouth turning a frown.
I once lived in a beautiful well in the center of a thriving city. I was fed souls every day, not every few weeks. My existence now is a miserable one compared to the one your mother and aunt gave me.
Horatu nodded.
That is what the succubus told us. Is that why you've been trying to kill us with earthquakes? I apologize for that,
the beast said.
But I cannot control my hunger. We were all better off before the Vindictus took power,
Lucian grumbled. A shudder rippled through the walls and shook the ground before Horatu's feet.
I want that life back,
the djinn said, in a voice so dark, dread sluiced through Horatu's veins. Horatu braced his feet on the cold stone floor.
Then help us defeat the Vindictus.
3 gleaming swords appeared beside him. He picked up the largest one. It fit perfectly in his big paw. It was a beautifully crafted silver blade with a dark red ruby nestled in the obsidian hilt. His brothers picked up the smaller swords, their expressions fierce as they gripped the handles.
Are these like Cursebreaker?
Lucian asked, referring to the massive sword Horatu shared with Dragomir that could cut through cursed chains. He wasn't sure where it had come from, but Cursebreaker had belonged to their pack ever since Lucian could remember.
Ah, Cursebreaker,
the djinn said with a smile in his voice.
Your mother's last gift to you before they took her magic.
Horatu had wondered how his brothers had acquired such a powerful sword.
She left it for us.
The djinn nodded.
And then she changed your memories so that you didn't remember where it had come from. These swords are stronger. The handles are embellished with bloodstones. They will not only shield you from choking magic, they deflect spells back onto the witches who cursed you. She also left these swords for you, because she knew the day would come when you'd rise up against the Vindictus and need these.
For the first time since Tori and Dragomir had been taken, Horatu smiled. He bowed low before the djinn.
Thank you. You're welcome, sons of Hecate. Now, go fight for your mate and brother, but also fight for all demons. Do not stop until the Demon Council are ash and dust.
The djinn let out a belch that shook the walls before sinking back into the mist. Horatu looked to his brothers.
This changes everything.
It also proved that Horatu was right in insisting they return before planning their attack. Lucian solemnly nodded.
It does, and I'm sorry I ever doubted you. Me too, brother,
Cyrus said. Horatu swallowed at that. He didn't know why, but their validation meant everything, more than he'd ever cared to admit.
Thank you, brothers.
His throat constricted, making it difficult to speak as he looked away.
Now, let's go kick some Vindictus ass.
Horatu clutched his new sword in a bruising grip, each stomp toward the hearthroom feeling heavier. Even though he was still in protector form, a 12-foot beast as heavy as an elephant, he felt as insignificant as a grain of dust. They had strength. They had swords. They had no plan. How would they carry heavy swords across that rickety bridge to the tower in the center of the Lake of Fire? Lucian could help them with his wind, but he wasn't sure if he could carry all of them should the bridge fall. And if they survived the bridge, then what? Would he let instinct guide him when they breached the tower? Or would instinct not be enough? Dare he risk telling his brothers that he didn't have a plan? Not when their faith in him had suddenly been restored. He was painfully aware of their footsteps echoing his as they walked closely behind him. He was so distracted with worry that he didn't notice the familiar wolf scent until they'd crossed into the hearthroom.
Fuck,
Lucian swore. Cyrus whimpered. His heart sputtered when he thought he saw Tori standing by the fire. But no, it was her teen sister, Phoenix. Her aggravating djinn mother hovered behind her like a kite on a string. He refused to spare Jezebeth more than a cursory glance. That bitch had been the reason he and Tori had been separated from their pack 2,000 years ago. If it had not been for Phoenix, he would have fed her to the beast a long time ago. Phoenix walked out of the shadows, giving him an assessing look. She knew her sister was in trouble. Cyrus whimpered, pushing past them.
We can't waste time,
he said to the room.
I'll go pack for us.
He disappeared back down the hall. Phoenix didn't pay the Gamma any heed as she locked gazes with Horatu. He'd always been amazed at how similar the sisters looked, but Phoenix was a few inches shorter. The tips of her dark, shoulder-length hair were dyed pink again, and her build was slightly smaller than Tori's.
Phoenix, what are you doing here?
He was unable to mask the annoyance in his voice. He didn't have time for this, not when they still had to formulate a plan. She jutted a foot forward, her amber eyes as hard as steel. Where is my sister? Ignoring the girl, he jerked his chin toward her mother.
Take her back. It's not safe here.
Jezebeth opened her mouth to speak, but Phoenix interrupted. I'm not going anywhere until I see my sister. She stomped a foot like a toddler on the verge of a tantrum. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Lucian groaned behind him.
She's not here.
He laid the sword on the table with a clank, eyeing her coolly.
We're going after her, and every second we delay here with you, we put her soul in danger.
To his surprise, she stomped up to him, craning her neck to give him a heated glare. Where is she? He ground his teeth together. This girl wouldn't quit.
Banish them both to the mortal world and let's go.
Lucian's aggravated command resonated in his skull. Horatu's gaze shot to the tin of herbs on the mantel. Getting rid of them would take a simple spell, but for Tori's sake, he wouldn't banish Phoenix without first telling her the truth.
The Vindictus have her,
he ground out after working hard to unlock his jaw. She tersely nodded, the look in her eyes as if she'd suspected the answer. I'm going with you. He shook his head.
We have enough to deal with right now. We can't be babysitting our mate's little sister in the wilds of hell.
Babysitting? She snorted. I'm almost 18. He gritted his teeth.
Still a baby.
Especially by immortal standards. He knew Tori would agree. She cocked a hand on her hip. You forget I already survived the belly of the beast. I think I can handle myself here. Jezebeth let out a caw like a dying bird. Phoenix, don't you dare! For once, Horatu agreed with the tricky djinn.
These witches would like nothing more than to steal you and drain your powers.
Phoenix's expression remained hard as she ignored her mother making sputtering and gasping noises behind her. Is that what they're doing to Tori? He looked over the teen's head at her mother.
Jezebeth, take her back.
The djinn fluttered forward, holding out a hand. Come, Phoenix. No! Phoenix jerked away from both of them. My sister needs me.
You don't understand how powerful they are,
Lucian growled, advancing toward her like a wolf cornering a hare. I do, she snarled at him, her eyes flashing red. Which is why you need me. Horatu's skull felt like it would crack open from frustration. He fought the urge to throw back his head and roar at the infuriating child.
They easily captured Dragomir and Tori, and they have choking black magic,
Lucian added. Like this? Phoenix snapped her fingers and all light from the room faded like a black hole swallowing every ounce of starlight. Horatu had never known such darkness, as if he was a speck of dust that had fallen into the bottom of an endless inkwell. She hadn't just blotted out all light, but all sound and feeling. He couldn't sense his brothers through their telepathic connection. It was as if he was the only soul left in the universe. Tori's darkness had been powerful, but this kind of magic was on a whole new level.
Phoenix,
he rumbled.
This isn't funny.
Do you think I'm joking? Her voice echoed all around him, inside him. This is only a glimpse of my power. Let me help you get my sister back. He swallowed when the darkness faded, replaced by the soft glow of the surrounding wall sconces. Lucian caught his eye with a half-crazed look.
Horatu, I've never seen another witch do that.
Horatu shook his head.
She's 1 against 6.
But even he was starting to realize the advantage to having Phoenix on their side. If she was truly stronger than the Vindictus witches, she could help defeat them, so long as she didn't get caught too.
She has us,
Lucian said, perhaps a little too eagerly.
And we have bloodstones in our swords.
This has gone on far enough. Jezebeth looked like she'd just sucked on a sour lemon as she snapped her fingers in her daughter's face. Come, child, we're leaving. Horatu didn't know what force compelled him, but he lunged for the tin of herbs atop the mantel and dumped half the jar into the fire.
Those who are not welcome may leave.
Jezebeth twirled like a cyclone into the hearth. I will destroy you! She wailed before disappearing. Phoenix rolled her eyes. Ugh, she's so dramatic. Horatu dragged a meaty hand down his face, one of his tusks cutting into his palm. What the fuck had he just done?
I think she'll make good on her threat if anything happens to you. And if she doesn't destroy us,
he shuddered,
Tori will.
Fuck. Even if Phoenix escaped hell unscathed, Tori would still flay him. Phoenix cocked a hand on her hip, her canines lengthening as she grinned. Then we'll just have to make sure I don't die.
They won't kill you,
Horatu swallowed, cursing himself for what he was about to do.
They'll banish you to a lower level of hell, or else they'll turn you to ash after they drain your powers.
She simply shrugged as she brushed past him. Are we going to talk all day, or are we going to save my sister? Tori woke up with a throbbing head as a white light pierced her eyelids and drove a nail into her forehead. She peered from behind slitted lids. She swatted at a shadow that hovered above her. "Turn off the light," she murmured. Disoriented, her heavy eyes fell shut again, and sleep threatened to claim her once more.
"Tori!"
Dragomir's warning growl reverberated in her skull. She gasped, her eyes shooting open again. "Dragomir? What happened?"
"Did they hurt you?"
he asked. "Who?" She tried to rub the sleep from her groggy eyes, but her arms wouldn't move. Was she stuck? She opened her eyes again, the breath catching in her throat when she looked up into a pair of dull crimson eyes. She jerked her arms again, hissing when sharp bands dug into her wrists. "Dragomir!" she cried. "What's happening?"
"The Vindictus, Tori."
His heavy sigh resonated in her mind.
"They captured us."
"Fuck!" She thrashed against her restraints to no avail, and she felt not a spark of magic in her blood. "I can't move my arms. I can't sense my magic."
"We're chained. There are amethysts in our bands."
"No!" She snarled when a second pair of red eyes hovered beside her. She saw their cloaks now, crimson like their eyes, drenched in shadow. She was lying against a raised slab in a diagonal tilt, almost as if she was leaning back in a chair. But this thing she was strapped to was no chair.
"Tori, listen to me."
His voice sounded strained. Too strained, like he carried an elephant on his back.
"No matter what they do to me, do not break."
Icy shards of fear pierced her chest. "What are they going to do to you?"
"Nothing I can't handle."
More robed faces appeared, swelling their number to 5. Bone-white, skeletal claws reached out to her. It took her a moment to realize those were hands. "Welcome home, Daiva." Their sibilant voices resonated around her, though she couldn't see their lips, their faces obscured in shadow. "It has been too long." She snarled at them, snapping her teeth, though she couldn't access her wolf. "This is not my home." "It is." Their voices turned taunting, menacing, and then their smiles broke through the shadows. Slashes of rusting, jagged teeth etched into leathery gray skin. They turned their backs on her when another robed figure stepped from behind a wall of mist. She was smaller than the other 5 witches, enough to make her look like a child in comparison. Her decrepit, crinkled face remained stoic as she raised a red-handled whip. She saw him then, her mate, chained to a wall, face pressed into the stone, his beautiful, muscular back bare and exposed to the elements, his silver flesh gleaming beneath the flickering torchlights above. Sweat dripped down his skin in steady rivulets, cutting tributaries through the grime that covered him. Holy darkness! No! What are you doing to him? Their laughter filled her ears like the rattle of a serpent's tail. "A little taste of what is to come." "Why?" She hated the note of desperation that had slipped into her voice. "To ensure you cooperate." "What do you want?" The rattle in her voice sounded foreign to her, but she didn't care, so long as they didn't hurt her mate.
"Don't give in,"
Dragomir boomed. Several ancient voices hissed in her mind at once. "To take back what was stolen." Her mind reeled. Her heart raced. "I never stole anything from you." "Oh, but you did." The tallest of the witches turned back toward her, pointing at her chest with a gnarled, bony finger. "That magic belongs to us." I was born with it," she stammered. "We have ways of making you cooperate." The witch crooked a finger at her. "Now give us back our magic." "I can't," she cried out. Even if she wanted to, she had no idea how to give up her magic. It was as essential to her as breathing.
"Don't break, Tori,"
Dragomir growled. The crack of the whip reverberated throughout the room. Where there should have been a leather tail on the whip, a band of light flashed in its place, revealing her mate bowed out, his limbs stiff, the ridges of his spine poking against his skin like he was being electrified. A long, bloody welt curled up like a snake across his back. Tori wanted to vomit. The witch struck him again, the whip of a living thing, a band of flaming magic. He bowed out again, his cry of agony spearing her heart. "Dragomir!" She groaned his name, phantom pain lancing across her back. "I can't let them torture you."
"You can."
His command ricocheted in her skull.
"You must."
"No!" she cried when the whip came down across his back. This time he didn't cry out, but she knew the torture was agonizing, and he was holding back to spare her. Tension from the pain radiated off him in waves.
"Stay strong, Tori."
His voice cracked and splintered. He was losing strength. How long could he endure this? "Give it to us, girl," several voices hissed in her mind at once. If they were such powerful witches, why didn't they just take it? Was this all a game to them? Then a thought occurred to her. One of those witches was Dragomir's mother. One of them was Hecate. "Hecate!" she cried out. "He is your son! Don't let them hurt him!" The witches turned back to her, hissing. The witch torturing Dragomir lowered her whip, hunched over as if she, too, had been beaten. "Hecate!" she called again, frantically searching the robed witches for any signs that one among them was Dragomir's mother. But their faces were all obscured in shadow. "They erased your memories! You must remember! You must!" The tall witch broke from the fold, her clawed hands outstretched, her eyes pulsing like red strobes. Her scratchy cackle was like nails to a chalkboard. "You're more trouble than you're worth." She flashed rotting rows of teeth, her lips pulled back in a cross between a snarl and a smile. "We shall break you soon enough as you watch us carve him to pieces." Black magic poured out of the witch's fingers, wrapping around Tori's throat. She thrashed against her chains, gasping for breath, like a fish flopping on a dock. Dragomir cried out, his roars sounding too human, reminding her that they didn't have access to their magic. Her last thought before she succumbed to darkness was she and her mate were nothing but weak mortals trapped in evil's vice. Chapter 10. "He is your son! Don't let them hurt him!" The witch, with no name, with no voice, walked slowly up the winding stairs, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled that familiar scent. With each advancing step, the fog began to lift from her mind. The smell grew stronger as she approached the top of the tower. It triggered a distant memory, a boy with bright yellow eyes clinging to her skirts, smiling up at her, his face glowing beneath the lamplight. His skin had a silver sheen, like the shine of a newly forged sword. "Mama," he said to her, "don't forget me." Her breath hitched at the sound of his voice, so clear and pure. He could have been standing in front of her. She stopped, leaning against the wall, the cool stone soothing her flushed skin. "Your son," the voice told her. "My son," she whispered. "Hecate," the voice said again. "Who is she?" "That is your name." "No." She shook her head to clear those thoughts. She had no name. She was them and they were her. "You've always been Hecate," the voice said. "Fight for her. Fight for him." A deep moan resonated from the iron door above her, and dread sluiced through her veins. "Your son," the voice said again. "They erased your memories. You must remember. You must!" "Sister," a sibilant voice resonated in her mind. "Come back." She dug her nails into the stone until her fingers ached, closing her eyes against the piercing pain in her head. A rolling fog crept into her mind, silencing that voice until the only thought she had was to obey the call of her sisters. She moved back down the stairs like an angel descending from a cloud, her feet so light she no longer felt the chafing stones beneath her slippered feet. She looked at her sisters through a sheen of white, her eyes feeling swollen and heavy. They were in the center of the tower in the spell room, their red robes pulled low over their milky eyes, their skin a soft gray like cold corpses. They held out their hands, and she went to them, not liking the way her hand felt wrapped up in theirs, loathing that they all hugged her. They passed her around like she was a jug of wine.
"Daiva is right. They will come for her,"
one said, after they were done holding her. The sister's scratchy voice reverberated in her mind, though she knew not who spoke, for their mouths didn't move, and their voices all held the same malice.
"Then we turn them to ash,"
another answered.
"We cannot, and you know it,"
a sister snapped. Another sister stepped forward, standing in front of a much smaller sister who hunched over so far she couldn't meet the eyes of the others. The sister pulled down the hood of the smaller sister.
"Show us your scars."
The small witch straightened enough to shrug off her red robe, her gray, bony body covered in raised, red welts. The witch with no name looked down at her body, alarmed to see raised red welts along her arms as well, though not as severe.
"I will not be the one to torture him again,"
the small sister said.
"We will share the burden, as we always do,"
another witch said.
"I will torture him,"
the witch with no name answered. Her sisters hissed like cornered snakes.
"No, not you,"
a sister said. She knew torturing him would bring her pain, but she didn't care.
"It is my duty to share in the burden."
An unsettling calm washed over the room.
"Very well,"
the sisters answered in unison.
"You will torture the shifter."
The witch with no name knew not why, but a foreboding feeling came over her as the image of a familiar boy's golden eyes flashed in her memory.
"You cannot hurt him,"
that voice echoed in her skull, quieter this time, and frail, almost as if something in the voice's spirit had broken.
"I must,"
she answered.
"It is my duty."
"Your duty is to your son," the voice said.
"To protect him, not harm him."
She swallowed a knot of panic that wedged in her throat, for she realized the voice was referring to the shifter whom she'd agreed to torture.
"Then what do I do?"
She watched her sister's blank expressions, careful to keep hers devoid of emotion as well.
"You help him escape."
She clutched her throat, forcing herself to relax her features as she casually asked,
"Is there no other way?" "To end his torture?"
"Yes," she answered.
"You drive a stake through his heart and turn him to ash."
"No!" Her refusal echoed in her mind, pounding a drum in her heart. Her sisters had heard her refusal, had felt her panic, for they all gasped, their milky eyes flaring.
"Are you now refusing to torture him?"
one sister asked, her voice an accusatory claw of nails on her mind.
I,
she stammered.
"It would be easier to let him go. Let him be as he was."
Their hisses grew so loud, they sounded like a sea of serpents.
"We do not let go those who've wronged the Vindictus,"
they said in unison.
"She is our weak link,"
a separate voice rang out.
"I am trying to strengthen us,"
she argued, confused and afraid by their reaction.
"You seek to divide us."
Their voices were like angry cymbals in her ears. The witch with no name loosed a breath, frustration and desperation gnawing a hole in her chest. Why had she agreed to torture him? Her 5 sisters all steepled their fingers together, leering at her from beneath long, pale lashes.
"You torture him to get his mate to comply. When we're finished, we summon an apprentice witch to turn him to ash."
Her veins turned to icy sludge as she gaped at her sisters. She didn't want this.
"Then fight,"
that strange yet familiar voice said to her.
"Fight for his freedom before they destroy him."
She swallowed at that, for she knew she'd never be able to fight off the Vindictus alone.
"Free his mate,"
the voice answered, She's a powerful witch and will help you. Free his mate. Free his mate," she repeated, then gaped at her sisters as their heavy eyelids narrowed. Had they heard her thoughts? If she wasn't careful, they'd imprison her, too. Tori dreamed she was in another time, another place, for the midnight blue waters of the vast lake that lapped at her heels were too cool and refreshing to have been in hell. The gentle breeze tickled her bare breasts, pebbling her nipples as she stared across the endless blue waters to the black sky and stars beyond. Stars. They sparkled like diamonds, illuminating the waters below. Where was this place? Behind her, strong arms wrapped around her waist. A familiar scent of sulfur and spice and musky arousal enveloped her. She leaned into him, arching her back when warm, calloused fingers danced across her abdomen, then cupped her breasts. She groaned when he pinched her nipples, then tipped back her head while he feasted on her neck, his hands roving, until they slid down to her abdomen, then lower. "Dragomir," she whispered when he parted her weeping flesh, his calloused fingers stroking her tender pearl until her knees wobbled. They sunk into the soft sand, growling into each other's mouths, their limbs tangled, his long, silken shaft pressed against her abdomen as foam gently raced across her backside.
"I've wanted to get you alone for so long,"
he whispered in her ear. "You have me, Dragomir?" She breathed against his skin, wrapping her legs around his waist. "You always have me." And when he plunged into her slick heat with a groan, she swore the earth trembled beneath her as her body opened up to him, only him, her strong alpha. Together, they began that timeless dance of love, their bodies slapping together in time to the rise and fall of each wave that lapped along the shoreline. She savored every kiss, every frenzied touch, never wanting this moment to end, as he took her body higher toward that precipice with each thrust. "Dragomir! Dragomir!" she cried into his mouth, as he muffled her plea with a long sweep of his tongue.
"Say it,"
he panted against her mouth, pulling back to bite on her bottom lip.
"Say you're mine."
"I'm yours, my darling," she cried, her head spinning with ecstasy as he thrust again and again, her slick sheath tightening with need. "I'm yours, I'm yours." Her breath hitched, her world centered on that powerful climax that hovered on the edge of her sanity, threatening to sweep her under lust's current. Then he stilled with a roar, his body pulsing in time to hers, and they were both swept away together, finding cataclysmic ecstasy in each other's arms. He captured her lips in a bruising kiss as his seed spurted deep inside her, triggering waves of orgasmic bliss. By the time their breathing slowed, fatigue claimed her, leaving her spent and boneless as she sunk into the soft sand. He rolled onto his side, pulling her with him. Though the sand between their bodies chafed her skin, she didn't care as he kissed her passionately, deeply.
"Thank you,"
he breathed against her mouth. She placed her palms on his chest, relishing the feel of his pounding heart beneath, knowing it beat for her. "For what?" He blinked up at her, flashing a boyish, fanged grin, the starlight making his silvery skin shine like diamonds.
"For loving me."
She swatted his chest at that. "But you're so easy to love." He waggled his brows.
"Even when I'm being a hard-headed alpha?"
She laughed. Even then she reached between them, wrapping her hand around his large erection, still stiff and ready for more. "And especially when you distract me with this." Flames danced in his eyes.
"Then allow me to distract you again."
The breath whooshed from her lungs when he rolled onto his back, settling her on top of him. She rode him while he grabbed her heavy breasts, anchoring himself to her as he rolled her nipples between his fingers. When he pinched and flicked them, pleasure colliding with pain, she felt ready to combust. She threw her head back with a groan, riding him in time to the waves lapping at her feet, slamming his hard length into her slick heat until they both found heavenly bliss once more. Tori awoke from her slumber with sweat on her brow and Dragomir's name rising up from her throat, a low, guttural moan. She blinked up at the gloom, heard the eerie whistle of the wind through the small windows far overhead, sounding like phantoms were howling above her. Then she remembered where she was. Not on a beach, not in Dragomir's arms, trapped in a tower in the center of the lake of fire, prisoner to an evil coven of witches. That dream had felt so real. Could it have been a memory of before? She prayed it was so. Wishing she could capture the feeling of his kiss once more, she moved to press her fingers to her lips, but bindings dug into her wrists, immobilizing her hands. She swore, remembering where she was. She looked around the room, her eyes slowly adjusting to the dim light. She was in that same cell, chained to the cot. Then she remembered that blinding whip cutting into her mate's flesh. Her heart picked up speed, pounding so hard her chest ached. "Dragomir!" she called to him through thought. "Are you okay?" A low moan, followed by a curse.
"I'll survive."
"That's not what I asked."
"I'll survive,"
he said again, his words clipped before softening.
"Stay strong. Don't give in no matter what they do to me."
No matter what. She shivered at the thought of all they could do to her mate. Her chest heaved, her mind reeled. Then the words of that vindictus witch came crashing all around her like an avalanche of flaming debris. "We shall break you soon enough as you watch us carve him to pieces." She choked on a sob. I don't think I'm strong enough to watch you suffer."
"My love, I'll suffer more knowing they took your magic,"
he said on a soothing whisper, though the undertones of urgency bled through the cracks in his voice. She bit down on her lip and squeezed her fists until nails broke skin. They would carve him to pieces. She wondered what body part they would take first. Surely he'd beg her to intervene if they took that one part they both loved. Surely he wouldn't expect her to do nothing as they carved him up like a steak.
"Did you see what happened to the witch who tortured me?"
Her head snapped up at the sound of his voice. "No," she said wryly. "I was too focused on my mate screaming in agony."
"Pay close attention next time."
She hated the smile in his voice, hated that she had no way to stop the evil witches. "I don't want there to be a next time."
"Everything she does to me happens to her, too."
She froze at that, trying to make sense of what he'd just said. "What?"
"I saw the lash mark on her arm, the same one I had. I saw her wince each time she struck me."
"Are you sure?"
"Yes."
"Why?"
"Maybe something to do with the truce they made with Hecate," he said. "They must have sworn an oath not to hurt her sons."
It made sense. She prayed it were true. Perhaps this would prevent them from making good on their promise to carve him up. Or the same pain would be inflicted on them?
Maybe.
He paused.
"Tori?"
"Yes, my love?"
"I'm sorry we've been fighting."
Her heart twisted at his admission. For the past few months, tension between them had worsened to the point that at times it had become almost unbearable living with him. She knew he was under a lot of pressure as Pack Alpha, but still, their bickering had begun to wear on her soul. "Me too."
"I just wanted to keep you safe."
She loosed a heavy breath, that gloom in her soul rising to the surface, coiling a noose around her throat. "I know."
"Don't give in, no matter what they do to me."
She froze at that. He couldn't ask that of her. "You don't know how hard it is watching them hurt you."
"I can handle it, Tori. Let me take the pain. Let me do this one thing to protect you."
"Dragomir," she breathed. How could he ask her to do nothing?
"Promise, Tori. Please."
The plea in his voice carved a hole deep in her soul, an endless chasm of sorrow. "You can't ask that of me."
"Tori,
His voice was a dark rumble, a reminder that he was an alpha demon, but she refused to bend to his will, even if he was trying to protect her. "I'll try, Dragomir. I'll do my best. That's the only promise I can make." She braced herself for another fight.
"I love you."
His words splintered like shattered glass, and they shattered her heart too. Still, she managed to choke out the words, "I love you too." She bit back a sob when he didn't answer. "Dragomir?"
"I'm okay,"
he said, his voice slurred.
"I just need to sleep it off."
He wasn't okay. He was injured, and she wasn't there to heal him. She wanted to crawl into that pit in her soul and never come out. 5 sisters merged toward the great hall, having put the one to sleep in a cell. She would sleep for days, and when she woke, she wouldn't remember, for the powerful memory spell they'd used on her had drained much of their magic. One reason why they needed the apprentice witch's powers. Their own were waning with each passing century. Soon, their magic would be snuffed out like water dousing flame. They couldn't let that happen. They wouldn't let that happen. They converged into the hall as one, their feet floating across the stones like wisps of air as they fell into chairs around the hearth in the center of the room, a circular stone pit with flickering eternal orange flames. The pit was like a cauldron where they stored most of their combined magic. Without their fires, they would be reduced to blood and bone. Without their fires, the Vindictus would be no more, a secret they would do unspeakable acts to defend.
"Sisters, is Hecate starting to remember?"
one said to the 4. The 4 hissed, bowing back in their padded chairs like demonic cats.
"You do not call her that. She is a nameless witch now. She is us, and we are her."
"We must not pretend ignorance now," the one said, motioning toward the pit's dwindling fires. "Not when our very survival hangs in the balance." The 4 hissed again.
"Summon the oracle."
They leaned over their fires, tossing in handfuls of leaves, summoning the oracle they'd imprisoned thousands of years ago to serve them. The fire pit's flames shot into the air, crackling as if it had been doused with tallow. When the conflagration had ebbed and turned a soft, pleasing yellow, a demon's bald head appeared within the flames. The creature had one big eye in the middle of its bulbous forehead, the black pupil a large, endless chasm, like a well of spilled ink. It had one splintered horn and one fractured one sticking out of either side of its head, and lips so thin its mouth looked like a hole had been punched through a paper-thin, crimson face. Those thin lips pulled back in a wicked snarl, revealing jagged, brittle stumps for teeth.
"You called witches?"
The insolent creature's voice dragged like it was bored of their company, like it didn't depend on their charity for its very existence.
"Insolent oracle!"
the 5 snapped. The oracle flashed a wide, oily grin, a gleam in that one inky eye, narrowing as if it knew their days were numbered.
"How did Daiva remember Hecate?"
the 5 asked the oracle.
"Another demon told her,"
the oracle answered in a taunting melody.
"Who?"
"The demon called Balban."
They gasped, clutching their throats. Balban, the tricky succubus, had been evading their clutches for centuries. One of the demons that had escaped when the Vindictus rose to power.
"Where is Balban now?"
The oracle frowned.
"Cast down below by Hecate's sons."
"Show us!"
They sneered. They leaned back in their chairs, eyes widening when the oracle replayed the shifters coaxing the confession out of the demon like a movie projector from the mortal world, playing back an old film. The memories taking shape as their figures danced among the flames. Then they took vengeance on Balban for murdering the apprentice's Amaraki mother and father. Interesting how the demon shifters once loathed the Amaraki race. Now, They sought vengeance on their behalf, all to please the witch, Daiva. How they were enamored with her. After the oracle's memory faded, the five separated, a hive of buzzing, frantic insects before their minds melded again, converging into one thought. They all know of the time before. They will seek vengeance on us now, and they will stop at nothing to get Daiva back. The oracle's silence was answer enough. Has the beast's curse of silence been broken? The oracle's ugly face became a mask of boredom. I cannot see into the beast's realm. Liar! Tricky, ancient demon! 5 thoughts separated again. The curse of silence must be broken, one said to the 4. It will help them defeat us, one cried out, the panic in her voice spearing their chests. We must root out the shifters and destroy them now, another said. Silence! A sibilant voice commanded, this one more powerful than the others. The sister stood like a phantom rising up from a grave and threw leaves into the fire. That will be all, Oracle. With a sneer, the oracle disappeared into the flames, sparks flying from the fire and landing at her feet. She stomped each one until nothing was left but ash and dust. Then she turned toward her sisters. We stay here and summon the hunters, she said to them. The 4 shook their heads. They easily defeated the other hunters. Those other hunters were fools, she snarled at them, unsheathing her claws, reminding them that she was a powerful demon once before, and she could summon those attributes again. Do you want the shifters to give us chase and come back here and steal our prisoners? She paused, shuddering. Or extinguish our flames? The others let out wild screeches. They wouldn't dare! The one tapped her pointy chin. We seek out the demons Citri and Aesoth. They are too cunning to be defeated. If they were cunning, the 4 said, they'd still be in the mortal world. She raised her claws, ready to lash out and slice open each of their faces. But the flickering flame at her back reminded her where her true power lay, for she was them and they were her. So she held up her claws in a gesture of surrender, though she silently tugged harder on that band of power they all shared. She tugged and tugged, gathering up that power like a blanket in her arms. What choice do we have, sisters? We have none other, they said in unison. She smiled at that. How easily she won them over by manipulating their magic. We must work harder to get the apprentice to relinquish her powers. Dragomir dreamed he was with his brothers and Daiva. They were all in their wolf forms, running across wet, black sand. Waves lapped along a shore beside them. The air smelled like sweet earth and mist, and stars twinkled in the sky. Stars. This place had to have been fictional, yet why did something about it tug on an ancient memory? Daiva's laughter filled his heart with joy as they chased her across the sand and right into the water. They shifted into demons as they swam after her. Dragomir caught up to her first, pulling her into his arms, her breasts smashing against his chest as they locked in a lover's embrace. He kissed her so fiercely, so passionately, that his head spun with lust. Dragomir, she breathed into his mouth. Never stop loving me? Never, he murmured against her lips, before twirling her in his arms. Princeling, she rasped, her voice sounding like an old crone. She looked at him then, her face frozen as if time had stood still. Princeling, the voice rasped again as Daiva burst into a cloud of mist. He roared, grappling for her, then shot up, staring into the strange, multifaceted eyes of a bug-like creature. Bug? Princeling? The creature said in a voice that didn't sound like Bug's, though it looked just like him. You must wake! Sweat dripped down his brow. His veins boiled, his stomach roiled, and he lost all control. Leaning over the side of a narrow cot, he heaved onto the floor. He was vaguely aware of the bug creature clucking its tongue. He heaved and heaved until bile burned the back of his throat. Then he fell back onto his cot, draping an arm across his sweaty brow. The creature fluttered down to him, its thin lips pulled down in a frown. "Sit," it said in a surprisingly commanding tone. Then it fluttered behind him and pushed his shoulders. Cursing, he sat back up.
"Leave me the fuck alone,"
he slurred. The creature just clucked its tongue and pushed a wooden goblet into his hands. "Drink! It will heal!" He stared down at the red liquid swirling in the goblet.
"Blood?"
"Drink!" the creature said sternly. "Or die!" Die? He couldn't die. Tori needed him. Without giving it a second thought, he guzzled the drink in a few big gulps, nearly retching again at the coppery tang. Fuck. It was blood mixed with something else. Wine? He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then let out a rancid belch. He clutched his stomach, doing his best not to vomit again.
"What is that?"
"Blood wine mixed with healing herbs," the creature said. "It will stop infection from poison whip." He fell back with a groan.
The whip was poisoned?
Why was he not surprised? Fucking bitches. He'd snap every one of their bones. He closed his eyes again, trying his best to steady his breathing while praying that blood wine would work. A tingling in his veins was the first sign that something was different. That tingling soon turned to ice flowing through his veins, filling him with an unnatural chill and an unusual calm. His breathing slowed and sweat stopped dripping from his brow. Was it working? He opened one eye, then the other, though it was difficult, as if weights were pressing on his eyes.
"Thanks,"
he slurred. "You no need thank Bastet," the creature said, splaying a smooth claw across his brow. "You no tell Bastet give you this," it said in a soothing voice, one that hearkened a distant memory. A kind nursemaid fluttering around 4 howling little boys while tucking them in bed. "Sleep, princeling," the creature called Bastet said. And so he closed his eyes and let sleep claim him, hoping he'd dream of Daiva again. Chapter 11. Tori didn't remember being hauled into this cavern again, but as she slowly opened her eyes, she nearly retched when she stared into the milky white eyes of that tall priestess. She fought her restraints to no avail. The bindings were too tight, and as before, she couldn't feel her magic. Soon, 4 other cloaked figures came into view, their crimson robes like blobs of blood, their heads peeking from behind that tall witch. 5 total witches, which meant they were keeping Hecate from her. She heard the groan before she saw him. Then her heartbeat pounded hard against her ribcage before coming to an abrupt halt. He was hanging from the wall again, red stripes of blood forming an X across his back. "Why are you doing this?" she asked, her voice a hoarse whisper. "Surrender your powers to us," they said to her, all 5 of their voices converging into one hollow voice that echoed all around her. She spit at their feet. "If you want it so badly, then take it!" Dragomir let out an agonized groan.
"No, Tori."
"We cannot unleash your power until we know it won't be used against us," their voices echoed in her skull. "Swear a blood oath to surrender your power, and we will remove the amethyst chains." She licked the roof of her parched mouth, her lips so dry they ached and cracked when she snarled at them. "And if I don't swear the oath?" All 5 witches broke into devious smiles, their rotting teeth like brittle nails poking out of skeletal, leathery hides. "We will continue to torture your mate."
"Don't make any kind of bargain with them."
Dragomir's voice rose above the loud pounding of her heart. The tall witch turned to her sisters. jutting a finger toward the last of her coven. That witch bowed her head, clutching something red in her hand. Tori's breath hitched. She recognized that red leather band. Arm shaking with the movement, the witch lifted the whip and then unleashed it across Dragomir's back. Her gut churned when he bowed out in pain, but he didn't cry out. The witch who'd struck him, though, she bowed over, crying out like her spine was being ripped open. "Dragomir," she called to her mate.
"I'll survive, Tori."
Each word sounded strained, like he was trying to speak while a dragon was sitting on his chest.
"Don't give in. They can't endure this for long either."
He was right. The witch clutching the whip was still hunched over, her back bowed out like a rabid cat. "Again!" the tall witch called to her sister, her scratchy voice like thousands of tiny spiders burrowing beneath Tori's skin. But the witch didn't move from her hunched position. "Again!" the tall witch screamed, her voice cracking like she was an 80-year-old chain smoker. The hunched witch turned to her, still bent over while holding out the whip. "Perhaps you'd like to do the honor, sister?" "No, I do not," the tall sister barked. "Whip him again." Tori wondered if they knew she could hear their thoughts to each other, for surely they didn't want her knowing of their internal turmoil. The witch finally stood and unleashed the whip, the crack so loud it ricocheted off the walls, the sound reverberating down Tori's spine. Dragomir cried out this time, and the witch holding the whip crumpled to the ground, her unholy wail like the call of a banshee. "Again!" the head witch screeched, but the other witches weren't paying her any heed, as they swarmed the supine witch like bees to a hive. "Again!" the tall witch screamed, so loudly Tori's bones rattled and her head pounded. The supine witch didn't answer. The tall witch stomped over to the witch on the floor, kicking her in the ribs. "Get up!" she turned to Tori, rage swirling in her eyes. "Now see what you made me do." "You're a monster," Tori breathed. A low hum rose up from the other three witches. It took Tori a moment to realize those were growls, and they were focused on their tall sister. She snatched the whip from the witch on the floor, then backed away from her coven. "I'm not the one who allows my poor mate to be tortured." She jutted the whip accusingly at Tori. "Do you truly value your magic more than him? I know he would give anything to stop your suffering." Rage boiled Tori's blood. "Fuck you!" The tall witch turned to her coven, her lips pulled back in a feral snarl. "Break his fingers." The witches floated back as if being pulled by a current. "The honor is all yours, sister," they all said aloud, their sibilant hisses like snakes preparing to strike. "We wouldn't want to steal sweet vengeance from you." She blinked at them, and Tori could have sworn the room's temperature dropped 20 degrees in the span of a heartbeat. Back stiff, the tall witch dropped the whip on the supine witch's chest and floated toward Dragomir. She latched onto Dragomir's bound hand and turned to Tori with a fanged grin. "Which one shall I break first?"
"Don't show fear, Tori,"
Dragomir said to her. Tori swallowed back bile, then turned up her chin, forcing herself to be brave. She couldn't give Dragomir his freedom, but she could give him this.
"Did you make an oath with Hecate that you wouldn't harm her sons?"
"Is that why your witch is on the ground now?" The other witches gasped, but the tall one simply smiled. "The middle finger, then?" Tori noted how the witch shoved one of her hands into the folds of her robe, no doubt to hide the damage she was about to do to her own finger. When she held out her free hand, black smoke trailing from her fingers, Tori fought the urge to vomit. That black magic wrapped around Dragomir's middle finger, then thinned and twisted like a noose. The snap that echoed through the cavern as Dragomir let out an agonizing roar, rattled her skull, and shattered her heart. She vomited then, but she couldn't sit up, so she was forced to heave down her neck and into her robe. The tall witch's mouth twitched, but she did not cry out, as she adjusted her hand in her robe. "Which one shall I break next?" she asked, her raspy voice the only indication that she was in pain. Tori's chest rose and fell with each strained breath. "I will not give you my magic." "A pinky?" Snap. Dragomir roared again, and this time the witch lurched forward, then stumbled back, steadying herself against the wall. "Enough!" the coven screamed at their sister. The tall witch flashed a smile that appeared forced as sweat trickled down her face. Or maybe those were tears. "Very well," she said, her voice sounding ready to snap. "We will think up a new strategy. We have an eternity to come up with a solution, after all." She floated toward Tori as if being carried on a cloud, the sharp bones in her long, leathery face looking more pronounced than before. She hovered until she was just an inch away, the stench from her foul breath making Tori want to vomit again. "If you think you can wait out your mates, you're sadly mistaken. They've already been knocked down another dimension. They can't get to you now." Tori bared her teeth like a cornered animal. "You lie." "Do I?" She laughed, the fog of her breath like a poisonous cloud. "I wonder how many years you'll have to rot in here before you realize they're not coming for you. Tomorrow we'll try a new technique. We have an eternity to get you to submit, after all." Tori vomited again while the witch laughed. Her sisters joined her, their taunts like blades to Tori's skull.
"Don't listen to them, Tori."
Dragomir's warning reverberated in her mind.
"They lie. Stay strong. Stay strong."
Darkness knew she was trying. "How long can I endure doing nothing while they torture my mate?"
"Eternity, if you have to,"
Dragomir rumbled. "Eternity!" Tears streamed down her face as their black choking magic came for her, the whites of their eyes shining through the fog while they continued to laugh and laugh, while the gloom shoved its way into her throat and swallowed her whole. 5 sisters waited in the great hall for the hunters. Citri and Aesoth would not ignore the summons, for they knew to disregard a call from the Vindictus would only stoke their rage. They smiled when they saw the shadows of the winged beasts cut through the red and gray haze outside their tower window. 2 dragon demons beat their wings against the plumes of smoke that rose up from the lake of fire. One demon was as black as the bottom of an inky well, and the other had crimson scales that reflected the flames below. Though not as big as full-fledged dragons, these creatures were half-human, which meant they didn't have access to a dragon's full magical abilities. Good thing, too, for Hell's leviathans were the only creatures the Vindictus feared. They landed on the terrace outside with the grace of cat demons jumping from the dry, barren trees in the petrified forest. Tucking their large wings behind them, the 2 demons snarled at one another before squeezing beneath the archway that led to the hall. The one named Citri, whose black scales glistened beneath the torchlight, was first to enter, his face contorted into a perpetual sneer. He strode toward them, confidence in his easy swagger as he stood in front of the fires, the flames casting shadows across his chiseled features.
"Why have you summoned us, witches?"
His tongue dripped with acid. The dragon demon called Aesoth nodded his agreement from a safe distance behind the other demon's shoulder. Unlike Citri, Aesoth's fear was so palpable, the one could taste it on her tongue. A delicious blend of fire and old, instinctive magic. A coward, but a smart one. Citri could use a few lessons in fear. Perhaps the Vindictus would teach him later. The one witch straightened her shoulders, pulling her crimson robes over the welts on her arms. They weren't as big as her sisters, but they still burned. She met Citri's sneer with one of her own. "We have summoned you because we are in need of your services."
"I work for no one,"
Citri spat, spitting a wad of sizzling venom on the floor.
"Not even the Vindictus."
The one was perturbed by his defiance. Her sister's grumbles of displeasure echoed in her mind. 1,000 years ago, and no demons would have been so insolent. But their unrest was growing, and with it, their defiance. She leaned forward, his image blurring beneath the frosted membranes covering her eyes. "It would behoove you to listen, especially when your souls are in peril." He waved her away with a flick of the wrist.
"Speak plainly, witch. I have no time for threats and riddles."
She straightened at his tone. "We should choke him with our magic and discard his body in the lake of fire," her sisters hissed, 4 voices converging as one. "After they take care of the Fangborns," she hissed back. "We need these fools for now." She looked at him then, his smug grin blinking in and out of her foggy vision. "The Fangborn brothers banished Balban to the next dimension." She grinned back, waiting for his reaction. He had the nerve to laugh, elbowing Eosoth, who laughed with him.
"What do I care if Balban has been banished? My only regret is that I didn't do it myself."
Eosoth voiced his agreement. The one gritted her teeth when her sister's outraged cackles echoed in her mind. She eyed him curiously as a cat would a mouse, moments before she devoured it. "Do you know why they banished it?"
"No."
He crossed thick arms over a broad chest.
"But I suspect you're dying to tell me."
The hissing in her skull ensued. "Kill him! Eat him! Suck the marrow from his bones!" She had to work hard to unclench her jaw as her frail teeth ached and cracked when she gritted them. "They know of your involvement in torturing and killing Amaraki wolves." The dragon demon bared his fangs.
"They loathed the Amaraki more than we did."
"That was before their lost mate and brother returned to them," the one said, a song in her voice. "Their souls resurrected in Amaraki bodies." His mouth fell open before he quickly closed it.
"Do you have proof of this?"
Her nostrils flared, and she smiled when she scented that sharp tendril of fear. Standing, she ignored the popping in her bones as she threw leaves into the fire. "We summon you, Oracle!" The fire crackled as flames shot into the air, and the Oracle appeared, his one eye blinking. "Show us the Fangborn brothers breaking their promise to Balban," she commanded. The Oracle blinked once, and then disappeared behind a wall of mist. Slowly, scenes replayed on the mist. First, Horatu made a promise to Balban that he wouldn't feed him to the beast. Then, Lucian pushed him into the river of fire after Balban told them their entire history. Citri stared at the one, his face a mask of stone for a long moment.
"They only promised they wouldn't feed Balban to the beast."
"Does it matter?" the one asked. "They will not stop until every demon who has wronged their mate is dead." His shoulders stiffened as several more tendrils of fear seeped out of his scales, wrapping around him like a shroud. Good. "He fears them and not us," the 4 hissed. She ignored them, though the truth in their words was like venom surging through her veins. Once they siphoned the apprentice witch's powers, they would once again sow the seeds of fear throughout all of hell. The one tilted her head, the brittle bones in her neck popping with the movement. "They will come for you next, but they will not be so kind. They will feed you to their beast, and you can't bargain with them." Eosoth made an odd, strangled sound like the whimper of a dog. Citri ruffled his wings, his eyes flashing crimson.
"What do you expect us to do?"
"Destroy them before they destroy you," all 5 said in unison. Citri shifted, sharing a dark look with the other dragon demon.
Why do you want us to destroy them?
Do we need a reason? The five asked. Citri's slitted nostrils flared.
Every demon knows the Vindictus serves no one but themselves.
The one stood, moving to the edge of the fire like she was carried on a cloud. What is it you want, Citri? He didn't blink.
Safe passage to the mortal realm.
So you can steal more human bodies? His wings snapped open as he let out a low growl.
What do you care what we do?
We don't, she laughed at his display, like a bird ruffling his feathers. Very well. Destroy the shifters, and we will grant you passage. A lie. She would strip every scale from his hide. Jutting a foot toward the fire, he waved his fist.
How do you expect us to destroy a pack of 5 shifters?
The one chuckled at that, flashing a wicked, toothy grin. They are down to 3 now. A breath of warm air blew into the cavern, the sulfuric scent filling her lungs. Push the remaining shifters into the river of fire. Citri's eyes narrowed.
What happened to the others?
She waved away his question. None of your concern. The smug look he gave her made her sisters hiss loudly in her mind.
Who remains?
Citri snapped. She folded her hands in her lap, evil radiating from her like a plague, as she eyed him with derision. 1 alpha, a beta, and a gamma. Citri rubbed his pointed chin with leathery claws.
It will be easier with only 3. But why push them into the river? Why not feed them to their beast?
He asked, mistrust reflecting in his hooded eyes. The beast served their mother. It will not harm them. For his spell of silence had been lifted thanks to Balban's treachery. That spell had also prevented the primordial djinn from offering the brothers any assistance, other than providing them with food and other basic goods. If she could resurrect Balban from the very pit of hell, she would, only so she could break every bone in the demon's body. They will not be able to return to this dimension if you push them into the fire, she added. Citri had the nerve to cluck his serpentine tongue. Unless they find a crystal. They won't. A smile cracked her face's hard shell. We have them all now. The stone the apprentice had kept in her pocket, no doubt stolen from their hunters, had been recovered when she'd first been captured. Push them in, and we will grant you passage into the living realm. Eosoth whimpered again as Citri paced in front of the fire, his wings folded behind his broad back. It was then the one realized he would have made an impressive lover. But her need for sexual gratification had dried up long before her magic had waned.
How are we supposed to defeat them?
Citri asked, mistrust lacing his words. Closing her eyes, the one summoned her leash of fire. It appeared in her hand, the leather biting into her palm as she clutched it in a white-knuckled grip. This tool had served the Vindictus well for centuries. Parting with it felt almost as painful as cutting off a limb. Reluctantly, she released it, sending it along a current of black smoke over the flames and into Citri's outstretched hand. Use this, she said on a rush of air, forcing her hands in the folds of her robe, lest she lose her nerve and snatch it back. He frowned down at the whip in his hand.
What is it?
An enchanted whip, the one answered. 1 lash will leach poison into their veins. It had taken the Vindictus decades to cultivate such a tool. Citri let out a low whistle while turning over the whip in his palm.
Enough to knock them down a dimension?
The one swallowed at that, eyeing the whip like a mother parting with her newborn babe. Enough to disable them, so they cannot fight you. And eventually, the infection from the whip would kill them if they hadn't been knocked down already. He waved the whip around like a sword.
And if we fail?
Poisonous smoke leached from her fingertips like midnight ink spilling from a well.
Then we will do it ourselves and feed you to that beast when we find you.
Dragomir had been dreaming he and Daiva were making love by a vast, deep blue lake beneath a canopy of stars. The dream had felt so real, so amazing, as both their bodies and souls merged into one. He heaved a depressed sigh while staring into the darkness overhead, the cell's stifling, humid air pressing down on his lungs and causing sweat to pool on his brow. He ran his tongue over the roof of his mouth, so dry it was as if he'd swallowed a mouthful of sand. But worst of all was the relentless throbbing in his hand, namely 2 swollen fingers that looked like crooked sausages. He gently rested his hand on his chest, the slight movement sending a dull, shooting throb through his fingers. Fuck, it hurt.
Tori,
he called into the darkness. Breath hitch. He waited and waited.
Tori,
he said with more urgency. He prayed she was sleeping. It wasn't like her to not answer. He shot up at the sound of movement outside, a too-human growl erupting from his throat. He scowled down at those cursed amethyst chains. How he missed his beast. Big, multifaceted eyes looked at him through the tiny window's bars on his cell door. The door opened, revealing a creature that looked too much like Bug. "Hello, Princeling," the creature said in a gravelly voice.
Princeling,
he rasped, his voice drier than dust. The demon had called him that before when he'd been in a dreamlike state, the wounds on his back causing delirium. But when he'd woke the next day, his wounds no longer throbbed. His head no longer thrummed. The winged demon fluttered into the room, bearing a tray with a big jug and a bowl. "Bastet bring you food." Bastet? Why was that name familiar? He took the pitcher, his arms straining against his bindings as he drank the cool water in a few greedy gulps. Though the water had a slightly rancid taste, at that moment it was manna from heaven soothing the burning in his throat.
Thank you for the other day.
He'd no idea how many days had passed since the demon had healed him. Time seemed to blur into one endless day of torture and depression, a solitary wheel spinning his soul to dust. "Bastet not know what you mean," the creature said with a wink. He vaguely remembered Bastet winking at him in his past life, and that Bastet had been a woman. When she set a jar down on the table beside him, something about the minty smell was familiar. A scene played out in his mind, of him running to his nursemaid after injuring his finger. She'd used that same salve to heal his cuts. Bastet. That's what she said her name was. Bastet. His eyes widened when more memories resurfaced. His mind had been a tomb, and as the lid was finally lifted, beneath the cobwebs and dust, he remembered her. She'd fed him, clothed him, loved him while his mother ruled a city. She'd been a second mother to him and his brothers.
Bastet,
he breathed. Fluttering above him, she clasped her claws together, a smile cracking the lines that drew down her mouth. "You remember me?" He slowly nodded.
I do.
Tears welled in her eyes. She peered over her shoulder, then fluttered closer to him, whispering into his ear. "Their curse is waning, along with their magic. That is how we remember now." He swallowed at that, praying it was true.
What is that?
He asked as she grabbed the jar and scooped green goo into her claws. "It heal," she said, gently lifting her hand and coating his injured fingers in the salve. He sighed in relief when it instantly cooled and soothed his fingers. Her touch triggered more memories of her soothing him after a fall and tucking him into bed after a long night.
It smells familiar,
he said, wanting to say more but not trusting himself to speak. His nursemaid. Had she been trapped inside this tower for thousands of years with his mother? What kind of torture had she endured? When she turned from him to set the jar back on the table, he had his answer. Her wings. He'd seen the lines before, thinking them membranes, but now he recognized them as scars. So many. Her wings were streaked with them. "Best it use it on you many time." Her soft smile wasn't enough to hide the sadness in her eyes.
When?
A tear slipped down her fuzzy, green cheek. "When you little pups."
You were my nursemaid.
It was more of a statement than a question. She silently nodded, then turned with a gasp at a sound outside their door. She quickly handed him a bowl of what appeared to be porridge. "You must eat to keep strength," she whispered, then dumped the jar of salve into a bigger tin jar, covering it with a fistful of flower petals. He swallowed as she heaved the tray into her arms. He had so many questions for her. So many. But she was already flying toward the door, slipping through, when a witch in a brown robe, her milky eyes white, held it open. He swore when she flew out the door, his heart imploded. Chapter 12. Tori woke to the sound of splashing water and a familiar buzz in her ears. She blinked up at a giant fly demon hovering above her, hundreds of her reflections staring back at her in those multifaceted eyes. "Dracinda," she rasped, for she remembered now where she was, who held her captive. The slave frowned. "Dracinda, no allowed to talk to mistress." Poor creature. She remembered all too well how terribly the Vindictus had treated Bug. She flashed a sympathetic smile. "I won't tell." Her chest ached with the realization that she and Dragomir were both prisoners, that he was in a cell somewhere with broken fingers. Had anyone come to help him? "Dragomir?" she called to him, then held her breath, waiting. A dull ache settled in her chest when he didn't answer. She tried not to let panic overwhelm her. He was most likely sleeping. Dracinda helped her sit up, then picked up a dripping sponge, wringing it in her claws. "Sorry, mistress," she said. "This cold." Tori heaved a sigh of relief as the demon washed dried vomit from her neck. The cool water was a welcome reprieve to the sticky heat in her cell. After she was finished, she patted her dry with the care of a mother coddling her newborn babe. "Thank you, Dracinda," Tori said. The demon curtly nodded, busying herself with ladling soup into a bowl. "You don't need to thank this lowly servant." "Is that what they make you believe?" Tori shook her head. "You're not lowly. Your work here is important." The demon gasped, dropping the ladle, splashing soup on the ground. She cried out, smacking the side of her head as tears streamed down her face. "It's okay, Dracinda," Tori soothed, reaching for her. "It was an accident." The demon sniffled. "There are no accidents here, mistress." That dull ache in Tori's chest turned to a sharp, splintering pain as she thought about the bleak future she and Dragomir both faced if her mates didn't find a way to save them. Dracinda made quick work of cleaning the floor before scooping the soup into a wooden bowl and handing it to Tori. Tori held it in her lap, frowning at the contents of the bowl. Meat stew, she hoped, as Dracinda handed her a crusty end of bread. Though what the meat was made of, Tori wasn't sure. The bowl wasn't warm, and despite the gnawing pit in Tori's stomach, she knew she'd have a hard time swallowing the food. She cleared her throat, doing her best not to let the fear show in her voice, for she never knew if the Vindictus was listening. "Dracinda, have you seen my mate?" "Another servant attends him," she answered, her wings buzzing while she cleaned soup off the side of the bed frame and the walls. Tori hadn't noticed how far it had splattered. She turned her gaze to her soup, forcing out a breath. "Calm, Tori. Is someone treating his wounds?" "Dracinda not sure, mistress." She tossed the sponge in the bowl and then turned to Tori, wagging a claw like a brooding mother hen. "You must eat. Food will give you strength to fight." The demon winced as she said the words, then shrank back, looking around the room as if choking black magic would seep from the walls and strangle her. "You're right." She did her best to keep her voice calm, even. "Thank you." She forced herself to take a bite of the stew. It was bland, which was better than being rancid. The bread was as hard as a brick, so she shoved it into the bowl, waiting to see if it would soak in the moisture. "Dracinda?" The servant hovered around her. "Yes, mistress." She tapped the side of her bowl, trying, and failing, to sound casual.
"Do you know the Vindictus witch, Hecate?"
The demon shook her head. "They have no names, mistress." "Odd. Then what do you call them?" "Nothing." She hung her head, her wings drooping. "Dracinda no allowed to address head witches." She cleared her throat while pushing the bread around in the bowl. It still hadn't soaked up the juice, and she was beginning to wonder if it was perhaps an actual brick. "Do you notice if one witch is treated differently than the others?" "There is one. They keep her separate from the others sometimes." "Dracinda." Tori leaned forward, her bindings digging into her wrists. "That witch is the key to my escape. To all of us escaping." The servant gasped, then backed up so fast she hit the wall, rattling the iron door. "Dracinda no want to escape." Tori leaned back, worried she'd frighten the servant away. "Are you sure?" The demon turned, rattling the door behind her and looking ready to scale the walls. "Dracinda must go before head witches bring out whip." Of course. Tori's shoulders fell. She'd pushed the servant too far, too fast. "I'm sorry." "No be sorry, mistress." The demon turned back to her, blinking as her eyes watered. "You are kind to think of Dracinda." Hooded eyes blinked at them from the small door window. A witch in a brown robe opened the door, and Dracinda quickly left, leaving behind the tray of soup and water. Tori frowned down at her bowl, that crust of bread still impenetrable, unyielding, just like the damn bindings around her wrists, just like this prison in the center of a lake of lava. Tears slipped over her eyelids. How would her mates ever reach her? Sweat clung to Horatu's matted fur and dripped into his eyes as he stood on the ledge overlooking the lake of fire. The rickety bridge, the one way to get to the tower, to Tori and Dragomir, was gone. Cyrus howled beside him, his wolf ears pressed against his skull. Phoenix alternated between rubbing the top of Cyrus's head and wiping tears from her eyes. Lucian, in his demon form, glared at the lake, the fire reflecting in his eyes, determination in the hard set of his jaw.
"I will get us across, brothers."
Horatu gaped at the tower in the center of the lake. From this distance, the imposing monolith was nothing more than a grain of sand set against the backdrop of the endless flames. He laid the 3 jeweled swords he'd been carrying against a boulder and brushed sweat from his brow.
"You can get us all the way across?"
Lucian nodded.
"I have no choice."
Phoenix scratched the back of her head and squinted at the flames. "There's something not right."
"We're in hell, Phoenix,"
Lucian snapped.
"Nothing is right here."
She rolled her eyes before handing him a rock. "Push this across." He snatched it from her and tossed it in the air, then used his wind to smack the rock away like a bat striking a ball. Eyes fixed on the rock, he held out his hands, frowning as it flew a few feet past the shore before falling into the flames. Swearing, he repeated it with another rock and another. None of them could make it across the lake. Horatu's heart fell to the pit of his stomach.
"It's like there is a curse on the lake that mutes magic."
Lucian shook his head.
"It's the rocks. They can't withstand the heat. I need to try it on one of us." "No,"
Horatu said forcefully.
"If a rock can't withstand the heat, what makes you think we can?"
His brother was too distraught to think logically. As much as Horatu was desperate to save his mate and brother, he wouldn't sacrifice anyone else to do it. Not yet. Now he had to figure out another way across. Horatu dragged a hand down his face. The pressure to save them like a steam kettle was boiling beneath his skin, ready to explode at any minute. What kind of an alpha would he be if he couldn't save them? Lucian threw back his head and let out an agonized roar.
We have to get them now.
He waved his fists at the sky.
We've fucked around long enough.
Phoenix looked sideways at him, disgust reflecting in her eyes. We're no good to them if we die trying to save them.
I can't wait another moment.
Lucian fell to his knees, gripping his hair by the roots, a crazed look in his eyes.
I can't live without her another 2,000 years. You don't know how much I love her.
It felt as if a spear had lodged in Horatu's chest as he knelt beside his brother.
I love her too, Lucian.
He reached for his brother. Lucian arched away from him with a snarl.
How can you be so calm? How is this not driving you mad?
Horatu expelled a shaky breath, angry with Lucian for judging him, but more angry with himself for failing everyone.
Don't think for 1 minute that I'm not hovering on the edge of insanity.
Lucian turned his gaze to the lake, bitter-sounding laughter erupting from his throat.
You didn't even mourn them.
Flares of red burst before Horatu's eyes, his beast overpowered by rage as he pounded his chest like an ape.
You fucking idiotul!
He launched himself at Lucian, who shifted into wolf form, biting Horatu hard on the shoulder. Horatu roared in agony, barely aware of Phoenix screaming at them, of Cyrus howling, as he and his brother went tumbling down the steep incline. They landed hard on coarse black sand, just a few steps away from the edge of the flames. The heat was so intense, so overpowering. His flesh burned as more sweat soaked his fur. Lucian snapped at him, clawing up his chest and nearly ripping out his throat. He snatched a handful of sand, throwing it in his brother's eyes. Lucian rolled off with a yelp, and Horatu kicked him in the ribs, sending him flying across the shore. The heat sent a wave of nausea roiling through him, but he didn't care. Horatu wiped blood from his mouth, barely aware of the pain in his chest and back as he stalked toward Lucian, his vision red, rage muddling all thoughts except for one: revenge. Lucian had been second-guessing his every word, his every decision, until he had no faith left in himself, until he felt just as ostracized from this pack as he had from the last one. And here he thought he'd found his true family. He didn't belong anywhere, and he was a shit alpha. Lucian saw it, and Horatu hated him for it. Hated him. But mostly, Horatu hated himself. Everyone would perish because of him. Just as he reached his brother, noted the harsh rise and fall of his chest as he lay on his side, tongue lolling out of his jowls, something died inside him. What had he done? Cyrus's warning howl was a blazing siren in his skull.
Brothers, they took her! They took Phoenix!
Horatu's gaze snapped up to his brother, standing on the ridge on 3 legs, his front paw curled inward, blood dripping from his snout.
What? Who? Hunters! Hurry!
Cyrus cried. Lucian struggled to his feet, whimpering, his side swollen.
I can track them.
Horatu's jaw dropped.
You're injured.
Thanks to Horatu and his bloody fucking temper. Lucian ignored him as he limped past, his tail dragging the black soil. Horatu wanted nothing more than for the earth to open up and swallow him whole, turn his body and soul to dust and ash, so he wouldn't have to spend another miserable moment as this farce of an alpha. But no, he had to save Tori and Dragomir, and now his mate's teen sister. Or at least try to save them. Tori didn't remember succumbing to sleep, but when she woke, she was back in that torture chamber, strapped to that diagonal table, her leather bindings digging hard into her wrists. The air was so humid, her hair and coarse robe clung to her skin in sodden waves. Bile burned her throat, and dread twisted her insides. She scanned the cavern, her veins turning to ice, when 5 figures in crimson robes floated into the cell, mist swirling at their feet like phantoms haunting a graveyard. "Where is he?" she snapped, baring her teeth. Where's my mate?" The tall witch folded her long, knobby fingers in front of her. She was hunched over, her curved torso waving back and forth like a cobra preparing to strike. She flashed a mouth full of rotting stumps for teeth. "We decided to show him kindness today and give him time to recover." "Kindness?" She spit at the bitch's feet. "You don't know the meaning of the word." The witch didn't blink, her milky eyes like two glowing orbs as they stared vacantly ahead. "Of course we do." She motioned to the other witches, whose sibilant laughter was like sharp nails dragging through her mind. "We also know how kind you've been to Dracinda." The witch turned to the side, motioning to a shadowy figure hanging from the opposite wall. All moisture evaporated from Tori's mouth as she gaped at the translucent wings jutting from the figure's back, at the way the prisoner trembled like a leaf in a windstorm. Fuck. "She looks too much like Bug, doesn't she?" the witch taunted. "I wonder if her wings pluck off as easily." Flames of rage shot through Tori's skull. "You evil bitches!" she hollered, thrashing against her bindings. The witch pulled a new whip out of her robes. This one had a black handle with several long, razor-thin bands. "Is that any way to talk to your masters?" Tori spoke through gritted teeth. "You are not my masters." Her milky eyes brightened. "We will be." "Why don't you torture me instead?" Tori clenched her hands until nails broke skin. "Afraid I'll fight back?" She thrashed harder against her bindings, not caring when they sliced into her flesh. "Cowards!"
"Tori, what's happening?"
Dragomir's voice echoed in her mind.
"I can feel your panic in my soul."
Tori breathed through a wheeze, her chest tightening. "They're torturing Dracinda."
"Who?"
"A servant, like Bug."
"Do not surrender your magic to them."
Tori felt as if her soul had fallen into a black pit of despair when the tall witch floated toward Dracinda. As if on cue, the wall sconces above Dracinda's prone body began glowing brighter, highlighting her terrified features, those wide, multifaceted eyes, her trembling lips. With a roar like a rabid dragon, the tall witch arched back and then unleashed her whip. It lashed across Dracinda's wing, shredding it in one blow. The creature let out a heart-wrenching wail. The witches cackled with glee, their voices blending as one shrill burst of laughter. Tori wanted to tear her hair out. Her fingers throbbed. Her magic somehow awakened and demanded to be let free. But something was blocking it. She bucked against her bindings. "They're tearing off her wings!"
"Tori, listen to me."
Dragomir's voice was too soothing, too calm.
"Her wings will grow back."
She panted like an injured animal, then sucked in a breath when the witch raised the whip again. Snap, scream, cackle. "She's in pain!"
"A small sacrifice. Once they get your magic, you and I are both through. Our pack will be annihilated."
She hated that he made sense, hated that she couldn't do anything for that poor demon. "This is so hard."
"I know it is, sweetheart."
Dragomir's soothing voice was the only thing tethering Tori to sanity. "Weak, cowardly witches!" She screamed at them, tears streaking her face. "Pick on an innocent instead of picking a fight with another witch!" She thrashed like a woman possessed. Snap, scream, cackle.
"Block it out,"
Dragomir soothed.
"Close your eyes. Let me tell you a story. I had a dream that we were making love by a beautiful deep blue lake."
Snap, scream, cackle. She closed her eyes just as she saw one wing fall off, detached like a ripped sleeve. Those witches were going to drive her to madness. If she ever got free of her restraints, she'd make sure they suffered a similar fate.
It was the sweetest lovemaking. It felt as if I was there.
His description jogged a memory of her dream the night before. "Was it just you and me?"
"Yes. How did you know?"
"I had the same dream."
"I think it was a memory."
She swallowed at that, the act painful through a constricted throat. What she wouldn't give to be at that lake now, making love to Dragomir, this evil world a distant memory.
I think it was in the time before the Vindictus took power.
Snap, scream, cackle. Her eyes flew open just as another wing fell off. She closed them again, but not before seeing the flash of agony in Dracinda's eyes. The demon would hate her after this, and Tori didn't blame her. She held back her tears. "We were happy, and you were holding me." If only he were holding her now. "The wings are gone," the witch taunted, her sisters laughing along with her. "Maybe tomorrow we will work on the other limbs." Tori heaved bile, her limbs shaking so badly she feared she'd start seizing.
"We can have that again, Tori."
His words punctured the air like bullets.
"If we fight for it."
A morbid thought struck her. What if the Vindictus was right? What if our pack has been cast to the second dimension?
They were lying.
How do you know?
I may not be able to access my beast, but I still have my instincts. They're in this dimension, and they're trying to get to us. I can sense it. We have to stay strong for them.
She swallowed at that, hoping he was right. I will, Dragomir. What she didn't add was that she'd still hate herself for it, and she loathed herself a little more with each agonizing scream. Chapter 13. Horatu's feet were charred bricks, having crusted over with so much blood they'd started to numb as he followed Lucian across the parched earth in his protector form. He was faster and stealthier as a wolf, but he had to remain as a protector to carry all 3 swords. Despite his brute strength, his arms ached from the strain of carrying the heavy steel. Though he appreciated that the weapons could deflect magic, they'd become too much of a burden. Still, he couldn't let them go, just in case they ended up needing them. The demons who'd taken Phoenix were leading them in circles, but he said nothing to Lucian, for he knew it would only lead to a fight. Lucian was still injured. He'd only let Cyrus partly heal him, saying they had no time for more delays. So Horatu was forced to stare at that bulge in his brother's ribs, a stark reminder of his inability to lead his pack. He'd lost his cool, and because of it, their enemies had slipped in and stolen Tori's sister. If they harmed her, Tori would never forgive him, and he'd never forgive himself. Lucian abruptly stopped, sniffing the air when they neared the river of fire, his ears flattening against his head.
"They're near."
Horatu had been so consumed by his thoughts, he hadn't realized they'd been near the river. Another sign he was a terrible alpha. "Don't come closer!" a familiar girl's voice cried out. "It's a trap!" Horatu and his brothers dodged behind a boulder, yelping when a streak of blinding white flew toward them. It struck the ground where they'd been standing, leaving a burning crevice in its wake. What the fuck? Horatu dropped the swords at his feet, growling as he stood behind the boulder that barely came to his waist. Standing on a low ledge carved into the mountain on the other side of the river were 2 demons, one red and one black, with bat-like wings, scales on their broad chests, and faces that looked part human, part dragon. They stood on 2 legs like humans, their glowing red eyes focusing on him. The black demon clutched what looked like an electrified whip in one hand, while he latched onto Phoenix's shoulder with the other. The red dragon dug his claws into her other shoulder. A leather rope with an amethyst stone hung from her neck. Her hands were bound behind her back, and blood trickled out of a gash on the side of her head. He threw back his head with a roar. He was going to rip those demons apart.
"Do you have a death wish, Citri?"
Lucian spat, standing beside Horatu in his demon form, almost human, with the exception of his spiked horns and silvery skin, his nails digging into the stone. The black demon raised his whip, fangs flashing.
"Quite the opposite."
Lucian snarled.
"And yet you and Aesoth would risk our wrath by kidnapping our mate's sister."
Both demons had the nerve to laugh. Horatu let out a low rumble, so deep it shook the ground. Still in wolf form, Cyrus whimpered and paced beside them, the fur on his neck standing on end. Lucian arched a brow.
Care to explain? You tell me.
The demon called Citri jutted his chin forward.
I didn't want to believe the Vindictus when they told us, but no sooner had we left their tower than we were attacked by a band of demons.
He looked to the red demon, who nodded his agreement.
They said you put a high price on our heads. Lucky for us, we outsmarted them. They're stuck in the second dimension now.
His eyes narrowed, his gaze tunneling on Horatu.
You're about to join them.
Horatu let out a roar, pounding his chest.
Then come get us!
Phoenix took that moment to stomp on Aesoth's clawed foot. The demon released her with a howl. She fell to the ground, spinning out of Citri's grip and swiping his feet out from under him. The whip flew out of his hand and into the valley below as he landed on top of her, his knee jamming into her abdomen. Horatu was aware of both of his brothers following him in their wolf forms as he jumped on top of the boulder and soared over the river, the rising heat burning the fur off his paws. Rocks and sand chafed his knees as he slammed into the unforgiving earth. Ignoring the pain shooting up his shins, he grabbed the top of the ledge and swung up like an ape, hauling Citri off Phoenix. His brothers pinned Aesoth to the ground. The demon whimpered when their maws clamped down on his neck and shoulder. Horatu punched Citri so hard, the violent crack of his jaw splintered the air as his head snapped back. He fell to the earth. Phoenix sat up, spitting blood and dirt on the ground. Horatu ripped the bindings off her wrists with one swipe of his claw. She snatched the amethyst necklace off her neck and threw it into the river below with a curse, before swiping grime and tears off her face. Horatu reached for her.
Phoenix, I'm sorry.
She backed away from him, snarling.
I don't need your damn coddling. I need you to save my sister.
She jumped to her feet and brushed dirt off her knees. Horatu's chest ached, and his spine felt ready to fracture under the weight of his guilt, but he refused to wallow in self-pity. Tori and Dragomir needed him. He stood and slung the motionless Citri over one shoulder. Lucian released his prisoner and glared up at him, flashing bloody fangs.
Throw him in the river.
Nu, Horatu said, his Romanian accent taking over, reminding him of another time, another place, when his old pack also barked orders at him.
We feed him to the beast. We don't have time,
Lucian barked. Horatu threw back his head and let out a roar so loud the mountain rained debris down on them. He shielded Phoenix, ignoring the stinging pain of small rocks pelting across his back. When the avalanche stopped, he released Phoenix and snapped at Lucian, who he noticed had blown the debris away from himself and Cyrus while letting Horatu suffer. Prick.
You're right, Lucian. We don't have time. But we also won't have another chance if we fuck this up.
He jostled the demon on his shoulder.
I'm feeding these demons to the beast and wishing for a way to reach the tower.
He turned to Cyrus.
Either guard those swords or bury them.
Cyrus whimpered, looking over his shoulder at where Horatu had left the swords. Horatu stomped past a snarling Lucian and glared down at Aesoth. The demon whimpered while looking up at him like a dog begging for scraps. Horatu kicked his head hard enough to knock him out. Without saying another word, he slung the demon over his other shoulder and trudged up the mountain, ignoring the stifling pressure of two heavy, winged demons weighing down his back. It was nothing compared to the weight of his guilt, his worry, his depression, his burden of being a pack alpha. Horatu dumped both demons on the slate floor with a grunt, then rubbed his sore shoulders while eyeing the buzzing wall before him.
Keep an eye on them,
he said to his two brothers, both in their demon forms, wearing loincloths around their waists, their chests gleaming and their dark hair dripping with sweat. Lucian gave him a curt nod.
Let's get this over with.
Horatiu had to bite his tongue to keep from saying something they'd all regret, but he was growing ever tired of Lucian's moods. Rather than use his meaty fists to pummel his brother, he turned back to the wall. He was the only one strong enough to push open the door to the beast's chamber. He scowled down at Phoenix as she edged closer to him.
I told you to wait in the hearth room.
She crossed her arms, her eyes narrowing. I'm not listening to her another moment. Horatiu dragged his hand down his face with a groan, wincing at the pleading screams that echoed throughout the hall. Would anything ever be easy for him? He wasn't sure how long Jezebeth had been begging to come in via the portal in the hearth, but her voice sounded hoarse. He smiled at that. The wicked djinn deserved to suffer, to feel even an ounce of the pain she'd caused his pack. Though he was relieved she couldn't come into their home unless invited, a protection against djinns that were tethered to their lamps, he wasn't sure how long he could withstand listening to her pathetic cries.
Stay behind Lucian and Cyrus.
He gave Phoenix a look that he hoped would make her cower. She didn't bat an eye. Yes, oh brave and wise Alpha. He gritted his teeth. If she wasn't Tori's little sister, he would have throttled her. Citri woke up right after Horatiu had heaved open the heavy door leading to the beast's chamber. As soon as Horatiu saw movement beneath his eyelids, he snatched him up off the floor and dragged him into the room. Citri screamed and dug his claws into a wall, the sound like blades cutting into ice, as Horatiu grappled with the dragon demon for control.
We can carry you to the tower,
Citri cried.
You won't be able to get across the lake without wings.
Horatiu snorted at that as he peeled one of Citri's claws from the wall.
You mean you'll dump us in the flames? We won't.
Citri drew the sign of the cross across his chest, as if he'd suddenly found religion. Pathetic.
I swear it. Let go before I break your claws.
Horatiu seethed, peeling that last finger from the wall. Citri lashed out, aiming for Horatiu's throat.
The beast only eats souls, not demons. You sure?
Horatiu grasped Citri's wrist, growling at him when he hissed.
He liked the last demons we fed him.
When Citri sucked in a huge breath, Horatiu knew he was out of time. He'd almost forgotten this demon was part dragon. He flung the demon from him, ducking when a plume of fire singed the top of his head. Citri let out a squawk, smoke pouring from his snout as he flew toward the top of the cavern. Much to Horatiu's surprise, the beast shot out of the water like a geyser, swallowing the demon in one gulp. Smoke poured from the beast's big maw as he settled back into the water.
One more soul for you,
Lucian said from behind him as he and Cyrus dragged a still sleeping Aosoth toward the beast. Horatiu glared at his brothers. They hadn't bothered to help him when he was fighting with Citri. Lucian could have used his wind to blow the flames back. Was he that angry that he'd risk him getting seriously injured or killed? The beast slurped Aosoth down, then settled back into the fog, a misshapen grin etched into his grotesque features. His long tongue darted out, licking his lips.
The most delicious sinners I've ever eaten.
He let out a loud belch that rivaled a lion's roar, shaking the entire room.
They must have committed centuries of atrocities.
He slunk further into the water, his eyelids heavy and his mouth below the surface.
Now, what is it you wish?
His deep baritone rocked the cavern, yet his mouth was submerged. Horatiu didn't spare his brothers a look.
We need a way across the lake of fire. The bridge to the tower is gone, and the lake is spelled so that Lucian's magic can't carry us.
The beast blinked and a long, curved horn appeared at his feet. He picked up the strange object. It looked like a mammoth tusk that had been wrapped in crisscrossed leather bands, strange markings etched into the ivory. The tip had been cut off the end and then wrapped with leather. A mouthpiece?
What is this?
He asked.
This horn belonged to your aunt,
the beast answered.
Your mother gave it to me for safekeeping after Elria had been turned to ash. It summoned Tanyinug.
Horatu scratched the back of his head.
Tan what? Elria's dragon. She had a dragon?
Cyrus's question reverberated in his head. At least one of his brothers was speaking to him now.
She was a dragon rider,
the beast said, his bulbous eyes crinkling.
And a fine one.
Holy shit! Phoenix yelped. He scowled down at her as she stood beside him, her head coming to his waist. He hadn't heard her approach. So much for her staying behind his brothers.
And Tanyinug is still around?
He asked, rubbing his furry chin. The beast rose up from the water, his massive mouth turning a frown.
He lives deep in the bowels of hell on the bottom dimension. He has not been seen in this dimension since his mistress was turned to ash.
Why didn't he incinerate them after they killed Elria? He asked. The beast made a blubbery sound, like a walrus belching.
They tricked him before they killed Elria.
How so?
They took one of his scales.
They what? Horatu scratched the back of his head while ignoring the sounds of his brothers grumbling behind him.
A dragon is vulnerable when he's missing even one scale, but the Vindictus took the most important one, the one shielding his heart.
So he fled like a coward while witches were imprisoned? Lucian sneered. The djinn answered with a grunt.
Dragons do not fall to lower levels when they die.
What happens to them? Horatu asked.
They simply disappear.
Well, fuck.
Then how are we supposed to summon him?
Lucian asked, a little too much bite to his bark.
Easy, brother,
he said, growling when Lucian didn't answer.
If you blow the horn, he will come,
the beast answered with a slow slur.
He always answered Elria's call. Dragons are not restricted by dimensional barriers.
Horatu fought his trepidation.
And he won't try to eat us? Or flee like a coward?
Lucian added.
I can make no guarantees. He was a temperamental dragon.
The beast's low, guttural laughter reverberated down Horatu's spine and twisted his gut with unease.
He liked only Elria and her apprentice, Bennu, but he loathed shifters.
Oh, that's comforting to know, Lucian snapped, glaring at the beast as if it had been responsible for their current misfortunes. Horatu should have taken comfort knowing that Lucian's bad temper extended to more than just him, but he was more agitated by his behavior.
What do we say to it?
Horatu asked, doing his best to ignore Lucian's grumbling.
The truth. Dragons know when you're lying.
The beast nodded to Phoenix.
And you let Bennu do the talking.
I'm Phoenix, she stammered, the color draining from her face. The beast smiled as he looked her over.
I know who you are, Bennu.
She pressed against Horatu. What? This was the first time Horatu had ever seen the rebellious teen so tongue-tied. It was a nice change from her usual raise hell and make amends later attitude.
The reincarnation of Daiva's sister,
he said to her.
Just like Tori is the reincarnation of Daiva.
She clutched her throat, her eyes going wide. So we were sisters in a past life? He nodded.
Long story, but you and Tori were once Bennu and Daiva. The Vindictus turned you to ash, and then Jezebeth did the same to Daiva.
Fuck, Phoenix breathed, before turning around and hurrying out of the cavern. Well, that was one way to get rid of her. Horatu followed Phoenix into the hearth room, tensing when she marched straight for the stone hearth and threw herbs into the fire. Those who mean us no harm may enter, she said, scowling when her mother flew into the room with the force of a tornado. Jezebeth's eye paints were smeared down her face in long, black streaks. Her eyes were red and puffy, and her long black hair was a disheveled tangle of knots.
Phoenix!
Her scream was as shrill as rabid cats fighting.
Come back with me this instant!
Sorry, Phoenix shrugged. I still have work to do. Her mother gasped, lunging for her.
No, I refuse.
Mother, she asked, dodging her mother's apparition and waving her away. Do you know anything about Bennu? They think I'm her reincarnated. Jezebeth paused, her jaw dropping as she eyed Phoenix like a dog with a new toy.
Tori told me, but I still don't believe it. I was born after the Vindictus came into power, daughter. But my mother told me tales about Bennu. All the other apprentice witches looked up to her and Daiva. She had powerful magic.
She visibly swallowed, looking accusingly at Horatu.
And you believe my daughter is a reincarnation of her?
He solemnly nodded as a cool breeze blew into the cavern and teased the fur on the back of his neck.
We do.
Jezebeth threw up her hands.
She already has a target on her back being with you. Now it's bigger.
Horatu braced himself for an attack. Everyone else here hated him. What was one more? He crossed his arms while working to unclench his jaw.
We didn't force her down here, Jezebeth.
Phoenix stomped up to her mom, swatting at the wisps of smoke that blurred her feet. And I'm not leaving until my sister is freed. Jezebeth's apparition evaporated and then reformed like a mirage.
What if you're captured?
Phoenix fell into a nearby chair, Horatu's chair, with a groan. She leaned forward, dragging her hands through her dark, pink-tipped hair. I'm not having this discussion again.
Insolent girl!
Jezebeth wagged a finger at her daughter.
I should have put you in a lamp.
Phoenix blinked up at her mom before heaving out of the chair. Mother, I'm sorry.
You should be,
Jezebeth scolded, her eyes widening when Phoenix went for the box of herbs on the mantel.
Don't you dare!
Those who are not welcome may leave, Phoenix said before throwing the herbs into a fire. Jezebeth disappeared in a whirlwind of mist, her shrill screams echoing through the cavern long after she was sucked into the hearth. Horatu warily eyed Phoenix as she dug her fingers into the mantle and hung her head with a sigh. Well, she straightened and slowly turned around, a slow smile spreading across her face. Who's ready to go summon a dragon? Chapter 14. Tori didn't fight the witches in the brown robes as they dragged her back to her cell. What use was it in fighting? They'd only use her rebellion as an excuse to torture the ones she loved. That conflagration of rage, of defiance, had burned out. It was nothing more than a flickering flame as they dumped her on her cot and fastened her chains.
Tori.
Dragomir's call echoed in her skull. A sob escaped her at the sound of his voice. Dragomir!
How are you?
She swiped tears from her eyes.
Never mind me. How are your fingers?
I've had worse injuries.
His answer wasn't reassuring.
Is anyone healing you?
A servant named Bastet put salve on them and gave me a potion for my back. The Vindictus don't know she's helping me.
Her heart leapt into her throat. She shot up in her bed, cursing the bands that restricted her movements. Maybe the servants will rebel. At least, she prayed they would.
I have a feeling she might. She was my nursemaid in my past life.
Remarkable. This was more than she could hope for. A possible ally who could help them escape.
Oh, Dragomir, this is promising. I'll keep working on Dracinda.
She paused, heaving a weary breath.
If she doesn't hate me?
I don't think she'll blame you, he said. They know their masters are evil.
She shook her head at that.
But she might be too scared to help me now.
I doubt this was the first time she was tortured. Bastet looks like Bug. Her wings are scarred. They've probably been torturing their servants for a long while, like they did with Bug.
How could she forget the stories of what the Vindictus had done to Bug? Tearing off all his limbs, watching them grow back, and then tearing them off again. Tori didn't remember if Dracinda's wings were scarred, though it was too late to check now that they were gone. If she had her magical healing abilities, she'd heal all the servants the Vindictus had tortured. She scowled down at her bindings, a thick leather with amethysts in the bands. She struggled against them to no avail. "If only I could get free," she groaned.
"There are 7 amethysts," he answered, 2 on each arm and ankle, and 1 on my neck. If they could get blades to cut them out of our bindings, we could access our magic."
Tori froze, panic icing her limbs when she heard footsteps outside her cell door. "Someone's coming."
"Who?"
She sighed in relief when Dracinda slipped inside, a big tray laden with food in her arms, the door slamming shut behind her. Tori hadn't realized how small the demon was, but she looked like a child without her wings. "It's Dracinda."
"Talk to her, but go easy. You don't want to scare her away."
"I know." She pulled away from their conversation, a feeling like putting a phone call on hold as she focused on the servant with the downcast eyes before her. Tori wrung her fingers together. Most of the color had drained out of Dracinda's normally bright green face. She swallowed back her shame, forcing herself to look into the demon's eyes. "Dracinda, how are you?" Dracinda carefully walked up to her cot, setting the tray on a table beside her. "Here food, mistress," she said, refusing to answer Tori's question as she kept her eyes downcast. Tori scowled at what looked like a bowl of green goo in the bowl and a mug of dirty water. When the servant turned to leave, Tori gasped at the stumps sticking out of her back. "Dracinda, wait!" she called out. The servant stopped, back stiffening. Tori reached for her, wishing so badly she could channel her healing magic. "I'm so sorry," she breathed, her throat constricting with emotion. Dracinda hung her head. No your fault." "It sure feels like it is." Tori clasped her hands in her lap, her bindings digging into her wrists. "If I had access to my magic, I'd heal you." Eyes wide and watery, the demon turned to her, blinking back tears. "Mistress, no waste magic on lowly servant." "You're not lowly to me." Tori dropped her voice to a soothing whisper, despair carving a hole in her chest. "You remind me of Bug. I wonder if you're related." "Your slave?" Tori shook her head. "My family." Dracinda's mouth dropped open. "You have family like me? You don't look like my kind." "I know." Her chest ached when she remembered how he'd offered to sacrifice himself to the beast, and then the promise she'd made him. The promise she'd broken by getting captured by the Vindictus. She wondered if he knew what had happened to her and how he was handling it. "But he's family to me all the same." The demon sniffled, moisture filling her eyes like they were 2 swollen water balloons on the verge of bursting. "Where does he live?" She swiped moisture from her eyes. "With me and my mates." "How often do you beat him?" "Never." Tori arched back as if she'd been slapped. "We'd never hurt Bug." She shouldn't have been surprised by Dracinda's question. The poor demon probably hadn't known a kind word or healing touch in a long while, if ever. She patted a spot on the bed beside her. "Sit. Let me look at your wings." She winced, or what was left of them. Dracinda took a hesitant step forward, then another. Tori widened her smile, encouraging the demon to sit. When Dracinda finally sat, Tori's shoulders sagged in relief. She examined the stumps that were growing out of the demon's back. Remarkably, the stumps had smoothed over, new branches of leathery skin growing out of them. "The wings are already growing back." She gently touched a tip of her stump. It was velvety smooth and soft. "Does it hurt?" "No, mistress." Tori gave her a sympathetic smile. "They tortured you because they know you are my friend." Dracinda gave a start, like she'd been electrified. "We friends, mistress?" Tori placed a tentative hand on her shoulder. "Of course." "Dracinda thought all witches bad," she said with a sniffle. "But Bastet right. You kind witch." Tori recognized the name Bastet. She was the bug demon who was helping Dragomir. If they could just get Bastet and Dracinda to help them escape their bindings. I'm sorry you've only known unkind witches, she said, and truly she meant it. We're not all like the Vindictus. Dracinda nodded, her eyes watering as she smeared snot across her nose. She leaned into the demon, patting her bony knee. Is there anything I can do to make you more comfortable? No, just be Dracinda's friend is comfort enough. She paused, dropping her voice to barely an audible whisper. Her name is Hecate? Tori froze. Was Dracinda going to help them? Yes, she whispered back, clutching Dracinda's arm. She's my mate's mother. The Vindictus captured her and took her memories. I haven't seen her since that first day they tortured Dragomir. I think they're afraid she'll remember. Dracinda looked over her shoulder, then dropped her voice to an even softer whisper. She will remember. How do you know? Tori breathed. At the sound of footsteps echoing outside, Dracinda fluttered up from the bed, tapping the side of her head. Because a demon never forgets. Tori knew Dracinda wasn't just talking about Hecate. Horatu wordlessly dug up the swords Cyrus had buried. Lucian had found just one strap of leather from the magical whip that Citri had dropped. The rest must have fallen into the river of lava. No matter. All they needed was the dragon, and they just might have a chance at defeating the Vindictus. He brushed dirt off his sword, wiping the red gems with his paw until they gleamed. He steeled his face into a mask of rage when he saw Lucian approaching, a question forming on his mouth. Lucian was in his demon form, half Horatu's height, so he had to crane his neck to look up at him. Horatu, still in his protector form, looked down at Lucian over the bridge of his nose. He refused to shift into a demon to make it easier for his brother.
Where are we going?
Lucian asked.
To capture a dragon,
he said with a derisive snort.
Where else?
Lucian snarled.
Do you have a plan?
Horatu snarled back.
Should I?
Yeah, he had a plan, and ordinarily he would have included them in it, even taken a vote, but that was back when they were a team, a pack, a brotherhood, and they clearly weren't that anymore. A thought occurred to him. He finally understood why Dragomir was on edge lately, why he'd snap when they questioned his plans.
Yeah.
Bracing his legs in a defensive stance, Lucian crossed his arms.
You should. We are headed to that outcropping of rocks.
He nodded toward a cluster of jagged shadows in the distance that resembled a backdrop of pine trees.
Where we can find shelter, should he decide he loathes shifters enough to want to make a meal out of us.
The rocks were too sharp, too massive, for the dragon to make a safe landing should he pursue them. The only option for the beast would be to land in the adjoining dry lake bed. Lucian arched a brow.
And then?
Horatu spared his sister-in-law a glance. She stood beside Cyrus, her arms wrapped around herself while her gaze darted around the skies. Finally, she had enough sense to be afraid.
And then we pray that he still likes Phoenix. Sounds like a good plan.
Lucian coughed into his fist, quickly looking away. Horatu didn't know what to say to Lucian after the compliment, so he decided to say nothing at all. He'd been second-guessing and undermining him ever since Dragomir and Tori had been kidnapped. He wasn't about to let Lucian kiss his ass now. He brushed past his brother without another word.
Let's move,
he barked to everyone, maybe a tad too gruffly, but he didn't care, not even when Phoenix made a huffing sound. They could hate him all they wanted. All he cared about now was saving his mate and brother. Tori shot up in her narrow cot at the sound of Dragomir's voice in her head. She wasn't sure if it was the heat or the stress from her terrifying imprisonment that had made her tired, but she'd slept so hard, she didn't remember her dreams. Hey, she answered back. How are you feeling?
Tired.
He spoke through a yawn.
You?
She arched her back, trying to stretch her arms, but her bindings impeded her. Ready to get the hell out of here? I miss my mates. Had they been speaking out loud, she would have been too choked up to finish. She worried for her pack's safety without Dragomir and her helping them. She feared they'd perish trying to save them. Then what? With so many dimensions in hell, how would they find each other again? The thought of being separated another 2,000 years or more was enough to drive her mad with worry.
I know you miss them.
You too, Dragomir. Even though they could communicate through thought, it wasn't the same as being there with him. She hadn't been able to physically comfort him after his torture. I wish you were holding me.
I do too.
His voice sounded strained.
You have no idea how much I wish I was holding you right now.
They were both silent for several heartbeats. Tori was too depressed to say much else.
I think Bastet is going to help me,
he finally said, breaking the silence.
She was just in here offering me food. She talked more about my mother.
Her heart pounded a wild staccato. Oh?
The Vindictus thinks they erased Bastet's memory, but some of her memories have come back. She thinks my mother's are coming back too. If I can get her to just get these stones out of my chains, I can shift and come for you.
Tori swallowed back her apprehension. What if it didn't work? What if the evil witches caught him before he could reach her? He didn't stand a chance against their choking black magic. She gave a start at the sound of keys rattling in her cell door. Someone's here. Panic turned her mind to mush. She was so very tired, so weary of their endless torment.
Who is it?
Her heart sank to the pit of her stomach when the door opened, and 5 red-robed figures floated in. The Vindictus! Her head rang from the litany of curse words that exploded from Dragomir.
Stay strong, my love.
She swallowed bile as they approached. I'll do my best. She kicked and thrashed when they flashed serpentine smiles, black smoke pouring from their fingers.
Tori, what's happening?
Dragomir screamed inside her head, but that smoke didn't just wrap around her throat, cutting off her breath. It fogged her mind until the room spun, and she succumbed to the darkness. Tori awoke to a roar in her head as sweat pooled down her face and between her breasts in streaming rivulets. Choking, sulfuric smoke filled her lungs and burned her eyes. Again, she was tied to a diagonal table, her hands strapped to her sides. Her breath steamed the air as her vision blurred and then sharpened on the faces of dozens of terrified creatures. Demons who looked too much like Bug and Dracinda, all standing on top of a wall, their wings pinned back with rope, their eyes wide with fear. And beneath them stood 5 witches, their red robes billowing around them like drops of blood pooling in water, their backs to Tori. They were flanked by a handful of witches in brown robes, apprentice witches. The visions she'd been having of her past life as Daiva revealed that she'd worn that same brown robe while an apprentice. But apprentices were just glorified slaves, forced to surrender their magic to a coven of evil witches. "What's happening?" she yelled, thrashing against her bindings. One of the Vindictus witches turned toward her, the tall one with the curved spine, her empty eyes having shifted from milky white to deathly gray. "We thought you could use some fresh air." She sucked in a hiss when she realized where she was, on top of the tower. That roaring in her head was made by the ocean of flames surrounding them. And those bug demons, she knew without a doubt, were about to be sacrificed to the flame. "Fuck!"
"Tori, where are you?"
Dragomir's frantic cry echoed inside her head. "Outside," she answered through a sob. "On top of the tower. Where are you?" She prayed he wasn't somewhere outside with her.
"My cell."
The fear in his voice was like a cymbal ricocheting through her bones.
"What are you doing up there?"
Thank the flame he wasn't up here. No doubt they'd threatened to push him over the wall. And then what? She couldn't let that happen. "Dragomir, I'm scared."
"I'm trying to summon Bastet."
"I think she's here." Dracinda was huddled beneath the wall with a group of other bug creatures. She was the only demon who wasn't fluttering. She recognized Dracinda's stumps for wings as the poor demon chewed on her claws, her gaze darting from Tori to the creatures who stood on the wall with trembling legs to the red-robed witches.
"What?"
His voice splintered.
And Dracinda. There are dozens of bug demons up here. Her mind reeled when the tall witch floated toward her.
We thought you'd like to witness a sacrifice,
she purred, her voice a whisper of wickedness that made her flesh crawl.
It has been too long since we've had one.
She raised a bony hand, and a witch in a brown robe stepped forward, then pushed one of the bug creatures off the wall. It fell into the abyss below with a terrified scream. Tears welled in Tori's eyes as she watched Dracinda cry into the shoulder of another slave. When the apprentice witch went to push in another, Tori screamed.
"Wait! You don't have to do this!"
All 5 Vindictus witches floated toward her, purring like possessed cats.
What will you give us in return?
Tori, Dragomir boomed.
What's happening?
Tori heaved out a breath, looking away from those helpless bug demons.
They're killing the bug demons, Dragomir.
What? Why?
So I'll give them my magic, she said.
Don't,
Dragomir boomed.
I won't,
she said, while hating herself for it. Tori gagged on the taste of their breath when the witches hovered just inches from her.
Give us your power, the tall witch said, and we stop sacrificing.
You fucking evil bitches,
she hissed. The witch waved, and another bug demon was pushed off the wall, its screams muted by the roaring inferno surrounding them.
What's happening?
Dragomir asked again, his voice a broken whisper. She couldn't answer as she watched helplessly while demon after demon was pushed off the wall.
Don't keep me in the dark,
Dragomir commanded.
I can't,
she cried out when the last of the demons was pushed off the wall. When the brown-robed witches reached for Dracinda, the poor creature squealed while they dragged her toward the Vindictus.
Tori, listen to me,
he soothed.
They will be reborn in the 2nd dimension.
Stifling a scream, she bit down on her lip until she could draw blood.
A worse dimension?
They are demons. They can handle it.
They are gentle creatures, Dragomir. They're like children.
Bug can be fierce when he needs to be.
Bug had a family who loved him. He had something to fight for. These poor souls had nothing.
What say you, Daiva?
The witches all said with sneers. She gritted her teeth, looking into their hazy eyes.
Never.
Their laughter snaked down her spine and churned her insides.
Then everyone you care about will die. Tomorrow, we push Dracinda over that ledge. After that, we push your lover.
She spoke through a snarl.
Push him in, and you're cursed to suffer the same fate.
The tall one latched onto Tori's arm with fingers that were like talons. She flashed a mouthful of rotting teeth before nodding to a cluster of witches in brown robes. Her nauseating cackle exploded in Tori's skull.
That's why we'll have them do it for us.
Tori's world slowed to a grinding halt as she stared out at the smoke that surrounded them, painting the sky in ribbons of black dust. She wished at that moment that she could cry, but her eyes were too gritty and dry. Her mouth was a dust bowl. What little moisture her body had left seeped out of her skin in rivulets of sweat.
Tori,
Dragomir yelled.
What's happening?
But she couldn't answer. All she could do was stare at that blackened sky. How she wished her heart would dry up too, so she didn't have to feel the crushing panic and depression that threatened to sweep her soul into the abyss. Chapter 15.
Tori, answer me.
Hands clenched into fists, Dragomir cursed and thrashed against his bindings, ignoring the pain in his still sore fingers. What was happening? Why wasn't she responding? Was she hurt? Dead? He was going out of his mind with worry. He jerked up at the sound of a rattle at the door. Bastet. When the demon fluttered in, he stumbled to his knees, fighting the bindings.
Bastet,
he hissed.
Where's Tori? Where's my mate?
Her face was a mask of indifference as she sat a tray of food beside his bed.
We no have much time, master,
she whispered through the side of her mouth before shoving a napkin into his hand.
Bastet,
He paused, gaping down at the hard object wrapped in the napkin. A gleam of silver caught his eye, and he looked up at her like she carried the moon, stars, and all the heavens in her claws. Tears welled in his eyes.
Thank you, Bastet.
No need to thank, Master. Just please save Queen Hecate and free slaves,
she said before turning her back to him, busying herself with the tray and blocking him from the eyes that were spying through the small portal in his cell door.
I will. I swear.
He dug the blade into his bindings, dislodging the stones.
No roars,
she said serenely while facing forward.
Master must be quiet.
He nodded his understanding as the last amethyst popped free and his beast roared so loudly inside his mind, his ears rung. He silently shifted, his bindings easily snapping like they were made of flimsy fabric. It hurt like hell with 2 broken fingers, because they were still broken in his beast form. The salve Bastet had given him had only helped the pain, but it hadn't mended the bones. He saw eyes widen behind the small portal and sprung onto the door in one giant leap, knocking it down and sending the witch guarding the door flying against the wall. She slumped to the floor, the hood of her brown robe falling over her face. He felt a stab of guilt, for this witch was probably also a prisoner like Tori, forced to serve the evil coven of witches. But he couldn't trust her not to sound the alarm. Getting Tori to safety was his first priority.
She evil like them,
Bastet whispered as she fluttered behind him.
No feel bad,
she said, as if she could read his mind.
Thank you, Bastet.
He shook out the pain in his hand as he stood sentry in the hall, waving her forward. His fingers throbbed, still not fully healed from the torture, but he didn't care.
Come,
Bastet fluttered beside him.
We free Hecate.
No,
he said in that deep protector baritone he'd missed so much.
Take me to Tori first.
She tugged on his arm.
Dracinda free apprentice witch. They meet us at Queen's cell.
No, Dragomir couldn't take the chance.
What if they're caught?
She smiled.
Witches guarding her cell on our side. Many apprentices on our side.
The witches in the brown robes. He remembered Daiva had once been one of those witches. Considering the way they were treated, he believed they would turn against their masters. They were probably waiting on the right time to do it, and the right time had to be now with Tori and Dragomir here to help them. Though his protective instinct told him to run toward Tori, he put his trust in Bastet. But if Tori didn't come to him soon, he'd tear down this tower until it was nothing but ash and smoke. Curled up in a ball on her cot, Tori stared at the stone floor, refusing to answer Dragomir's shouting in her head, because she knew what he'd say when she told him of their captor's plans. He'd tell her to let them push him into the flames, to let him die, also she could keep her magic. She'd never resented her magic before, but now she hated it, loathed the way it tingled her palm and curled her fingers. She despised the blue flame, the dark tendrils, every part of it, for it had made not only her a target, but those she loved as well. She recalled all those months Lucian had worked tirelessly with her, helping her perfect her flames. What good had it done her when she couldn't access her powers? Thoughts of Lucian only made her more depressed. Though she'd tried to give each of her mates lots of attention, a difficult balancing act at times, she couldn't deny the special bond she'd shared with Lucian. She wondered how he was handling her abduction and feared her mates were all going out of their minds. Would they do something reckless to try to save her? Horatu hadn't had much experience as an alpha. How would he lead their pack without Dragomir? She worried for their safety more than her own. She didn't bother sitting up when she heard a rattle at the door. She simply stared at Dracinda's little black feet as they shuffled toward her.
Hello, mistress.
She heard the familiar clank of Dracinda setting down her tray of food, but she didn't care. She couldn't stomach food right now, especially not that slop. Tori didn't know what to say to Dracinda. This demon she'd made the mistake of befriending. Now she would die. She sniffled as tears ran over her eyelids and pooled on the thin mattress beneath her. "Mistress?" Dracinda asked, resting a claw on her shoulder. Refusing to lift her head, she peered up at the slave, her heart twisting at the concern in her eyes. "Dracinda, I'm so sorry." The slave frowned. "Dracinda's sorry too." A strangled sob escaped her as more tears flowed. "You have nothing to be sorry for." She heaved herself up, leaning on one bound hand. "I can't give them my magic. They will become bigger monsters with that kind of power." "Dracinda understand." She patted Tori's shoulder. "You stop crying, mistress. Here." She handed her a rolled-up cloth napkin. "For your tears." Tori didn't want to take it. She didn't want any sympathy for the decision she was about to make. "Thank you." She glared at the napkin as the demon shoved it in her face. She froze when a gleam of silver caught her eye. Then she snatched the napkin from Dracinda, clutching the hard metal inside. A blade. She'd given her a blade. Dracinda stood in front of her, fussing over her bowl of food and blocking Tori from the watchful eyes outside the cell window. She made quick work of digging each stone out of her bindings, and when that last stone fell to the cot with a muted plunk, she felt a surge of magic rush through her like water from a busted dam, filling her fingertips with so much power she felt on the verge of exploding. With one thought, she shattered her bindings and stood. Time to make those fucking bitches pay. Dragomir followed Bastet toward another cell several floors beneath his. It was hotter down here, so sweltering, his fur was plastered to his body in wet clumps. He didn't dare complain, though, for he missed his protector's strength. They came across 2 guards in brown robes who backed away, eyes widening when they saw him. "No hurt them," Bastet said, turning enough to wag a finger in his face. "They on our side." He nodded to the witches, who dropped to their knees, bowing at him like he was a king. "They remember you, princeling," Bastet said with a wink. One of the witches held up a set of keys, and Bastet used them to open the cell door. It opened with an eerie squeal, revealing dust and darkness on the other side. Bastet took a lantern from one of the witches and fluttered inside, waving him toward a cot with a motionless figure. Dragomir's feet felt weighted with bricks as he trudged toward the sleeping witch, her red robe wrapped around her like a cocoon. Her hands were bound in 2 loose chains that hung from the wall. Clucking her tongue, Bastet fell on top of the witch, trying to tug that robe off her. "Robe enchanted to enslave her," she said to him, but she couldn't get the clasp to unhook. He silently nodded, not trusting himself to speak, as he looked down at the witch's frail body exposed beneath her thin shift. She looked hardly more than a corpse, all sinew and bone, her pale, parchment-thin skin painted with dark gray spots, her eye sockets so sunken and hollow he feared there was nothing but emptiness behind her eyelids. And her hair, what was left of it, patches of white fuzz, like a fuzzy maggot. Grasping the back of the witch's head, Bastet pulled a vial out of her robe and tipped it over the witch's cracked lips. "What is that?" he hissed. Bastet capped the vial and laid the witch's head back down on a flat pillow. "It will wake her and help her remember." She nodded toward the red robe still clinging to his mother. "Can you help Bastet get it off?" He tried to unhook the clasp, but it was indeed stuck on there. Enchanted, no doubt. At least the hood had fallen down. "We'll worry about the robe later." He scowled down at the witch as she let out a soft moan, her eyelids fluttering. When she opened them, he wanted to retch at the milky white pools reflecting back at him. This hideous creature was his mother? "Hello, mistress." Bastet flashed a watery smile. The witch blinked and blinked, then pointed at Bastet's chest. "You're Bastet, aren't you?" "I am," Bastet sniffled, wiping tears from her multifaceted eyes. "Mistress' memories are returning. Bastet brings someone for you, mistress." When the demon nodded to him, he felt like his feet had grown roots into the stone floors beneath him, and he was unable to move another step.
Hello,
he rasped, his voice wobbly. His mother's cloudy eyes widened as Bastet helped her sit up. "Never fear him," Bastet said soothingly, stroking his mother's arm while sitting beside her. "He is in his protector form. He keep us safe." Dragomir could only grunt his agreement. He felt like a cornered animal when his mother pointed at his face. "I've seen your eyes in my dreams." How could she see anything at all through the foggy membranes covering her eyes? He worked hard to speak past a lump in his throat.
"Do you know who I am?"
She nodded. "I know your smell." When she reached out to him like a toddler begging to be picked up, he felt he had no choice but to kneel beside her bed, shifting back into his demon form, his silvery skin reflecting beneath the lantern's pale glow. How could this crone be his mother? Had she always looked like this? Like a starved rat on the verge of death? He tried not to flinch when she touched his face. "I know your smile." Her rancid breath hit him like a club to the head. "You're my son," he breathed through a wheeze.
"I am."
"What is your name?" she asked him, the timbre in her voice like an innocent child asking for a sweet. He grunted, trying to find the courage to go on.
"Dragomir."
"Dragomir," she smiled, revealing rows of decaying stumps for teeth. "I remember that name." "What happened?" She moved her head around as if she was examining her surroundings through those unseeing eyes. "Why am I here?" Bastet clasped her hand, her wings dropping by her sides. "You are prisoner to Vindictus Coven." "Vindictus?" Her thin, pale brows rose. "They were the witches who imprisoned me?" Bastet frowned. "Yes, mistress." Moisture filled her foggy eyes. "Who am I?" "You are Hecate." Bastet patted her hand like she was soothing a child. "Oh, yes," Hecate whispered. "I remember that now, too." "You were once most powerful, benevolent witch in all hell." Bastet sniffled. "Now you sit in cell and Vindictus torture your son." Tears spilled over Hecate's eyelids, her glassy orbs directed at him. "They tortured you?" Dragomir looked away.
"They did."
"I think I remember now," Hecate said, rubbing her eyes. "The memories are fuzzy, but they're coming back." "We have to get you out of here." Bastet gave Dragomir an imploring look while rattling the chains attached to Hecate's wrists. They weren't as thick as the ones they'd used on him. He shifted back into a protector, ignoring her gasps while he ripped the chains from the wall. Then he took her delicate wrists in his paws, careful not to hurt them as he pinched her cuffs, snapping them and then peeling them back. He then ripped the fabric of that rope off her neck, revealing just a thin white shift underneath, though the clasp remained like a dog collar. He couldn't get it off her without risking hurting her. There would be time to remove it later. She shook her hands and rubbed her wrists. "Thank you." She beamed up at him. He arched back when her breath filled the space between them like a poisonous fog. He knew it wasn't her fault she smelled and looked that way, but he had a hard time feeling any sort of affection for the woman who'd been part of the coven that had kidnapped his mate, even if she was under a spell. The feelers on the top of Bastet's head moved like waving arms. "They coming," she said.
"Who?"
He barked. Bastet jutted her chin toward the door. "Your mate." He jumped to his feet, reaching the door in a few long strides. Tori stood out in the hall, gaping at him. A wingless bug demon who looked like Bastet stood behind her. "Dragomir," she rasped, clutching her throat. "Is it really you?"
"Tori, my love."
He shifted into his demon form, his heart sighing in relief when she flung herself into his arms. He held her for a long moment, murmuring words of affection in her ear while she sobbed against his chest. He protested when she pulled back. Her eyes practically crossed as she scowled up at him. She held out her hand, giving him an expectant look. "Let me see your fingers." He drew his hand back.
"Don't waste your magic on me."
"Don't be a stubborn alpha." She swatted his chest.
You can't help us if you can't fight." He snorted at that.
"I can fight just fine."
She snatched his hand anyway, warmth from her magic seeping into his fingers before he could pull back. He sighed in relief as the pain faded. Flexing his healed fingers, he kissed her forehead, his lips lingering. If only he could hold her like this forever.
"Thank you."
"Let me see your back."
"No, I can manage with a few scrapes."
Clutching her shoulders, he stared into her eyes.
"We have to go."
She nodded, then smiled at the witch with the glazed eyes who now stood in the doorway.
"You must be Hecate."
"I am." She flashed a frail smile, looking proud that she remembered her name. Dragomir held tightly to his mate's hand, fearing she'd disappear if he let go. He felt awkward that he hadn't introduced Hecate to his mate, but this was all still new to him, and he hadn't sorted through his feelings about his mother yet. There would be plenty of time after they defeated the Vindictus. If they defeated them. He shook his head, refusing to accept defeat. They had only one option, because he was never parting from his mate and brothers again. Tori squeezed his hand hard, reminding him that she was with him. She was safe.
"And you must be Bastet,"
she said to the servant who hovered behind Hecate. The bug demon bowed her head.
"It's an honor to meet you, mistress."
"The honor is all mine." Tori splayed a hand across her heart. "Thank you for freeing my mate." She motioned to Hecate. "Can you access your magic?"
"I can do better than that."
Hecate held up her hands as if they were living flames.
"I can access all of their magic."
Tori gasped.
"What?"
"Their fires." Her eyes gleamed, golden irises exposed beneath the haze.
"I remember now. That's where it's stored. It's a well of magic. If we can get to the well before they do, we can defeat them."
"Then take us there," Tori rasped. Dragomir tensed as he shared a hard look with his mate. This was it. Though he and Tori were battered and broken, they were going to battle the Vindictus, the 5 most powerful witches in hell. Darkness save them. Chapter 16. Standing against the backdrop of the cragged stones, some triple the size of mighty protectors, Horatu watched a cyclone of dust spin across the parched earth, scattering sand and ash. The air was thick with the dust, turning his eyes gritty and making his mouth feel as dry as the cracked soil. His heavy sword, as well as his brother's swords, were strapped to his back. Since his brothers shifted into wolf form so often, it didn't make sense for them to carry the swords. He prayed he wouldn't need any of them, at least, not until they met up with the Vindictus. He could hardly believe they were about to summon a dragon. Phoenix sat on a boulder beside him, her legs crossed.
"You ready?"
he asked her. She gave him a grim nod, and he blew the horn, its deep bellow rattling not only his bones, but the ground beneath him. After a long burst, he lowered the horn, clutching it like a lifeline, and waited, and waited, and waited. Lucian paced in front of them in his demon form. Cyrus followed him as a wolf, his tail dragging, the fur on his neck standing on end. This place was too barren, too desolate. Even on their hunts, they'd come across wandering souls, demons on the hunt. But every creature had either gone into hiding or had been obliterated. He shuddered to think of what had driven them away. Phoenix blinked up at him, rubbing sand from her eyes. "How long do you think it will be?" He shrugged.
"However long it takes. I have a feeling dragons don't like to be rushed."
Lucian crossed in front of him, scanning the skies.
"This is taking too long."
He turned to Horatu with a scowl.
"Blow again." "No,"
he answered curtly, looking away from his brother when he opened his mouth to protest. He'd ignored both of his brothers on the way to the stone field. He had nothing more to say to either of them, and he certainly didn't want to listen to anything they had to say.
"Then let me do it,"
Lucian snapped, reaching for the horn. Horatu held the horn above his head, far out of his brother's reach.
"You snatch this horn from me, and it will be the last thing you do."
Lucian's eyes flashed red, and Horatu braced for another fight. "Stop being idiots!" Phoenix yelled at them. "Or I swear, I'll smash both your heads in." He looked over at his sister-in-law. She stood on the boulder, hands clenched into fists, magic racing down her arms, and a murderous look in her eyes. He swallowed at that, backing up a step as Lucian huffed away. Despite the sweltering temperature, the heat that flushed Horatu's face from embarrassment at being scolded by a teenage girl was far worse. And he resented Lucian even more for putting him in this position, for questioning and challenging his every decision, and Cyrus for either backing Lucian or else his cowardly silence. He was about to say something, anything, to save face, when a loud roar shook the ground so hard he stumbled and fell. Phoenix screamed, falling to her knees. Lucian and Cyrus both yelped and swore. A shadowy figure raced across the sky overhead like a falling comet. The dragon had come. Horatu's stomach churned, and he prayed he wouldn't shit himself when the figure spiraled overhead, coming closer with each pass downward, his shadow blotting out the few pink ribbons of light above. He braced himself against the boulder when the dragon swooped down to land. The ground shook again, but this time he was prepared, stumbling against the boulder while Phoenix bounced around on top of it like a jumping bean. His brothers had run off behind the jagged rocks, which was probably the smartest thing they'd done since Dragomir and Tori had been stolen.
"Where is she?"
Tan Yi-Nug, a massive beast with iridescent red scales, bowed up his chest, his dragon's fire a crimson heartbeat pulsing beneath his pale throat.
"Where is my mistress?"
Holy darkness. This dragon was as big as a jumbo jet with a wingspan that could span a football field. He turned up his chin, unnerved by the way his reflections looked back at him in the twin pools of the dragon's golden eyes.
"Elria isn't here."
The beast's nostrils flared, smoke pouring from them like steaming cauldrons.
"Then why do you blow her horn?"
Phoenix cleared her throat, standing on top of the boulder with trembling legs. "We need your help, Tan Yi-Nug." The dragon's eyes narrowed on her.
"Who are you?"
"I am Phoenix." She jutted a thumb in her chest, her voice shaking. "The reincarnation of Bennu." Horatu's veins turned to ice as the dragon let out a predator's rumble. He remembered those swords in his scabbard, but dared not touch them. Not yet, lest the beast bite off his arm. The dragon stretched his long neck, eclipsing Horatu in shadow as he sniffed Phoenix's hair.
"You do smell like her."
He stuck out a long, forked tongue, licking her entire face in one swipe.
"You taste like her, too."
Then he sat back on his haunches, licking his paws like a cat.
"It has been a long time, witchling."
She blinked up at him, eyes wide, her facial features unreadable. He couldn't tell if she was about to piss her pants or let out a battle cry. "We need your help freeing Tori, Dragomir, and Hecate from the Vindictus," she said to him.
"Hecate,"
the dragon snarled.
"That witch became dead to me when she sold her soul to the Vindictus. She didn't have a choice,"
Horatu blurted. The dragon flashed fangs as long as swords.
"There is always a choice. They turned my mistress to dust."
Lucian jutted in front of Horatu, his eyes twin pools of fire as he raised his fists.
"Tell me, dragon, what did you do when your mistress was killed?"
Horatu pulled him back, growling a warning. Was he trying to get himself eaten?
"I fought them,"
the dragon roared, sitting up on his haunches and revealing that missing scale on his chest.
"And it nearly cost me my soul."
Horatu remembered the djinn telling them dragons disappeared when they were killed. They didn't reincarnate in another dimension. A scary thought, but Horatu would risk obliteration for the ones he loved. "All we need is for you to carry us across the lake of fire," Phoenix pleaded, clasping her hands in a prayer pose. "We can do the rest." The dragon turned up his chin like she'd asked him to eat spoiled meat.
You think I'll allow smelly pups on my back?"
Lucian swore, and Horatu growled.
"Get behind me."
His brother snarled at him, but surprisingly, he obeyed. Was the pup finally growing a brain?
"Please,"
Phoenix begged, her eyes welling up with tears.
"If you don't help us, my sister will die."
The dragon arched a scaled brow.
"Daiva?"
Phoenix nodded while wiping tears off her face.
"She's Daiva. She's reincarnated as Tori."
His golden eyes widened.
"Where is Elria?"
"There is a witch in the mortal realm named Ilea,"
Phoenix answered.
"We think she's the reincarnation of Elria."
His jaw dropped, and he had a pained look in his eyes.
"Why is she not here? Why didn't she summon me?"
"She has mates and a family in the mortal realm,"
Phoenix answered. Horatu repressed a curse, fearing that was the wrong thing to say, for he had a feeling dragons were jealous creatures.
"Mates?"
He let out a wail. Fuck.
"I can summon her here for you after you fly us to the tower,"
Phoenix said. Tan Yinug arched back, his leathery lips pulled up in what was either a snarl or a smile.
"Are you bribing me, witch?"
Phoenix blinked at him.
"Yes."
"And what makes you think she would want to see me now that she has mates?"
The way he sneered when he said mates was like the word was acid dripping off his tongue.
"I know you two had a special bond,"
she said sweetly, batting her lashes.
"Once we help her remember her past, why wouldn't she want to see you?"
The dragon reared up like a snake preparing to strike. Then a wide, fanged grin spread across his face.
"I've always liked you."
Phoenix smiled back at him.
"I think I'm going to like you, too."
The dragon chuckled, then fell back to the ground so hard that Phoenix tumbled off the boulder and fell into Horatu's arms with a scream as he toppled to the ground, clutching her like she was a basket of fragile eggs. They both sat up in a plume of dust. Fanning his face, he coughed and waved away the cloud. Tan Yinug flattened against the earth, his wings spread out across the dirt.
"Well?"
he asked.
"Are you just going to sit there?"
Horatu helped Phoenix climb up the beast's wing, and his brothers followed. They sat between the crook of his wings, with nothing to hold on to other than thick scales. And they were trusting this beast to fly them over a boiling lake of fire? For the first time in many days, Horatu questioned his own sanity. The witches floated down to their fires on a rush of wind. They had to summon the oracle, for they'd sensed a change in their dimension, an ancient and powerful magic, and a possible threat to their very existence. Tan Yinug wouldn't dare come back to their dimension, not when they possessed his sacred scale. Had he sensed their waning magic? They leaned over their fires, tossing in handfuls of leaves, summoning the oracle. The fire pit's flames shot into the air before receding and turning a soft, pleasing yellow. The oracle's bald head appeared within the flames. His one big eye narrowed on them, as if he was disgusted by their summons.
"What? Witches?"
"Insolent oracle," they hissed as one. "He must be punished." The one separated her thoughts from her sister's, knowing she would have to interject reason if they were to bend the oracle to their will. "We will punish after the threat is eliminated." "Yes, sister," they agreed. The one sat up straight, pulling back her hood, glaring at the oracle from behind milky orbs. "We smell a change in the air." Her words hissed between them like searing arrows of fire. "Tell us what it is." The oracle's menacing laughter was like the snapping of a predator's jaws.
"Have you lost your touch, witches, that you don't recognize the smell of magic?"
"He must pay," they chanted. "He will," she agreed. "He will." The one leaned forward, rage boiling her blood. "Tell us, oracle, has Tan Yinug returned to this dimension?" His smile was one of nightmares, a wicked slash of teeth.
He has, and he is bringing friends.
Her sister's shrieks echoed across the stone.
Who?
She demanded.
And where are they? Would it matter?
He taunted.
You have no more hunters left.
Magic burned her palms. How badly she wanted to turn him to ash.
What happened to our hunters? Where are Citri and Aosoth?
His form flickered in and out among the flames.
In the belly of the beast.
She shot from her chair, her bones crackling like logs on the fire.
They failed! No witches. You failed.
She threw a handful of leaves at his face.
Insolent, insolent oracle!
You shall pay, her sisters echoed.
Not to you,
he drawled, his voice a disinterested slur.
The era of the Vindictus has come to an end.
Her sisters tossed back their heads and wailed. You lie, they said as one. And then the room went dark, as black as the bottom of an inkwell, and the witches screamed, because they feared death had indeed found them. Tori stood at the edge of the great hall, sweat dripping down her brow and pooling between her breasts and shoulders. Dragomir was at her back, his heavy paw gently resting on her shoulder as she unleashed her magic, her beautiful, dark magic. After being pent up for days, her unused magic pooled at her fingers, swelling them like balloons. So much magic, begging to break free, and so she obeyed, releasing it into the room with the roaring fire pit in the center. She tossed back her head, surrendering to the thrust of power that flowed through her. Magic leached out of her fingertips like spilled ink, coating the stagnant air in midnight oil. And then the whole world went dark. The witches screamed, and she laughed. Now they would pay for what they did to her friends, to her family, to this entire fucking dimension. She left pockets in her magic, like bubbles of air, around Dragomir and Hecate and their friends, so they could see as they moved with her, toward that pool of fire in the center of the room. Toward the 5 witches kneeling before it, their hands covering their faces as they screamed and screamed. Tori schooled her face into a mask of stone, trying to hide her shock when she saw the one-eyed creature waiting in the fires, his bulbous head floating like a balloon. Her inky magic didn't touch him, repelled, as if it feared getting too close. Dragomir growled behind her. The demon flashed a fanged grin.
My new masters,
he said, bowing his head. Tori floated a pile of leaves from beside the pit, tossing them into the flames. Those who are not welcome may leave. The creature disappeared with a hiss and a sneer. She repressed a shudder, glad to be rid of him. The ink closed in around him, extinguishing the fires. The red flame died, replaced by a solitary white spark, then another, and another, until 6 sparks merged into one flame. Hecate bent over the pit, gathering the white flame in her frail hands.
Sister,
the witches called out.
Give us the flame!
Hecate gave a start, that film over her eyes thickening. That's when Tori noticed the clasp around Hecate's neck, with ripped red threads sticking out of it, started glowing. That clasp must have been enchanted, and they were using it to control her.
No,
Tori commanded, holding out her hands. Give it to me. Hecate's eyes became 2 vacant pools of white as that flame grew in her arms, balled up like she carried an infant. She floated toward the kneeling witches. Dragomir, she hissed in his mind. They're controlling her. Dragomir jumped in front of her, holding out his paws.
Mother, stop.
Tori didn't see what happened next, but then Dragomir fell to the floor with a yowl, curled up in a fetal position as Hecate hovered over him, that flame in her hands now a great conflagration that completely shrouded her. She was a living, breathing torch of magic. Tori backed up, nearly stumbling over her own feet as Hecate floated over Dragomir. "Stop, Hecate!" she commanded, hitting her with a blast of dark magic. Hecate faltered, then surged forward, the dark magic shattering against the light. Bastet fluttered beside her, crying out, "Mistress, no!" Hecate snapped her head toward the demon, and Tori screamed, "Fly!" The demon fluttered back, then ducked when Hecate threw a bolt of magic at her. With a squeal, she flew out of the room, dragging Dracinda. Hecate turned back toward the Vindictus witches. They rose as one, their demonic smiles promising an eternity of pain and retribution as Hecate floated toward them in that protective bubble Tori had created for her. Never did she think Hecate would turn back to the darkness. The spell they had cast on her must have been powerful indeed, and she'd been a fool not to realize it before entrusting Hecate with so much power. And now, she would be one witch battling 6. She had to get Dragomir out of here before they attacked, but he was unconscious on the floor, and she couldn't budge him when he was in his protector form. Knowing she was out of options, she stood in front of him, bracing herself for the fight of her existence. The tall witch wrapped her arms around Hecate, and that living inferno of magic transferred to her. Hecate crumbled to the floor, and the tall witch's eyes gleamed like twin suns as she floated toward Tori, bolts of electricity shooting off her like she was a falling star. Fuck. Tori summoned every ounce of her magic from deep within her. She sucked in a deep breath, and then released the darkness. It rushed at the light, trying and failing to pierce it. Tori's heart faltered. Her magic was strong, but not strong enough to overpower the strength of 6. The witch's foggy eyes sharpened, and she let out a roar as that conflagration rose up within her, and white magic raced up her arms and through the top of her head, arcing above her before slamming into Tori. Tori had never known such pain. White-hot flame fracturing not just every cell in her body, but every part of her soul. She fell to her knees, a silent scream escaping her lips as that magic cleaved her in two. And that's when she knew they weren't just killing her. They were obliterating her, turning her to ash and dust, and sending her soul into oblivion. Phoenix jumped off Tan Yinug the moment he hit the top of the tower. She'd felt it, a shift in magic. A dark, cataclysmic split was about to occur. Ignoring Horatu calling her, she ran toward a strange sight. 2 bug creatures flying directly at her. Well, one was flying, and the other, who had stumps for wings, was clinging to her leg. "Where are they?" she demanded. The flying bug demon's eyes widened, and she spun in the air, heading toward a dark stairwell. "Follow me, mistress."
"Phoenix, wait!"
Horatu bellowed. She practically flew down the stairs, magic crackling in her palms. She hit the landing hard, following the bug demons while praying they weren't leading her into a trap. Chest heaving, she stopped suddenly, as if she'd hit a brick wall, when she saw her sister on her knees, light fracturing out of every pore in her body. A decrepit witch hovered over her, cackling while dousing her with magic. Phoenix roared, hitting the witch with a blast of magic. "Leave my sister alone, you fucking bitch!" The witch stumbled back, eyes widening as Phoenix ran to Tori. Her sister toppled onto her side, eyes staring vacantly at the ceiling. Dragomir was beside her in his beast form, eyes closed, his body too still. "No!" she screamed, falling beside them. With a howl, the Vindictus witch advanced toward Phoenix. This time, she held hands with 4 other witches, magic arcing off their heads like they were electric conduits. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Jumping to her feet, she struck them first, but her magic bounced off an invisible shield, and then they struck her with blinding white magic. She fell to her knees, a scream dying on her lips. It felt as if she was being burned alive. She roared, fighting back despite the agonizing pain lancing through her veins. But it wasn't enough. Their magic was far stronger. Still, she fought. She had no choice. But they were killing her. The torture was too much. Any moment, she knew she'd combust into 1,000,000 fragments. She vaguely remembered hearing a roar that reverberated in her ears, and then 3 shadows jumped in front of her, the largest one in the center.
"Lay off my family, you fucking bitches!"
The biggest one boomed. The burning instantly abated, and that magic bounced off 3 gleaming swords, refracting and striking the 5 witches, slicing through them like shards of glass. The shrieks that filled her skull were powerful enough to shatter her eardrums. Panting, she covered her ears, praying for it to end. "Look out!" she screamed when the witches straightened, standing shoulder to shoulder, the light bouncing off them and curving back toward Horatu and his brothers. The cackling resonating from the Vindictus witches was like nails scraping down slate. Phoenix stumbled to her feet and joined her sister's mates, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lucian while channeling every last scrap of power she had into pushing back those deadly blades of magic. She pushed and pushed, feeling at times like she was swimming against a roaring river of magic. So she pushed harder until their cackling morphed into screams of terror, until those blades finally turned back in on them. Then Horatu surged forward, and his brothers and Phoenix followed, using their physical strength to push back the last threads of magic until it pierced those evil witches again. White blades of magic cutting through those red robes, spilling blood as dark as ink onto the floor. She fought the urge to shield her ears when their unholy wails shook the walls, the very foundation. Still, they advanced toward the witches, magic gleaming off Phoenix's palms, off their swords, as the witches' screams grew more frantic, piercing her skull like needles. And then they burst into 5 exploding stars, the surges so powerful, Horatu and his brothers flew back and fell onto their backsides, nearly crushing Tori and Dragomir. Phoenix tumbled back, slamming into Lucian, narrowly missing being impaled by his sword. She rolled off him with a grunt as the light from the explosion coalesced into a big flaming ball. Then it fell into the chest of a remaining crone who'd passed out on the floor. Phoenix didn't know if that witch was evil or good. They would have to get that magic from her. But first, she gathered enough sense to scramble over Tori, shielding her from the falling debris that rained down on them. Gathering her strength, she used her last bit of magic to throw a protective shield over their heads. The bug demons dove under her shield, and Horatu and his brothers crawled under it as the walls caved in around them.
"We have to get out of here!"
Horatu boomed. Phoenix pointed to the staircase, swearing as it crumbled to the ground, then fell into a pit beneath them. Horatu stumbled to his feet, scooping Dragomir in his arms. Lucian picked up Tori. The 2 bug demons were struggling with the old crone who was still passed out on the floor. Cyrus hefted her into his arms, and the bug demons waved them forward. "Follow us!" Phoenix did her best to keep the shield over everyone as they ran, dodging flaming geysers that shot up from the holes in the crumbling floors. She could have used Lucian's wind magic, but his hands were occupied with carrying Tori.
"Fuck!"
Horatu swore as they hit another dead end. Phoenix's magic was waning. She struggled under the weight of the shield, her knees wobbling and her shoulders aching as if she was holding up the entire castle. She screamed when a wall fell forward, breaking apart in the ocean of flames. The ground shook beneath them as stones disappeared into the abyss. Horatu lowered Dragomir to the ground and took the horn out of the sling on his back. She braced herself when he blew it, the sound so powerful, another wall crumbled, and another, until they were standing on nothing but a platform in the middle of the lake of fire. Dozens of winged creatures shot into the air, each carrying a witch in a brown robe. No doubt they'd all been prisoners to the Vindictus. At least they had escaped. Her legs trembled with relief when Tanyanug flew down to them, his powerful wings knocking her to the ground as her shield fizzled out. The bug demon flew as fast as a hummingbird, dropping the old witch and the wingless bug on the dragon's back. When it was her turn, Phoenix flew from the bug's arms, pain lancing up her spine when she landed on a hard scale. Lucian and Cyrus joined them, and then they were flying away. Holding tightly to the wingless demon so she didn't topple over, Phoenix looked over her shoulder as the last of the tower crumbled into the ocean of fire. But where were Horatu and Dragomir? She turned to Lucian. He held Tori tightly, his face somber.
"Where are Horatu and Dragomir?"
she asked. He shook his head.
I don't know. They were too heavy for the bug."
"What the fuck, Lucian?"
she yelled over the roar of the fire below.
"We just left them?"
But he just gave her a blank stare, his eyes watering.
"I'm trying to reach them through thought."
"And?"
she asked expectantly.
"And I don't hear anything."
She turned from him with a snarl, biting down on her knuckles to keep from crying out as the dragon soared over the shore and circled around the desert landscape. Right before they landed, she heard 2 distinct thumps. She climbed up Tanyanug's neck to see Horatu and Dragomir on the ground beneath them.
"You carried them in your claws?"
she asked the dragon, stroking his neck.
"Yes,"
he hissed.
"And don't ever ask me to do anything so degrading again."
Phoenix laughed out loud as his wide mouth pulled back in a fanged grin.
"I've always liked you too, Tanyanug."
Chapter 17. Lucian and Cyrus each held their mother by the elbow, steadying her while she walked toward the lake of fire. She'd said she had to go there. Something about making this world right again. So they'd left the others, braving the heat with Hecate, though Lucian hated leaving his sleeping mate behind. Tori was covered in burns and cuts, and all but one of the healers were too drained to heal her. Lucian wanted to be there to hold her, soothe her, while she moaned in her sleep. Instead, Horatu held her in his lap, healing the most severe wounds with the little strength he had left. Lucian wasn't about to challenge his alpha brother for the role, especially not when it had been Horatu's clever planning that had freed her, that had freed all of them. And Lucian had done nothing but criticize him through the entire ordeal. He hung his head in shame, unable to look at Hecate or Cyrus, as he led his mother toward the ledge overlooking the flames.
"I think we're close enough,"
he said to Hecate. The frail woman leaned against him, magic sparking between them as she clasped a hand over her heart. He wasn't sure if she could see through her milky eyes as she stared straight ahead. "This is too much magic for one witch," she murmured, pulling a translucent white rope from her chest. Lucian stepped back, blinking at her as she tugged and tugged, the magic unraveling in her fingers until she held what resembled a blanket woven of magic in her arms. With a gasp, she tossed it into the air, watching as it floated like a cloud toward the sea of fire, turning darker as it rose into the sky.
"Do you want me to speed it up?"
Lucian asked. She clutched Cyrus's arm. "Yes, please." Lucian blew the cloud toward the flames, amazed when the cloud grew and grew until it was a heavy, black, ominous thing. He grasped Hecate's shoulder.
"What's happening?"
She smiled. "Rebirth." A giant thunderclap filled the air as the cloud stretched across the sky, and then the air turned wet and humid as fat drops of refreshing water fell on his face. Though he hadn't remembered experiencing rain before, he knew this was what it had to be, for he'd read of it in books. Rain. His mother had brought rain? It was nothing short of a miracle. Her magic was indeed powerful, even after she'd given so much away. Hecate ripped a collar off her neck, scowling at the tattered red threads hanging off it. She dropped it on the ground and stomped on it like she was putting out a fire. Then she laughed and laughed, turning her face to the sky as the rain washed over her withered face. Lucian gasped as her face shifted, molding into something different as if she was made from smooth clay. Her hunched spine straightened as she grew taller, her skin smoothing out until she turned into a raven-haired beauty with 2 spiked horns sticking out of her head, silver skin like his, and bright, golden eyes.
"Wow,"
Cyrus breathed.
"You're beautiful, Mother."
She winked at him, You were always a sweet boy. Arms outstretched, she drank in the water, her chest rising and falling as she breathed in the air. I feel as if I've woken from a nightmare. She smoothed hands over her now flawless face. Their tainted magic was poisoning me, ravaging my soul from the inside out.
It was,
Lucian said as he enjoyed the refreshing water splashing on his face. She looked at him, her eyes clear. How long have I been under their spell? He turned his face to the sky, the cleansing rain washing away the grime.
A few thousand years at least.
And you've stayed together all this time. I'm so proud of you boys. She took his face in her hands, her eyes searching his. You've always had a special love for one another. Never stop. She angled to Cyrus and cupped his cheek. Nothing is more important than family. I have so much I want to say to you boys. Tears ran over her eyelids, blending in with the rainwater. So much. Lucian swallowed back a lump of regret, for her words had shamed him. He and Cyrus shared a brief, guilty look.
We have plenty of time for that,
Cyrus said, his voice sounding strained. She smiled, her eyes beaming with motherly love as she cupped both of their cheeks. We do. How desperately he wanted to look away from her penetrating gaze. Could she see into his soul? See his shame for the way he'd treated Horatu? She tilted her head, a question in her eyes. My sister? He cleared his throat, relieved to shift the subject, and yet feeling more guilty than ever.
We think she was reincarnated.
She gave a start, and fearing she'd pass out, he wrapped an arm around her waist. Where? She asked.
We'll summon her when we return to our cave,
Cyrus said as they led her back toward camp. Still holding her close, Lucian and Cyrus navigated over the slippery rocks. The rain had become relentless. Not that Lucian minded soaked hair and skin. It was a welcome change to the heat. With his wolf-touched sight, he spotted the others camped out beneath the canopy of Tanyinug's outstretched wing. The dragon had a look of pure disgust in his big, hooded eyes while rain pelted his scales.
Was this your doing, witch?
He boomed, his eyes focused on Hecate. His mother simply laughed, waving off the big snarling beast. And my sister's boys? She asked Lucian.
I'm not sure. They are supposedly in a dimension below this one.
Her smile faded. We have to get them back.
We will, Mother,
Cyrus answered. She gave a curt nod, and Lucian could tell she was holding back her emotions. And Daiva and Bennu? Lucian nodded toward Phoenix as she hovered protectively over Tori while clasping her hand.
They're here.
By the time they reached their party, Phoenix was sobbing over Tori. The teen nodded toward Dragomir. I can't get them to wake. Bring them into the rain, Hecate said. Phoenix's eyes widened as she took in Hecate's changed appearance. Horatu jumped to his feet, taking Tori out into the rain. Unsure what to say to Horatu, Lucian stood with them, his hand on Tori's arm.
Hold her while I get Dragomir,
Horatu said. He gladly took his sleeping mate in his arms and walked further out into the rain, marveling at how the water washed away her burns and cuts, even made those heavy circles beneath her eyes disappear. He shuddered to think of the torture she'd endured at the hands of those cruel witches. He shuddered again to think what would have happened to her hadn't he listened to Horatu and planned their release. Lucian? A strangled sob escaped his throat when he looked into his mate's sleepy eyes. He gently stroked her cheek.
It's me, my love.
She reached for him, her fingers tracing his face as if to confirm he was real. Dragomir? He swallowed back his emotion, nodding toward where Horatu sat on the ground, with Dragomir in his arms.
Safe.
Did we win? She rasped.
We did.
Her eyes widened with alarm as she tried to look over his shoulder. The Vindictus? He brushed drops of water from her lashes.
Ash and dust.
Good. She heaved a shuddering breath before her eyelids grew heavy, and she fell back to sleep in his arms. He carried her back to the crook of Tanyinug's wing, gently laying her down on the soft sand. Cyrus knelt beside them, clasping her hand.
Her skin looks better.
They will finish healing while they rest, Hecate said. Lucian bowed his head.
Thank you.
He laid down beside Tori, wishing he could slide her head into the crook of his arm. But Horatu, with his big, furry body, was better equipped to keep her warm. So he scooted back, an empty feeling in his heart as his alpha brother took her in his arms. He knew that emptiness wasn't just due to missing Tori, but also because he'd lost something between him and Horatu. He'd damaged their brotherly bond, and he wasn't sure how to fix it. Lucian woke up to a strange light shining in his face. He sat up, shielding his eyes at the giant orb that hovered over them. The rain had finally stopped, but where was that light coming from? He scowled at the dragon who sat nearby, his wing no longer shading them. In the distance, he heard a strange, undulating roar. Though it was muggy, it wasn't nearly as hot as the day before. Tori slept nearby, tucked in Dragomir's arm. The others stood around a small bonfire. But Horatu was nowhere to be found. Tanyinug stood to full height, shaking out his wings like a bird ruffling his feathers.
Summon me when Elria returns.
He directed a glare at Hecate. She bowed her head to him in acknowledgement. Thank you for everything, Tanyinug. He snorted in response. Phoenix craned her neck to look up at him. Can you carry us to our cave before you go? He turned up his chin, smoke rings pouring from his snout.
Do I look like your personal chariot?
Lucian imagined the winged beast shooting everyone a middle finger as he took off into the sky, disappearing behind the wispy clouds. He caught Cyrus's eye.
Where's Horatu? At the lake? Lake. Why would he want to return to the lake of fire? Not fire. Water.
Cyrus flashed a fanged grin, waving him forward.
Come see.
He kissed Tori's brow and then headed off after his brother, the sand beneath his feet surprisingly wet and spongy. He thanked his brother when he handed him a canteen of water, taking only the usual 4 sips, though he wanted more. His mouth was still drier than dust after trekking across Hell's wasteland. He pointed to that giant light in the sky.
What is that? Mother says it's a sun. A sun.
He stumbled, then quickly found his footing.
I thought only the living realm had one. It's not real,
Cyrus shrugged, as if their mother's incredible power was no big deal.
She created it through magic. What is she? A god?
Cyrus beamed with pride.
A queen.
Lucian would have responded, except he was too dumbstruck to speak as he looked across the horizon. The lake of fire was gone, and in its place was a vast sea of midnight blue water, its waves lapping along the dark sand, breaking into gentle, foamy surf. He clutched Cyrus's arm.
How?
But Cyrus shook him loose, running toward the water.
Try it out,
he called over his shoulder. Lucian followed him, letting the foamy surf wash over his bare feet. How? Cyrus dove into the water with a roar, shooting back up like a rocket.
All the water we can drink,
he hollered. Lucian tasted it and moaned. It was cool and refreshing, and the most delicious water he'd ever tasted. They swam and splashed each other, returning to shore drenched, but energized. Lucian gave a start when he saw Horatu sitting at the other end of the shoreline in his demon form, his silvery skin reflecting the sun's rays as he sat back on his palms, squinting into the light.
Have you talked to Horatu?
He asked Cyrus. Cyrus shook his head.
I don't think he wants to talk to me.
Lucian nodded.
I shouldn't have doubted him. Yeah.
Cyrus dragged his hands down his face.
We fucked up.
He thought about how he and Cyrus looked to Horatu, sharing a brotherly moment in the lake while completely ignoring their other brother. He and Cyrus hadn't invited him to swim with them. He wondered how often Horatu felt left out. These past 2 years, he'd spent most of his free time teaching Tori how to wield her magic, leaving little time for him to reconnect with Horatu. After being apart for 2,000 years, Lucian had done a shitty job of welcoming his brother home, especially considering the abusive brothers he had in his past life.
We need to go talk to him.
Without waiting for his brother's reply, he climbed out of the water. Cyrus's footsteps sounded behind him. He trudged toward his brother, his heart feeling heavier with each step. Horatu wouldn't look at him. He stood only a few paces from him, brushing water from his hair.
Mind if we sit with you?
Horatu answered with a shrug. He sat beside his brother, and Cyrus sat on Horatu's other side. He stared at the sunlight for a long moment, trying to think up the right words to say.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Horatu grunted. Lucian coughed into his fist, his chest heating with shame.
I want to apologize, brother, for the way I treated you.
Cyrus cleared his throat.
Me too. We should have never second-guessed you.
He continued. Horatu didn't say anything as he turned his gaze to the lake. Lucian's chest ached as he followed his brother's gaze. That's when he noticed the dark line of rain clouds that had moved across the lake. He wondered if his mother had moved the clouds, or if they had moved on their own volition, and if this meant more changes were coming. Would his mother want to rebuild their city? Would he and his pack help her rule? But most importantly, would Horatu forgive him for losing his mind when Horatu needed him most? Because of his behavior, his brother had to wage battles from all directions when his focus should have been solely on Tori and Dragomir. He hung his head, ashamed of his behavior.
You were gone for so long, and I thought...
He paused to gather his words, knowing what he said could mean the difference between Horatu forgiving him or their pack being fractured forever.
I thought you didn't know what you were doing. I should have known. Horatu always had good instincts.
His brother looked at him, his eyes lighting with crimson fires.
I am Horatu.
Fuck. Lucian swallowed his apprehension, meeting his brother's gaze.
I know you are. Do you?
Horatu stood, walking away before he could answer. Lucian shared a look with Cyrus, and they both jumped up, following after Horatu.
I do, brother, I do,
he called at his back.
For 2,000 years I've missed you. I thought it was only Daiva you missed.
Horatu barked back. Lucian winced at that, though he deserved it.
I missed you too. I just didn't realize how much until I thought we'd lost you again.
He lunged for his brother, latching onto his arm, hating the way Horatu stiffened at his touch, standing with his spine as straight as a demon-forged sword.
There's no excuse for the way I treated you, but I promise you, I won't doubt you again. We got Dragomir and Tori back because of your leadership,
Cyrus said, his voice cracking.
Thank you, Horatu,
Lucian continued, pushing past that ache building in his chest.
Thank you for being a great alpha. It's one reason why I love you. Why I'll always love you. Me too, brother,
Cyrus said, his voice watery.
It's why I love you too.
Lucian dropped his voice to a strained whisper.
I just hope you can forgive us.
When Horatu turned to him, the pain reflecting in his eyes, Lucian's heart shattered.
Didn't matter what I decided. They'd beat me for being wrong. They'd beat me for being right. I thought I'd finally found my true brothers when I came here.
He trailed off, his voice splintering.
You have.
Lucian released a shaky breath.
I will spend every day for the rest of my existence proving to you that we are your true brothers, if that's what it takes.
Cyrus nodded his agreement, wiping tears from his eyes.
I don't want you to kiss my ass. I just want you to treat me like a brother.
Lucian swiped moisture from his eyes.
We can do that.
When Horatu opened his arms, Lucian and Cyrus both took him in a fierce hug. The three of them pressed their foreheads together, standing there a long moment, arms locked around each other's shoulders. Hey, can we get in on that hug? They broke apart at the sound of Tori's voice. She and Dragomir stood on the ledge, smiling down at them. They ran to each other, alternating between laughing and crying as they took turns hugging Tori and Dragomir. Lucian held Tori an extra long time, holding her close to his heart and never wanting to let go.
Are you okay?
He asked, in between plastering her face with kisses. I am now, she said with a sigh, melting in his arms. "Even though I should be angry with all of you for getting my sister involved." She gave him a sour look before scowling at Horatiu.
Don't blame Horatiu.
Lucian quickly came to his brother's defense, beaming at his brother.
She refused to go back. Besides, we're all alive because he kept his cool. He's an amazing alpha,
Cyrus added. She slanted a smile at Horatiu. "I guess I can forgive you. I know how hard-headed my sister can be." Horatiu laughed.
That's an understatement. Is that a lake of water?
Dragomir asked, breathlessly. Cyrus practically jumped out of his skin.
You need to try it out.
Lucian's pack ran into the water together, splashing and swimming and dunking each other until Phoenix stood on the ledge, yelling at them that it was time to go. As they emerged from the lake, smiling as water dripped off their glistening skin, Lucian wrapped an arm around Tori's shoulder, while Horatiu wrapped an arm around her, too. Dragomir hugged Cyrus to him, rubbing his knuckles against his head. He had never been more thankful for his family, his life, than he had at that moment. On the way to their cave home, they passed what appeared to be the ruins of an ancient city nestled along the shoreline overlooking the furthest point of the lake. Where it had come from, Tori didn't know, but they already saw activity there. A few of those bug demons that had escaped the tower, buzzing around opulent buildings that looked like Roman palaces, and flashes of brown robes disappearing behind the arched doorways. Hecate had wanted to go there, but Tori's mates had convinced her to return to their cave with them. They had to see Bug and gather their things and enjoy at least one night in their old home. And then, Tori knew her pack's lives were about to change in a big way. Tori had never been more relieved to see her mountain home as she'd been at that moment when they first spied it in the distance, looming above what had once been a desert wasteland. Her pack was excited too, because Cyrus howled, his tail slapping the earth when he saw it. Her other mates joined in, and so did Phoenix and Tori. Her sister, her mates, and she were in their wolf forms, except Horatiu, who carried their mother in his arms. But even he howled with joy. Though the desert remained, there were obvious changes like variations of colorful flowers and several streams of clear water cutting paths through the rocks. She knew it wouldn't be long before this wasteland was a paradise. And this was all thanks to her mate's mother. Tori realized she was more than a witch, more than a queen. Hecate was a goddess, her powers putting the Amaraki's ancients to shame. They hadn't yet ascended the mountain, and Bug had flown down to meet them, excitedly buzzing around them, tears streaming out of his eyes. Tori hugged him long and hard, not minding one bit when he soaked her shoulder with his tears. After she soothed her friend, she introduced him to Dracinda and Bastet. The three of them had acted like awkward preteens around each other, stuttering and fluttering about. Tori didn't want to think too long on what that had meant, but she wondered if perhaps Bug had found a new girlfriend or two. Tori and Phoenix let Bug carry them up the mountain. Bastet helped, and soon everyone was safely ensconced inside the hearth room, drinking nectar, eating what was left of their fresh food, and not caring a damn bit. Dragomir was about to make a toast to his family when a shrill scream erupted from inside the hearth, making everyone gasp and then swear. Phoenix swore most of all. She pushed off from the table with a groan, giving everyone an apologetic look before throwing sage into the fire and inviting Jezebeth inside. The djinn flew inside with a flourish to rival any human diva, iridescent smoke trailing in her wake. "Phoenix!" She grappled for her daughter, pulling her against her generous bosom. If Phoenix rolled her eyes any higher, they'd be scraping the ceiling. Jezebeth frantically ran her hands over her daughter's arms, checking for injuries. "I'm fine, Mom," she said through a groan, then added, "We saved Hell and defeated the Vindictus." Jezebeth looked ready to pass out from fright. "What?" "We freed Tori and Dragomir and Hecate." When Phoenix nodded toward her, Tori instinctively pressed into Dragomir, not liking the scowls Jezebeth was giving her, as if she'd taken Phoenix on a joyride through hell for the fun of it. Hecate stood, flattening her hands on the table, looking every bit the regal queen as she turned up her chin.
Jezebeth, are you a young demon? I don't remember you.
Jezebeth gave her a look, then floated back as if she sensed the incredible power roiling through her.
I was born after the Vindictus took power.
Hecate's nostrils flared.
You smell familiar. Who is your mother?
Jezebeth floated back again, clutching Phoenix's shoulders as if she expected Hecate to steal her away.
Abera.
Ah, Hecate tapped her chin.
She was my sister's apprentice, a clever witch.
Yes, well, Jezebeth snapped, apparently agitated by the mention of her mother's name.
She survived by living inside a lamp for thousands of years.
She gave Phoenix a sharp look.
I was moments away from telling her that you'd run off into the wilds of hell. I've been going out of my mind. You're lucky you finally answered, or you'd be bound in a lamp.
Jinns are free to come out now that the Vindictus is no more. Hecate casually snapped her fingers, as if she could somehow rid the jinns of their prison lamps. Then again, maybe she could.
Free?
Jezebeth clutched her throat, letting out a strained laugh.
No, we jinns are trapped inside our lamps.
Give me some time, Hecate said. I'm sure I can come up with a spell to free you.
Oh, please, no,
Phoenix blurted. She slapped a hand over her mouth, looking at her mother with wide-eyed alarm. Jezebeth gave her daughter a side-eyed glare.
Child, you must come home now. Tor Thunderfoot is threatening to go through the portal in the haunted forest to save you.
Phoenix jumped to her feet.
I don't want to put him through that.
Jezebeth gave Phoenix a look that could only be perfected by years of practicing manipulative guilt trips.
You've no idea the heartache you've put us all through.
Clutching his goblet with whitened knuckles, Horatu cleared his throat.
If it wasn't for Phoenix, our mate would have been obliterated.
Well then, Jezebeth said with no small amount of bite in her tone.
I guess all my hair-pulling and chewed-down nails were worth it.
Hecate laughed, waving off Jezebeth's tone with a flick of the wrist. Tori swore under her breath. So like the self-absorbed djinn to care only for her own needs. She didn't seem impressed that they'd defeated the Vindictus. Jezebeth was smart enough to back up and release Phoenix as Hecate approached. Hecate clasped Phoenix's face in both hands.
Thank you, darling child, for everything. I hope to see you soon.
Me too. Phoenix hugged her hard before pulling back. And I'll bring Ilea down here too. Hecate's radiant smile could have lit up all of hell. She was as beautiful as a goddess now, a far cry from the old crone in that tower.
That would make me so happy.
Tori rose from her chair and grabbed Phoenix's hand. She searched her sister's eyes, struggling to find the words to convey her gratitude.
Thank you for saving my life, sister.
Phoenix looked like she was going to say something, but then she burst into tears. Tori took her in a fierce hug, kissing the tears from her face. She had no other words for her sister, because everything she needed to say, she said it by holding her tight. Finally, she found the strength to voice the words.
I love you.
I love you too, Phoenix whispered back, crying even harder. They were both sobbing messes by the time Jezebeth loudly cleared her throat, breaking them apart. Tori was shocked when she looked around the room and noticed not a dry eye among her friends. Tori tried to hold in her laughter when her mates dragged her down the long, dark tunnel toward the bathing room, all of them with wicked gleams in their eyes. The smell of their desire so strong, she feared everyone in the cavern would soon scent it.
"Where's your mother?"
she hissed when they reached the bathing room.
"Sleeping in the guest chamber,"
Dragomir said, scraping his fangs down her neck while removing her robe.
"And the others?"
"Who cares?"
Lucian growled in her ear, pressing his considerable length into her backside. They practically tumbled into the pool in a tangle of limbs and tongues. Neither of her mates were gentle with her, which was a good thing. They had an eternity to make love gently, sweetly. Tonight, she needed it rough and hard. Horatu climbed up on the edge of the pool, waggling his brows. She crawled onto the submerged bench, and her lips wrapped around his cock, sucking him until he banged her tonsils while he thrust into her mouth, hissing each time she dragged her tongue up his shaft. Dragomir mounted her from behind, digging his claws into her ass while fucking her with bruising strokes. Her pussy pulsed around him after only a few rough thrusts, and then he was falling over the edge with her, roaring to the ceiling and rattling the shimmery crystal stalagmites above them. Her sexual appetite was ravenous. Lucian and Cyrus switched roles with their brothers, and they fucked hard and fast, too. Then she took loving turns with each of them. She stroked Horatu's horns and ran her fingers through his hair as he rocked into her. She hissed while riding on Dragomir's big cock in the pool, water splashing around them as their bodies slapped together in a rhythmic tempo, speeding up only when the threat of madness consumed them. Lucian needed something sweeter, more tender, cradling her in his arms while whispering words of love into her ears, telling her how much he missed her, how he never wanted to part from her again. Cyrus was too anxious for her, so she rode him in time to the wild beating of their hearts. They found bliss together as he jerked and spurted inside her, causing a cascade of several orgasms to spiral through her at once. By the time they were finished, she reluctantly realized they'd made enough noise to wake the whole damn mountain. She sure as hell hoped their mother was a deep sleeper. Epilogue. Hand in hand, Tori walked with Dragomir along the moonlit shore. Moonlight. That's something she never thought she'd see in hell. Or a majestic lake, for that matter. But they had all that and more, thanks to Hecate's powerful magic. It had been 3 weeks since they'd freed themselves from the Vindictus, and in that time, their family had worked tirelessly to rebuild the city that the evil witches had destroyed, while her mates also searched for one of the lost crystals so they could retrieve Elria's sons from the second dimension. They'd been trying to foster relations between the Amaraki in the living realm and the demon wolves. Ilea had yet to visit Hell, and not just because her mates lost their minds every time Phoenix tried to convince them to let her go, but because there had been a massive upheaval in the Romanian tribe. With war raging in Eastern Europe, the American government had slowly started moving Romanian wolves to the States, not trusting their enemies should they fall into their hands. Ilea and her mates were heading up the mobilization, which left no time for them to do anything else. It broke Tori's heart to watch Hecate silently mourn the loss of her sister. She knew all too well the crushing depression and fear of losing her sister for an eternity. Tori had almost lost more than Phoenix. She'd almost lost everything she held dear, including her brave alpha, Dragomir, who withstood torture and dared face obliteration, all for her. So tonight, on the 3-week anniversary since acquiring their freedom, Tori and Dragomir finally carved out a moment to spend alone together, just the two of them once more after weeks and weeks of trying to recover from their ordeal. Sometimes Tori still had nightmares of milky white eyes and choking black magic. Sometimes Dragomir did too. He'd wake up in a pool of sweat, howling, bowing up as if they were striking his back with that whip. But tonight, she vowed to push dark thoughts from her mind and focus on her brave mate, because she needed this. They both did. The few demons they'd spotted at the lake had quickly found somewhere else to be after Dragomir growled at them. She squeezed his hand as they walked along the shore. Just like in my dreams. When Dragomir circled his thumb inside her palm, flashing a wicked grin, she realized she'd projected that thought. "How about we recreate that dream?" he said with a wink. She tossed a glance over her shoulder, searching for any straggling demons. "Here?" He turned into her, cupping her cheek in his hand. "Where else, my love?" She nestled her head against his chest, sighing when he wrapped his arms around her. When he brushed the hair back from her neck, his fingers skidding along her spine, she shivered, pressing against him with a groan, surrendering to her desire as he dragged his fangs across her neck. He slipped her gown over her head, her nipples hardening when a cool breeze blew between them. After he removed his clothes, he lowered her to the soft ground. Bubbling surf tickled her bare legs as it washed over them in gentle, undulating waves. He fell between her spread thighs while feasting on her neck, nipping and licking and sucking until she panted and heaved, whispering his name in the balmy air. He dragged his fangs down her collarbone and then stopped to suckle each breast, his teeth gently scraping over each nipple, hardening them to fine peaks. Hissing, she arched into him, unsheathing her claws and dragging them down his back. When his mouth moved lower and lower still, she turned to putty, sinking into the wet sand while spreading her legs for him. He feasted on her like a starving wolf, suckling her tender pearl like he was trying to draw forth manna from heaven. And maybe he was, because when his fingers joined in the ministrations, 2 thick digits pumping into her, she flooded his mouth with a cry to the heavens, no longer caring what or who saw or heard them. He slurped down her essence, his long tongue wiggling inside her until she came again, her tight sheath clenching his tongue like it was a demon-eating fly trap trying to draw him in. Her chest heaved, her pussy twitched, and twitched, and twitched. When he crawled up the length of her body, settling between her legs and clutching her shoulders in a tender embrace, she spread her legs wider, wrapping them around his waist when he finally slid his hard, thick desire deep inside her. His lips sought hers, and they tenderly kissed while he gently tunneled into her. She stroked his hair, toying with the tips of his horns, whispering how much she loved him, how much she needed him. And when he whispered those words back to her, she came undone in his arms, coaxing his own release when she lifted her legs higher to heighten her ecstasy. Together, their bodies thrummed in time to their pounding hearts, and Tori had never felt more complete in her life. When she rolled on top of him, their bodies coated in a fine dust of sand and water, she flattened her palms against his hard, tattooed chest, her hair falling down around his shoulders as she rode his stiff cock, faster, deeper, until they found bliss in each other's arms once more. "Dragomir," she breathed, collapsing against him. "I love you so much." She tenderly stroked the side of his face. "I'm the luckiest demon in all of hell. Thank you for fighting for me." She paused, her throat constricting. "For risking oblivion." His sweet smile stretched into a wicked grin as he rolled her back over.
"I'd risk 1,000 oblivions just for the chance to hold you in my arms."
And then he proceeded again to show her just how much he loved her. This concludes Captured by Her Demon Wolves by Tara West, narrated by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2022 by Tara West. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Tara West and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.